Hello everybody, welcome back to our latest live stream. I hope I can't even talk. Hope everyone's having a great day though so far. It's been a busy morning, obviously, and a very busy afternoon so far. I'm gonna be taking over what we got for right now. Again, we have a lot of severe weather ongoing. We currently have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings across the United States, and there's probably gonna be more from where that came from. We still have that ongoing line of storms moving towards areas like Milwaukee and potentially even Chicago. So I'm gonna give you the latest breakdown on when you can expect storms, who will see them, and again, this will be a pretty long live stream. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, all I ask of you is, again, make sure to hit the like button down below, subscribe if you're new here, and again, click the bell down below so you get notified for our future streams. Let's get right into it though. So as of right now, we do have a line of storms that is ongoing. Again, this is currently just off to the west and northwest of Milwaukee. It is currently moving off towards areas like West Bend, and again, as well as Milwaukee. Columbus is about to get hit by these storms. Overall though, these have actually not been too severe so far in the last hour. We have seen some damaging winds. Obviously, we've seen some damage. Luckily though, we're not seeing like the 80 to 90 mile per hour damage range at this point. I haven't at least heard of any of that yet. We've had a lot of 60 mile per hour damaging windstorms ongoing as of right now, and that extends all the way back up toward Appleton, back down to the south right now towards DeForest. And again, these storms will all be moving towards Milwaukee over the next couple of hours, so we'll be going towards more populated regions right along the Great Lakes. But as of right now, our latest damage report that came in was over in Reedsburg. That was of some tree damage over the northern part of Sauk County. And that was by law enforcement. Estimated winds are about 60 miles per hour out that direction. We have had, I think, as high as 70 miles per hour. I'm not sure if it was with this line of storms, but we did have that back over in Nebraska. We have two large trees that are down over in Stoddard as well. That's in extreme southeastern Minnesota, or actually extreme western portions of Wisconsin, as well as La Crosse. That area there also saw a large tree snap. So we've seen some damage so far. Our latest wind report that just came in 6 minutes ago was over in Berlin of a 55 mile per hour wind report. So that's our latest report out of this line of storms. Again, all this is currently moving off to the east. Is there a whole lot of a tornado threat? I know a lot of people are wondering what the tornado threat is at this point, and I've been mentioning a lot. It's not that high. It's going to be fairly low, and it still is. Let's take a look at the velocities though. Let's kind of hop into that and take a look at what we're looking at in terms of the velocities, and let's see if any storms are rotating as of right now. And for right now, it looks like primarily damaging winds. You can see the brighter greens representing your higher wind speeds, most likely around 60 miles per hour there near Portage. Again, that is currently moving off to the east and east southeast. This is primarily going to be a damaging wind day, and maybe again a little bit of some isolated to maybe even widely scattered large hail with a few of these storms. Overall though, this line should primarily just be damaging winds as it moves off to the east, and it will again be going towards Milwaukee. We definitely could see a little bit of rotation as this gets closer to areas like Milwaukee and Watertown if it's able to organize a little bit better, and that's actually kind of in the forecast. This might organize a little bit better as it gets closer to the Great Lakes before eventually going over the Great Lakes probably around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, eventually going to Michigan. Those storms should start to weaken as they enter into Michigan. So that's what we got going as of right now. Severe thunderstorm watch goes until 11 o'clock Central Time, and I would expect possibly one being issued for western Michigan, depending on if this line of storms really holds together. The overall risk today, I believe there's an enhanced risk of severe weather in Michigan right now, and that's for western Michigan. So yeah, Grand Rapids included in that, and it does not include Detroit. Detroit's in a slight risk. Flint is also in a slight risk of severe weather. Again, that'll be for the line of storms that moves through a little bit later tonight. So again, it'll be moving off to the east. Nothing too, again, not anything that you should be panicking about. Just make sure you're prepared tonight. Take those proper precautions, because these will definitely be some dangerous storms as they move off to the east. We also have a cell down here right now over southwest of Chicago. This is an area where I believe where we had a tornado warning earlier today. As of right now, this storm is currently producing golf ball sized hail and damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is just east of Highway 51. This is currently moving, it seems to be east. I thought it was moving southwest. Let me take a look though. Maybe it is moving east. It is actually moving east. So this storm currently moving to the east as of right now. That is going toward areas like Pontiac. It will eventually go towards Fairbury later on. So those areas are kind of in the track of this. This is right along 116. Again, a hail threat is most prominent with this cell. Again, it's producing the potential for hail up to the size of golf balls. So definitely a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here as it tracks off to the east. Also, a bunch of flash flood warnings ongoing across areas in eastern Illinois. This is definitely a concern. We have a lot of rain still ongoing in far eastern Illinois, just west of Fowler. Fowler is actually included in that ongoing flash flood warning. We have three other ones right now in this little area. We have, it looks like, roads flooded in town over in Colfax. So that's our latest report south of 24. So definitely something to keep in mind. Flash flooding threat will definitely be possible, especially with that line of storms as well. We also have a whole load of damage reports coming in from West Virginia. This is all associated with that line of storms that actually went through areas in Ohio this morning. If you were in Ohio, excuse me, you might have seen these storms. A lot of damage reports are coming out of these. We have a lot of trees down and we just have a lot of trees down, a lot of power outages in this area as well. I know a lot of the power outages were brief, but we did have a lot of power outages in this direction. These storms are moving off to the east. A lot of them now are more just gusty winds at this point. There are a couple of severe storms still ongoing. You can see back up here into portions of southern Pennsylvania, especially northern portions of Maryland. These primarily will have 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not expecting much beyond that, but again, it might produce some damage. Trees might be knocked down, and also a little bit of power outages. Definitely not out of the question as those move off to the east. Also back down near Roanoke, we have another storm. This is southwest of Lexington, quarter-sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is also moving off to the east, so another definitely a little bit of a dangerous storm there moving off to the east. Again, a lot of damaging winds. That's definitely going to be a concern with any of these cells. Another isolated storm over in North Carolina, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back out closer to Tennessee, as well as Kentucky. We have several other cells here, mostly isolated at this point, but they are producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, and again, quarter-sized hail. We do have another area to watch today, and this is actually Nebraska, and this is definitely be an area to watch tonight. We have a potential for some isolated damaging winds and large hail at this direction. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch ongoing. Let me go ahead and zoom out again until 10 o'clock tonight. That does include areas into far western Iowa, all the way through eastern and northeastern portions of Nebraska. And also Kansas may see a couple of isolated storms in the far northern state. But I think for the most part, the storms that you saw are probably the only ones you're going to see. There might be a little bit of showers or maybe isolated storms down that direction. As of right now, though, this cell north of Kearney is currently producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as quarter-sized hail. Definitely looks like a pretty potent storm here. This is currently just to the south of Ashton. I believe this is moving off to the northeast right now at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, so definitely a storm to watch out here for pretty closely. Not a whole lot of a tornado threat out this direction, but definitely a potential for, again, maybe some large hail and damaging winds. Here's a look at the hail radar here over the last several minutes. We'll take a look at what the hail looks like on this one, and latest hail reports are actually showing possibly as high as 2 inches, but I would say it's probably lower than that. Must be an overestimate, but definitely some hail out of this cell. Again, it's moving off to the northeast. Elbow will be in the track of this. St. Paul potentially pretty soon, and this also could pose a low-end flash flooding threat. We've seen hail very high over here, as high as ping pong ball size. And also we've had some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts right along the interstate, as well as the highway there, Highway 30. And back down here in the south, 66-mile-per-hour wind report and 70 over in Indianola. And that was actually the area that I was referencing from earlier. I believe that might have been one of our higher wind reports that we've had down that direction. I'm not entirely sure about this area. I will take a look because, again, I'm not really caught up on the whole damage reports that we've seen so far today. Does anybody know in chat, has there been confirmed tornadoes today? Because I have not been able to take a look. Let me take a look real quick. I think we at least had one, if I'm not mistaken, near across. I'm not sure if that was an actual tornado. When I was looking at my phone earlier, though, it looked like there was a tornado on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken, though, by that. Let me take a look. And also, this, again, the line of storms, it's all moving toward Milwaukee. I will put timing guides on this as well here in a moment. As of right now, it doesn't look like we have any confirmed tornadoes at this point. Let's look at the wind gust, though. We had a, let's see. We had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust south of La Crosse. We had 66 southwest of La Crosse. We also had another, let's see, 62. I'm seeing a lot of 60s. It looks like a 66. East of La Crosse, we had a 60. And one of the more recent reports that we had within this bed of line of storms was 60 north of Madison. So that's another report that we had coming in. So far, I'm not seeing anything. It looks like, well, we actually had one significant wind report. Let me figure out where that was. That might be what I'm missing. Where is it? So I'm looking at my map and I can't find it. And I cannot find it. Oh, wait, it might show it here at the bottom. Oh, there we go. So over in Charleston, South Carolina, there was a 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind report at 3 o'clock Central Time. That was actually not too long ago. It was 2.5 hours ago. Apparently down in South Carolina, there was an 80-mile-per-hour damage report in South Carolina. Apparently a towing company near the Cooper River reported 50 to 60 mile per hour winds for several minutes with a top gust of 80 miles per hour atop of a roof that is approximately 40 to 50 feet above the ground. Okay, that'd make a bit more sense, but definitely that's high wind gusts right there, without a doubt, and with that storm. So yeah, we've seen a lot of damage reports so far. We actually, our most recent one just came in of 60 miles per hour over in Columbia County, Wisconsin. So that's our latest report in terms of damaging winds with this line. And again, it'll all be tracking up to the east. Again, those over near West Bend, Milwaukee, anywhere right along the Great Lakes, definitely start to be prepared because again, these storms will be moving off your direction. There's still a low end chance we see some storms that start to pick up speed, potentially producing 70, 80 mile per hour winds. I think the low threat, it's still a pretty low threat overall, but it can't rule it out. Might also see a potential for a low end tornado threat over the next few hours. Definitely not out of the question if this is able again to organize a bit more. Highest wind speeds as of right now seem to be just around Cambria as well as near Rio right now, and just off to the east of Portage now, as that line of storms again moves off to the east. And again, it's right now near 33 and 146 going toward Beaver Dam over the next several minutes. All right, let me get some questions, and I appreciate again everybody tuning in. I hope everybody's doing well. Again, if you're just tuning in, I would appreciate if you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new here. All right. Let's see. Welcome back, Quad. How you doing? As well as Maya Pro. How you doing? Welcome back. Gabe, welcome back. I'm doing pretty well. How about you? I'm doing pretty good today. Been busy, but by the way, we will probably be live for tomorrow's severe weather event as well. That will have a potential for a couple of tornadoes back up in the northeast and across the Ohio Valley. So that'll be another day to watch pretty closely. I will most likely be live tomorrow. So It will probably not be live on Monday. There will be another chance for damaging winds on Monday in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, but I'm probably not going to go live for that. There was a tornado early. Do we know which tornado was confirmed if there was one? Okay, in Canada. Canada's a little bit different. I wonder if there's any in the United States, though. I didn't know if we had any in the United States. Hey, Skylar, how you doing? Welcome back. Incredible storms. Yeah, they've looked incredible. I've tuned into Brandon a few times. The storms have looked really good. I got you, Megan. Daily isolated severe weather is possible in Tennessee today. It's pretty low threat, though. I'm not expecting too much in terms of activity. We do have a couple of isolated storms out there, but nothing that crazy. We are also up to a tornado possible on this storm, by the way. This is up near Omro, as well as Outages, I'm saying those names right. Also up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So our latest report on this cell, definitely some higher wind speeds along with it. So definitely keep that in mind. Again, we are now looking at a tornado possible on this. I'm curious if we can get a better velocities view on this. There's a little bit of rotation there. We got a Green Bay radar site. We can go hop over to that. And I'm seeing a lot more damaging winds right now. Let me go over to this radar site here. It's gonna be something to watch. We had a little bit of rotation from the other angle right there embedded in the storm, so we'll have to watch this closely. Again, tornado possibles on this cell, and again, it's moving off to the east and east northeast right now. So this will be a cell to watch as well. Definitely, again, low-end tornado threat still exists through the evening hours, so we'll have to watch this again very closely. Send rain to Oklahoma. There was actually rain yesterday for some of Oklahoma. We have a new damage report coming in from Red Granite area of trees down on County Highway EE. So that's our latest report over that direction. So again, we're having a lot of, obviously a lot of damage in terms of trees being down and whatnot. Also a little bit of hail reports around half-inch to about penny size. Hail is definitely not the main concern at this point. Main concern, again, damaging winds and a low-end tornado threat. That's really what we're looking at from here on out, especially, again, for those in the Midwest. Thank you, Sherry, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Really, Megan? I didn't know that. That's awesome. Glad you did that. That's awesome. I didn't know you did that. That's awesome. I don't think I was tuned in at that time. I wasn't tuned in the entire day, but I looked at it a little bit. There's storms everywhere right now. They are basically everywhere. Storms are possible tomorrow in Ohio. They're also possible overnight. Again, I'll kind of have a more detailed forecast on that for tomorrow. Tornado was confirmed today. Okay. La Crosse was confirmed. Okay, it looked like on radar it was confirmed. I was looking at it earlier. The correlation coefficient was literally matched up with the velocities. It looked very well like there was a tornado on the ground, but I was looking at my phone. It wasn't nearly the same quality as this. So I mean, that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. There was pretty strong rotation there, without a doubt. And obviously, a very deep correlation coefficient reading too. So this radar indicated. Okay, I gotcha. Thanks, KD. I get that a lot. I'm behind on questions, by the way. Hey, Virginia, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, I was live for like 5.5 hours last night. If you guys weren't at last night's live stream, that was a long one. We had a lot of stuff ongoing. 5.5 hours. That's my longest live stream since June 11th, actually. So, just over a month. I do a lot of 3 to 4 hour live streams nowadays. Was it actually a PDS tornado warning, too? Wichita, Kansas won't see anything today, meteorology. I don't expect anything that direction. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it looked like there was a confirmed tornado earlier, so. Hey, Susan, how you doing? Welcome back. Trying to get through all the questions. I think I'm catching up. Hey, Cameron, how you doing? Welcome back. Okay, seriously, why did somebody really make a channel name under my thing, really? Hey, Dan, how you doing? Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Wisconsin getting slammed. Yeah, that's where we're at as right now. All right, I caught up on everything. Madison's already gotten hit, or actually they're going to get hit here pretty soon. I think the severe weather, for the most part, will probably stay off to your north, but definitely can't rule out some damaging winds. I mean, the ongoing line of storms is coming your direction, but the severe weather aspects are primarily up here right now, and off to the north, obviously. So that's where we're looking really primarily for the overall severe weather in terms of this line. But definitely, again, main threat, damaging winds around 60 with this line, maybe up to 70 to 80 as well. I can't rule out some higher wind gusts in some of these storms as well. Overall rotation so far has been pretty minimal on the lower end of this line. Again, we have an ongoing tornado possible up here near Outages, or I can't talk. East of Ormo, though, as of right now. That's near Highway 41. There's a little bit of broad rotation here. Again, this is a tornado possible right here. That's moving off to the east-northeast or northeast. That's kind of what we're looking at as of right now. me go back over to the reflectivity here, and this is looking to sell as of right now. Again, it's embedded in this line of storms. It is moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. Again, damaging winds also up to 70 are possible with this. Going towards Sherwood as well as Appleton, Brillion, Wrightstown, Chilton, all included. So I'll have to watch this one pretty closely. There was more than 3 tornado warnings yesterday. We saw at least 10, I would say. I think we at least saw 10 tornado warnings when we were live yesterday. And that was in 5 hours, but really most of them were in the first 3. We had at least 5 confirmed tornadoes yesterday when I was live. It was a very busy day. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. Is Berlin, Wisconsin getting hammered? Let me try to figure out where Berlin is first. Isn't it along here somewhere? Can't remember. I'll have to look it up. I usually don't answer specific town names, but take a look. Hey, if you ever have a question about a specific like town or city or something like that, always give me like a city nearby or a direction from a city, because otherwise I probably won't answer it. That's west of Outages. Yeah, you guys are, that's actually up in this warning. I think the storm has kind of passed through you though. Berlin's back here. Berlin had a 55-mile-per-hour report not too long ago. So actually, Berlin's already gotten hit. Again, near 45 is where we have the highest damaging winds now. Again, it's up to 70 right now. And also the potential, again, for maybe a tornado with this. There's rotation. So I'll have to watch this closely. Again, not a tornado warning yet, but there is broad rotation. We'll watch it develop here. Again, the rotation is near Oshkosh as of right now. Yes, there's a 5% chance of a tornado threat tomorrow in the northeast. Again, I'll probably be going live tomorrow. So, again, make sure to hit the like button down below, subscribe, turn on post notifications if you are interested in that. Here's a look at the rotation, by the way. Again, the rotation is not strong, but there's a little bit here. Again, that's near Oshkosh as of right now. It is moving off to the northeast. We'll have to watch this closely. Again, just crossed over Highway 41. Overall rotation, though, is not strong. It's not to the point where there should be a tornado warning, but this will definitely be a little system to watch as it moves off to the east. Again, Stockbridge will be in the track of this as well, just for reference. Again, this storm's also producing damaging winds around 70. Let me put a timing guide on this for those that are in the vicinity or in the track of this. We'll kind of give you an idea on timing on this line of this part of the line of storms here. I'll include also the non-severe. Right now it says 60. I'm going to go ahead and put 55. I don't think it's going that fast. Here's a look at the timing, though. It's on the left side of your screen for this line, especially the 70-mile-per-hour storm right now. Nina right around 551. Wow, there's a lot of crazy names here. Appleton 555, Kimberly 559, as well as Chilton right around 604. Eventually going towards Two Rivers, 637. Ludington right around 737. And Manistee right around 745. A lot of weird names, but that is going to be moving off to the east. It will probably go over the Great Lakes. It'll probably get close to Michigan right around 8 o'clock or so, I'd say. So that's kind of what's expected as of right now. Again, we had a recent report of a tree down near Highway EE. So just for reference, again, we're having a lot of damage, a lot of trees falling down and whatnot from this system. And obviously that is the big concern at this point, is the overall tree damage. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, that's just got issued. This does include areas down near Waupun, as well as Oakfield, Beaver Dam, Lowell, near Watertown as well. This is for damaging winds, potentially as high as 60 miles per hour. Again, this is our new warning. This does not have a tornado possible label on it, but that is also a new warning that we just got issued. So again, make sure you stay in shelter. And stay away from windows. Again, treat it as if it's a tornado warning, because again, damaging winds like this are definitely pretty dangerous. These names are weird, I know. There's a lot of crazy names in Wisconsin. Somebody warned me last night, if you're gonna go live tomorrow, you gotta know your names. I'm like, I'm probably not gonna be able to know them that quickly, but yeah, there's a lot of crazy pronunciations here. I'm not sure how many people actually live in these towns that really are hard to pronounce. I'm assuming if you live in this region, you know how to pronounce every single one of these names. Again, I'm not from Wisconsin by any means, so it is definitely a little bit harder for, you know, an ordinary person outside of the state to pronounce it. And as, by the way, we are down to, we're at currently 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are at 10 flash flood warnings, by the way. There's a flash flooding risk ongoing with some of these cells that are developing. Not really yet, I don't believe, in this line. Let me take a look. Yeah, we don't have any at this point in terms of the MCS, but we do have a few that are ongoing down again in Illinois. Zooming out, we have a few down over in Tennessee, also in West Virginia. So there is some flash flooding concerns as of right now. And that will also increase with this line, I would assume, too. We might get some flash flood warnings along with it as we get closer to Michigan. So definitely something to keep in mind. Again, that is not out of the question today. Let me go back over here and change this over real quick. Go to the severe weather warning. There we go. And here's a look at the radar. Again, we have a tornado possible on this. We're watching this cell pretty closely. Again, this is currently to the south of Appleton, a little bit more of a populated region there. Has a little bit of rotation. We're watching again very closely for you. As of right now, rotations remain broad. It's over near Oshkosh as of right now. It's moving off to the east, going toward 55 and Stockbridge over the next several minutes. So again, just make sure, again, this is also producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So again, make sure you're staying away from windows. Trees, again, could fall. So it's definitely recommended you stay on the lowest floor as well, if possible. Thanks, South Park. Appreciate it. Virginia, I don't know. People can make accounts. It's not to ban them. Thank you, Ann, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Hey, Allison, how you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Katie, how you doing? Welcome back as well. There was actually a slight risk of severe weather added into Virginia, by the way. That was because of that line, obviously, going down in the southeast. That line of storms actually has lasted a lot longer than what we're expecting in terms of damage as well. It caused actually a pretty decent amount of power outages and a lot of trees down in West Virginia because of that line that went down that direction. Obviously, this is the main line that we're watching today. And yeah, main threat is going to be damaging winds today. So that's what we're looking at now. And again, we have another chance for severe weather tomorrow. As I mentioned before, it goes from Illinois, or really actually goes all the way from Missouri back all the way into New England, into portions of Maine. So large risk tomorrow. It goes all the way through the northeastern states. Also includes Ohio. Again, damaging winds being the main concern, but a few tornadoes may also be possible. So we will probably be live tomorrow as well to cover that. So again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, and we'll keep you updated with the latest on that. Hey, Sergeant, how you doing? Welcome back. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. This does include Sherwood, Brillion, Chilton, as well as areas closer to Appleton. 60 or 70 mile per hour winds, excuse me, as well as not really a hail threat, but 70 mile per hour damaging winds are going to be possible with this cell going again off to the east and east northeast. Green Bay also may be in the track of this, so definitely an area to watch very closely. Here's a look at the radar site from Green Bay, a little bit more defined here. Definitely, again, highest wind speeds are currently going to be embedded in here most likely. Again, moving off to the east. So you have a new damage report coming in as well. That is currently, let's see, trees down in a yard. That is from social media over in Eureka. So that is southwest of Omro, and definitely an area to be keeping in mind. Again, a lot of damage reports that we have coming in. Another one just came in from the Fond, I don't know how to pronounce that name, but that's over in the county of Fond, whatever, Wisconsin, over in Ripon, though. This is a new report that we have coming in of a tree down on a road, and that was also estimated 60 mile per hour wind. So again, that's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, though, up this direction. Again, the potential for some 70 mile per hour damaging winds exists with this cell. And again, very really pronounced area of storms right now moving off to the northeast. Definitely cannot rule out a low end tornado threat before this gets close to the Great Lakes, especially with this part of the line right now. It's a bit more organized. Von Dulac, thank you. Hey, Savannah, how you doing? Welcome back. As well as Weatherman, how you doing? You know the names of the winter storms? By the way, whoever's making the fake names, please stop. Thank you. As actually, I think you can get banned for impersonating somebody, by the way, by YouTube. So I would kind of avoid doing that. Yeah, hit? Really? Where at? A lot of people are getting hit. Obviously, it's a pretty widespread event today. We actually have more damage reports coming in from earlier. I didn't see these. We had power lines down over in Fountain, and looks like some tree limbs and whatnot. That was actually from MPing reports. Those just came in, though. That was from earlier, though. That was from the line of storms that went through La Crosse. That was, again, that area. We saw, I believe, a tornado that was confirmed by radar. So that was a pretty significant event over that direction. Hey, Zero, how you doing? Welcome back. Forgot we were live? Okay. Yes, we are live. Let me go over here real quick. All right. Anything for Nashville, Tennessee? Tennessee's going to probably be fine tonight, honestly. Thank you, Haley, by the way, for becoming a 2-month hurricane chaser. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I don't think it showed in chat, but I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That's a huge commitment. I appreciate that a lot, Haley. Hey, Moxie, how you doing? A lot of damaging winds right now. We're actually up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, so we're a little bit higher on warnings. Again, no tornado warnings at this given time. That might become a concern a little bit later. As of right now, again, there is a bunch of flash flood warnings. We almost have a dozen of them. So there's also that potential for a little bit of flash flooding. Here's a look at the velocities, by the way. Let me go ahead and go over the velocities radar. And here's a look at the wind speeds. We are looking at extremely high wind speeds with this line. Currently around 75. Actually, some areas are showing as high as 75 right now. The latest report, I think, was 60 in Berlin. So this might be slightly overestimated. but I'm seeing a lot of 65 to 70 range. So there might be wind gusts as high as 70 right now near Appleton. Near the leading edge, it's closer to about 55 or so. So definitely could be as high as 60. So just kind of keep that in mind. Again, we're seeing some fairly high winds here, very high velocities, obviously going off to the northeast, going towards Green Bay. Definitely something to keep in mind. Again, very strong line of storms right now moving off to the northeast. Again, not a lot of rotation with this at this given time, but any of these little notches that we see develop, we could possibly see a tornado threat definitely potentially, occur. So keep that in mind. Thank you, John, Isaiah, excuse me, as well as Sweet Grass and Ron for all subscribing, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome. Hey, Paul, how you doing? From England. Nice. Hope you're doing well over there in England. I got you. Yeah, I don't think Tennessee's not going to see much tonight. There's only isolated severe weather tonight, and it will not probably be too crazy. It's primarily for eastern Tennessee more than anything, or really far northeastern Tennessee. It's really near like the Kentucky and Tennessee border. So I think, yeah, you'll be fine over there in Nashville tonight. Maybe an isolated storm, but nothing severe is expected. Hey, Kenley, how you doing? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. A tornado debris signature was radar confirmed at 4:41 a.m. over in Illinois. Really? 4:41 a.m. That is really early. I mean, I was live until like almost 2 last night, but must have missed that. There was also a confirmed tornado up in North Dakota last night that happened literally just after I went off. I think Quad was here. Quad was saying there would be a tornado right after I went off, the air, and it actually did happen. Hey, Panda, how you doing? Welcome back. Thank you, Patricia, for hitting the like button. I appreciate that. If you haven't hit the like button, I would appreciate it. Appreciate that a lot. Phoenix severe weather is nothing crazy. I don't think you'll see much today. It's primarily just rain. Mostly rain out that direction. There's a tornado warning in the Chicago Metro today. I know there was one down southwest of Chicago, but I don't think it was that close. Let me go back down to this radar site. I need to actually zoom out real quick. I'm curious. We have a lot of severe weather down in Virginia right now. Again, we got a severe thunderstorm watch ongoing for Nebraska. We'll be watching those storms pretty closely. We have a lot of hail threats ongoing there, as well as damaging winds. Again, damaging winds primarily across areas over in Virginia. Here's a look at the ongoing line of storms, though. Again, this is all pushing towards areas like West Bend, Milwaukee. Watertown, by the way, is basically on the cusp of this warning. Columbus, by the way, I know somebody said Columbus in chat, I think a minute ago. Columbus is right now in the track of this, by the way, as well. So definitely something to watch out for closely. Over in Partyville, we have a recent report of 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts, by the way. So that's just east of Portage. That's our latest report that we just had coming in over that direction. So definitely something to keep in mind. Again, we're having a lot of high wind reports so far. I mean, 60, I know a lot of people think 60 mile per hour winds are nothing crazy. They actually can do a good amount of damage, especially to those that are near trees. And it can definitely do a lot about I can't talk, outside damage. So there's a tornado over in Port Arthur, Texas too. Was that today or yesterday? I think that was yesterday. There was a landspout yesterday, I think. East of Houston. We know that. What's going on in Pennsylvania? Nothing much. Pennsylvania is not going to see much today. Tomorrow, though, is a different story. We do have a chance for a potential for a few tornadoes actually across the Northeast tomorrow. And again, I will most likely be live for tomorrow. So again, if you have any questions about that or anything like that, feel free to leave them in the chat. But I will have a full forecast for that tomorrow, kind of with full timing details and whatnot. I don't think I did a whole lot of that today. I think I did a little bit of it today, but I only did for Ohio. But yeah, there's going to be a potential for a few tornadoes tomorrow up that direction. Yes, Travis, there's been a lot of trees and branches that have fallen from this line of storms. Hey, RG, how you doing? Yes, most likely. I'll probably be live for the next, I would say, 4 to 5 hours. Depending on what happens. I most likely will, though. We have another damage report coming in. This is over near Omro. This is several trees and power lines down. So again, 70 mile per hour winds was the threat with this line of storms. That is ongoing for 70 mile per hour winds through Appleton right now. Appleton's about to get hammered by those storms. But as I said before, we have a lot of power just with these storms at this point over at Omro. And this was only a few minutes ago. We had several trees reported down as well as power lines down. So we are definitely looking at that threat right now with this line of storms. And also, again, trees down in Yard was reported just before that. And at 5:30 down over in Ripon, we also had a tree down on a road. So we're having a lot of trees down. No recent reports on the southern line of the storms, which is, again, good news so far. Does that mean anything, anything won't happen? No, that actually probably means we're going to see something. But overall, the strongest line of the storms right now is actually back up here to the northeast, definitely near Appleton. But that will eventually move again over toward Milwaukee over the next several hours as well. Sounds good, Kim, man. We'll see you again soon. Fire weather outbreak in North Texas. I only know about the ongoing we had a red flag warning, but Northwest Kansas had 9 tornado reports. Really, 9? I know there were 7. I think 7 may have been confirmed. I know we had at least 5 confirmed, but let me take a look real quick. Yeah, again, we were live yesterday. There was a bunch of tornadoes over in Kansas yesterday. A lot of them were just land spouts, but we also had, I believe, maybe one up in North Dakota. We had 12 total reports yesterday. Actually, one was near Chicago, so somebody said that in chat. That was right. Yeah, we had a couple of tornadoes reported over, or actually we had one. A lot of these were correcting, so that's kind of the overall weird thing about it. We had a lot of correcting tornado reports. But back up toward Chicago, we had a confirmed, it looks like, tornado. A debris signature on radar. That was over in Naperville, so just to the west of Chicago, just off to the suburbs. That was reported. We have upgraded warning, or actually, never mind. That's the same thing. It's still 70-mile-per-hour winds, but the latest report on this warning is just basically it's a little bit condensed, so that's the only thing. So no longer includes areas like Omro or Winnicone. So those areas no longer included anymore in that warning. Yes, I know. My dogs are barking. Thank you. Thanks, Evan. I appreciate it. Tennessee, again, low-end chance for severe weather tonight. Nothing too crazy. Appreciate that, Evan. Yeah, overall, Tennessee, I know a lot of people are mentioning Tennessee tonight. Not a whole lot is expected there. It's going to be anything very isolated severe weather. It's primarily, if any severe weather is going to occur, it's going to be really northeastern Tennessee, like probably north of Knoxville, to be honest with you. There is a flash flood warning northwest of Knoxville, but overall, again, the threat for storms tonight is fairly low at that direction. Yeah, there's a lot of damage reports, Jacob, especially, again, Wisconsin seeing a whole load of them. And we're actually getting more that just came in. New MPing report just came in. We had a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust report at Whitman Field. I believe that might be an airport, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's an ASOS station, so that's an airport. But we also had a report from an MPing, 3-inch tree limbs broken or power poles broken. I would assume that's the power outages that we're looking at there, possibly both. But, again, another report coming in there from Oshkosh over that direction. And also a tree down on a road, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, those are a little bit older. Or not really old, but they're pretty recent. We've kind of already gone over those so far. And a lot of damage reports coming in, and they are probably going to keep coming in as we go throughout the evening. A lot of damage ongoing. No problem, lovely. A lot of trees down in our house. Is there? Yeah, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of trees down. And again, it depends on where you're at. But obviously, the worst line of the storms, which is probably producing the most damage at this given time, is up here near Appleton. And that's, again, a bit more of a populated area. That may go towards Green Bay. So I know a few of you guys might be from Green Bay. Again, just make sure you're taking the proper precautions tonight. Again, stay away from windows when you're under the warning. Interior of your house, do what you got to do to stay safe. Again, this is a dangerous line of storms, regardless of how much the wind speeds are. I mean, the difference between 60 to 70 is not huge. We're still looking at pretty significant damage, regardless, in terms of, trees down in this region. Again, there's a lot of trees across Wisconsin, so just reference. Thank you, David, Joe, as well as Beard and Travis for subscribing, by the way. I appreciate it. Again, if you're not subscribed, we have 950 of you actually in the stream right now. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll try to get to 13,000 subscribers tonight. That might be crazy, but... Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds are really dangerous. I mean, 60 is bad, but 70 is even worse. And again, we're looking at that right now near Appleton. Let me go back over to the velocities. Now let's take a look. And yeah, the high winds right now are currently going through. It looks like Sherwood's about to get hit by this. This is like the highest winds that we're looking at right now. Really anywhere from Appleton back up closer to even Hortonville right now. That's where we really have the highest wind speeds. Let me go ahead and take a little bit of an estimate on this. Let's take a look at what the radar's estimating. Have a little pocket of about 60 just to the southwest of Sherwood. Seeing a lot of 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even closer to 65, it looks like, possibly right here near 76, just west of Highway 41. We have a few areas around. We have a lot of 55 to 60 ranges, which is good news, but it's still very high winds, so it's still damaging without a doubt. We're still looking around 60 to 65 in the highest pockets of these winds. And right along the leading edge of this boundary here is right around 50 to 50, or excuse me, 50 to 55. So that's what we're looking at is right now in terms of the velocities. Definitely some very dangerous storms moving off to the northeast right now. Thank you, Brandon, Abby, and Lori for subscribing. Appreciate it. Hey, Roy, how you doing? Welcome back. Let me take a look at how many warnings we got. I believe we still have about 20 right now. We actually are down to 13 right now. 604. Okay, so we're at 13 total severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the majority of them are currently in Wisconsin, but we do have other ones again over in Virginia. I believe we still have one in Nebraska. And again, severe thunderstorm watch ongoing here, I believe until 11 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, Central, or 10 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock Central. So 11 o'clock Central for here. Over in Nebraska, it's a little bit different. We're talking about, I believe, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Might be the same thing. Let me take a look real quick. Okay, it's 10 o'clock, so kind of flip-flopping them, but 10 o'clock over in Nebraska, that is again for damaging winds and large hail. Over this direction, our main threats for the rest of this evening are damaging winds upwards of high as 80 miles per hour, and potentially the potential for an isolated tornado or two. Again, that might occur at any time. They very well quickly rotate in this sort of instance that we're looking at right now. If any sort of part of this line of storms can organize, we very well could see a potential for an isolated tornado or two within the next few hours before it goes into the Great Lakes, and then eventually as it goes into the Great Lakes, they will enter into Michigan, and Michigan will primarily be damaging winds out that direction. So that's what we're looking at as right now. Yeah, I think Appleton was a big storm. I think Appleton may have, I think I was live one time when Appleton was getting hammered by a storm too. I can't remember if there was a tornado warning here. There must have been. But yeah, Appleton's getting really hammered by, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right now. It's, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Really high winds though right now here. Again, we have our leading edge here of some winds here. You can kind of see it, the brighter greens kind of contrasting here with the grays. The grays are neutral winds overall, or very light wind. Again, these greens that's starting to pop up here are your quick downburst winds out in front of it. And then we got some embedded in the storm as well near Appleton. So definitely seeing some high winds. Again, brighter greens representing your higher wind speeds in this scenario. And we're definitely looking at very high winds right now. Again, a very strong line of storms back up here to the north. And again, we have a lot of damage reports coming in, and I'm assuming we're going to get more here pretty soon. We have a recent report down in Randolph in Dodge County, Wisconsin, of a 60 mile per hour damage report there. That's northwest of Beaver Dam, by the way. That's just west of 26 and 151. So that is our most recent report now over that direction. Hey, no problem, Blemmy. Appreciate you tuning in. Hey, Weather Watcher, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the subscribe button down below. We have over 1,000 people in here, and we only have 200 likes. What's up with that? It's free to like. I would appreciate it again if you hit the like button. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to pop those in the chat as well. We will be watching for that tornado potential very closely as well. Again, it's a low threat, but if any storms, again, become more organized with this line of storms, we may see a tornado at some point before this crosses over. And in fact, we're actually beginning to see a little bit of rotation, as I said that, down here to the south. Let's go down over, I believe it's west of South Bend right now. We do have a little bit of rotation, nothing strong yet, but there is a little bit of rotation here developing near Beaver Dam. So that's just southeast of Beaver Dam. We do have a little bit of rotation there, currently moving down to the southeast, or east-southeast. And that's going right now towards 26. So watch out for this. This is beginning to develop. And here's a look, guys, right now. A little bit of rotation. We have a little bit of a knot, a little bit of a hook there, a little bit of an inflow right now. Again, here's a little hook, and I kind of drew that line bad. But that's kind of what we're looking at right now in terms of that little hook. Again, a possibility does exist for this to maybe start to rotate in the next scan. Again, there's definitely a little bit of rotation here, though, that we're seeing here. And again, still, it's not completely tight yet, but it is there's a little bit of rotation there. We'll have to watch this closely. Don't think this severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible label on it, but it doesn't mean anything. We're definitely looking at some rotation here. Let me take a look if we actually have anything on the latest update. And no, still not yet, but there is a little bit of rotation here near Beaver Dam. So if you know anybody near Beaver Dam, just off to the east of that, make sure you're aware of this storm. There's definitely a little bit of rotation, though, starting to develop here. Again, that's southeast of Randolph at this given time. Mississippi or Louisiana? No, not today, Skylar. Yeah, this is definitely a situation where we have a little bit of rotation here near Beaver Dam. We'll look at the Lakes radar scan, take a look at what happens here, but there's definitely rotation. Latest scan, not nearly as pronounced of a hook. We'll take a look at what happens with the velocities here, though, in comparison to that. And we might see a QLCS situation, too, where the starts, again, of maybe a low-end tornado threat develops with this line. We've seen it a couple of times already today. The most recent one, I believe, was back near La Crosse, which was a confirmed tornado, so we'll take a look at this in just a moment. Again, here's what we're looking at right now in the latest scan. And this is the latest scan. There's still something there. We're still looking at a little bit of rotation. The winds are currently the strongest, again, going towards the radar. Not nearly as pronounced going towards, or away from the radar, excuse me. So there's a little bit of rotation. It's not strong, but we're definitely have to monitor this very closely, because this is definitely an area where we're looking with a little bit of rotation. That's, again, just to the west of 26. And Iron Ridge is going to be in the track of this, by the way, so definitely a very potent line of storms. We'll have to watch that very closely over the next several scans. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that did get issued, though, for Green Bay. Again, this is a much more populated area that we're looking up this direction. This does include Green Bay and Wrightstown as well. This is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and again, that's moving off to the northeast. Again, a lot of these names are hard to pronounce, so I do apologize if I do mispronounce any names, but this is again moving off to the northeast, and it's currently again 70-mile-per-hour winds. We just saw it through Appleton. We'll likely get some new reports coming in here pretty shortly in terms of damage, and as well as in terms of how high these winds may be with this line. I'm going to take a look and see if we have any METAR data coming in right now in terms of the wind speeds. We'll take a look at that and see what we're looking at. I don't know how many airports in the area here, but we will take a look. We do have actually one down here. We actually had a 58-mile-per-hour estimate over at the Kosh area, just southwest of Kosh. I'm saying that right. So that's our latest report over at a METAR station. That's the airport there in that region. We also have another airport near Madison, so we might get an estimate on wind speeds there here pretty soon. Doesn't look like a whole lot near here. We had a 53-mile-per-hour report over near Appleton. I'm not sure when that happened, though, in comparison to when the storm happened, because winds, again, do fluctuate at times, so it may have been even higher than that, but that is our most recent report there near Appleton, a 53-mile-per-hour report, but again, that could have been before, during, or maybe even a little bit after this. I mean, the highest winds went through that area, so just keep that in mind. Again, moving off to the northeast. By the way, thank you, Wilson, Maria, as well as Mouse, Len, Mark, Time, Brian, and as well as Kathleen for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Again, warning just got issued for Green Bay. Let's go back up here. And again, we'll be watching that little area of rotation here pretty closely as well. Let me go back over to the velocities here. Let me go over here real quick. Sorry. Yeah, the velocities are not nearly as strong as before on that storm, but there is still some rotation. We're going to watch that one very closely. Again, that's down, I believe that's just east of Beaver Dam now. Hey, Tony, by the way, how you doing? Welcome. All right, let's go back over here. Again, this is a look at the storms as of right now, moving off to the northeast. I'll put a timing guide on this for those that might be out in front of this. Again, this is an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. Warning does not expire, by the way, until 7:15 Central Time. This line is currently moving about 60 miles per hour. It is very quick moving right now. Let's go put a little track on this, give you an idea of where it's heading. It is going to be going to the Great Lakes here pretty soon, but here's a bit of a timing over the next several minutes. Again, all the names are down at the bottom left of your screen, so you can see Howard 626, Green Bay about 629, so only about 15 to 20 more minutes until that area of storms goes through your location. Two Rivers 639. Algoma right around 657, Sturgeon Bay 707, Sleeping Bear Dunes right around 801. So that's your time again as this moves off to the northeast, and it will eventually go into Michigan probably right around 750. This is probably going to move over the Great Lakes, by the way, most likely pretty fast, especially this line of the part of the line of storms. This is moving the quickest out of this entire line, just for reference. So we're seeing it move pretty quick through this area. Again, the METAR data over here did report a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust over at the Appleton International Airport. We also had a report of shingles blown off a roof over in Neenah. So that's another report we just had coming in over that direction. And let's see if we have any new reports. We don't have any others down here to the south, but that is, again, a new report that we have coming in. Again, Green Bay is right now on the track of some fairly high winds around 70 miles per hour. Again, if you're not already, hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we do live streams like this all the time. I would appreciate your support. And also like the stream if you haven't already. Go over here real quick. Okay. Do you think these storms will be severe when they hit Michigan? Yes, they probably will. It just, honestly, the main threat with this line will they might really be this entire area where we see a very high amount of wind still ongoing. It will be slightly lesser as it goes into more central Michigan, but we will definitely see a risk for damaging winds primarily in Michigan. There might be a very low tornado threat, but I think it's going to be really close to zero once it enters Michigan. But definitely a potential for damaging winds in that location. Anywhere in Michigan, really. Thanks, Hunter. Yeah, this is actually our highest concurrent viewers we've ever had. We're only not even an hour in. Will there be power outages? Yes, there's been a lot already. I'm actually going to take a look at how many power outages we got, because we do have a lot of power outages ongoing. We have a lot of power poles being reported down and whatnot. So, hey, Allison, how you doing? Welcome back. Let's take a look. I'm not sure. Okay, power outages. There we go. So over in Winnebago County, there's almost 35% of the people in that county without power right now. That is where that's near Green Lake County, by the way. So that's a bit further down here to the southwest. believe it might be the Beaver Dam County, if I'm not mistaken. Or it might just be back up here to the west. But one of these counties here is currently without power in about 35% of the county. Back up in Forest County, there is a small portion of people without power. And right about 20% of people without power in Green Lake. So those are our latest reports over those directions. And as I kind of mentioned before, we do have a little bit of rotation down here. I'm curious to see what's happened over the latest scans. We still have a little bit of rotation here near 26. Again, it's not strong. We do have a little bit of rotation there. That's just off to the west of Iron Bridge. So definitely an area to watch pretty closely. Definitely high winds without a doubt. But the rotations remain broad at this point. There's a little bit more tightening here. We'll have to watch this closely. It's, again, going to be crossing over 60 here in a second. We have, again, pretty decent amount of rotation here. It's not strong, but it is definitely strengthening over the last several scans. Yeah, about a third of the homes without power in Winnebago County. So a lot of power outages, as I mentioned before. We do have a little bit of rotation. Again, this is not a tornado warning, but it is going to be an area to watch. Again, we could see a QLCS situation with this line. Thank you, Charles, Spring, George, Demo, Stefan, Mark, as well as Zachary, Vince, Ember, Just, Dave, Jody, as well as Michigan Man for subscribing. Appreciate it, guys. No problem, Spring. Yeah, again, this is a very interactive chat, so if you have any questions, feel free to pop those in the chat. Again, we'll be keeping you updated throughout the evening with the latest on this line of storms. Again, a little bit of rotation here near Hustisford. I don't know if I'm saying the name right, but that's also, again, moving down to the southeast. We currently have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. I have to update that. Down to 10 now. Again, we will probably still see, again, a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings are pretty large, so they are covering a lot of space, especially Wisconsin, as, again, where our main severe weather is ongoing right now. Thank you, J-Dog, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate that. Enjoy your benefits. We'll watch this pretty closely. Again, this is currently off to the west-northwest of Neo Show. Again, a lot of these names are hard to pronounce. Unless you're from Wisconsin, these are names that are just kind of just a different language to me. Southwest, though, of Iron Ridge. So that's kind of the best location I give for you right now. Again, a little bit of rotation, though. It's going towards 60. It's probably over 60 right now. Watch the next scan, see what happens. Again, a little bit of a hook here. Definitely a little bit of an inflow here. Again, a little bit of a hook there. We'll definitely have to watch this closely. Again, we definitely could see a brief tornado out of this. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. This is another large warning. It includes Madison. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. So, again, that's our latest report. Our latest warning, excuse me. So, Watertown's also included in this. Heartland and Jefferson, all included in that new warning. Again, a little bit of rotation, though, here. We're going to watch this pretty closely. If we match it up, here's your hook. A little bit of an inflow here. Next radar scan's coming in right now, so we'll get an idea what the rotation looks like here in a second. So definitely a little bit of rotation. It's definitely high winds without a doubt, too. We're still looking at 65-mile-per-hour winds as well. This is currently Wisconsin, yes. No problem, George. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, James, there was a crazy storm yesterday. If you guys didn't see my Twitter post, by the way, my Twitter's linked down below if you want to see it. We had an insane inflow on a storm last night over in North Dakota. It was one of the craziest non-tornado warned storms I've ever seen. It eventually did get tornado warned, but it did produce a funnel cloud. It was an insane looking storm, though. Yeah, make sure to check out my tweet on Twitter. Link is in the description. Also, you can join our Discord server. It's linked down below if you want. If you do have Discord, join our community off the stream as well. Here's look at the rotation as of right now. We still have some rotation here. Again, a lot more winds. It's remained broad at this point, but we'll have to watch it still pretty closely. Here's a few scans back, by the way, or this is a few scans back with the higher levels. So we do have a little bit of rotation. Nothing too strong, but something to watch pretty closely. And this is near 60 as of right now. Again, by the way, if you're up in Green Bay, we are actually getting a damage report. Several trees down on southwest side of Appleton. So a lot of trees down right now with this line of storms right now moving off to the northeast. Hey, Michelle, how you doing? Yeah, this is a very impressive line of storms, to say the least. We're also getting some special marine warnings, by the way. Again, these are not included in the warning count. The only thing that is included in the warning count below me is severe thunderstorm warnings, unless it's tornado warnings, which, again, we don't have any as of now, but we very well might see an isolated tornado tonight. Let me back over here to this. There we go. And we actually do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here. This just got issued for those over near Cascade, Plymouth, Cavalry is also just seeing this now. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is moving off to the east toward Howard's Grove and near Cleveland as well. So again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, that's moving currently off to the east. Another area to watch very closely. Again, our highest winds right now are moving towards Green Bay. We currently have an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that threat has actually been observed. So we are looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds, it looks like, with this line. Also, again, several trees down in southwest portions of Appleton. That's our latest damage report that we just had come in. So just keep that in mind. Again, we're looking at very high winds right now with this line of storms. And here's a look at the velocities as of right now. So highest velocities are currently located, it looks like, just off to the west of Wrightstown. That's where our highest winds are. Again, the brighter greens representing your higher wind speeds, mainly actually in here. So that's kind of our little area there that we have the highest wind speeds. Again, that's moving towards Green Bay. So highest wind speeds right now moving toward that direction. Definitely something to keep in mind. Again, stay away from windows. Take those proper precautions as that line moves off to the north and northeast. East and northeast, I should say. Again, here's a look back down here to the south. This is currently near 60. Again, we had a little bit of rotation on this. We're getting our next radar scan here in a second. Again, the ongoing rotation that's still broad is near 60. So we're going to watch this area pretty closely. Storms building in Nebraska. Yes, I'm aware of that. We will be watching those as well. Once these storms go over the Red River, or excuse me, not the Red River, over the Great Lakes, we will be watching the severe weather a little bit more also in Nebraska. There is a severe thunderstorm watch ongoing in Nebraska right now, and we'll have to watch that closely as well. There are some severe storms ongoing there right now. Taking a look real quick at those. I'm curious. I think it's mainly hail tonight. There's not much of a tornado threat, but hail and damaging winds being the main concern out that direction, and even a little bit of flash flooding. Here's a look at the area. Storms, by the way, it is currently north of the radar site, so we have a pretty good view on this. It just crossed over 60. Let's go back over the velocities here. And I'm seeing a lot of high winds. The latest scan not really showing in terms of much of an organized area of at least rotation at this given time, but there's a lot of high winds. You can see the brighter greens here representing some pretty high winds right now on the leading edge of this, just to the southwest of Iron Ridge. And this will be heading towards 67 over the next 5 minutes. So those in this area, again, stay away from windows. Very high winds expected with this line as it moves down to the southeast as well. We have, again, all these blue squares that you're seeing on the screen are damage reports or reports of high winds. So you can just see the monster trail of them right now with this line that is, again, producing winds as high as 70 going towards Green Bay. Green Bay will also, the radar site there is probably going to get hit here in a few minutes. Hopefully it stays online, but definitely have a high amount of winds there as well. By the way, I posted our Discord server in the chat. You can join it if you want. It's posted on my Nightbot. Thank you, Go, by the way, for subscribing, as well as Abraham, Laura, Philip, Carl, Diamond, as well as Philip for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. And guys, if you live in this area, have any reports or anything like that, feel free to put those in the chat as well. I know a lot of you guys are probably watching from Wisconsin right now, so we'll keep you updated with the latest on everything that's ongoing. We do have another damage report coming in over in Oshkosh as of right now. This is over in Winnebago County. This county, by the way, has over 33% of the county without power right now, so it is a very hefty amount of power outages in this county. But small trees are bent over. Heard one tree crack. Estimated winds to be around 60 miles per hour. That is almost near the airport. So that's our latest report that we have coming in there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Milwaukee now for West Bend. And this also includes Jackson, Fredonia, as well as areas near Port Washington. This is for the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is currently moving off to the east. That's our latest warning as of right now. And again, we have a lot of warnings ongoing. We have a load of severe thunderstorms ongoing. We actually are up to 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a lot right now ongoing. So again, brand new warning, Joe, just got issued for Jackson, West Bend, Fredonia, Port Washington, as well as Cedarburg, and Hartford as well. And Milwaukee, probably, if you're in Milwaukee, which I know a few guys might be from that location, this line of storms will probably be there within the next 45 minutes or so. So make sure, again, you're starting to get ready. Stay away from windows again. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning. It's no reason to panic, but just make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. And we have a lot of trees falling and whatnot, so it's best for you to stay in shelter and be at the lowest ground possible. By the way, if you hear lightning or thunder, I know some of you guys might be going to the beach and whatnot over at the Great Lakes. Just make sure that if you hear thunder, that's the right thing to do, is just go indoors, Thank you, Chris, Wesley, Dragon, Michael, Jeff. Thank you guys all for subscribing. I appreciate it. And again, very high amount of winds right now. 70 miles per hour is still ongoing up this direction. Again, warning goes until 7:15 Central Time. So another about almost an hour on this line of storms right now up here in northeastern Wisconsin. Again, we will be monitoring that little area of rotation that is currently off to the west of Milwaukee. Again, the rotation on the latest scans is very broad, if not really not existent at this point, but it might start to recycle again. QLCS situation is not out of the question with maybe a storm or two here along this line. And what I'm referring to, by the way, in terms of rotation, I'll go ahead and zoom back in on it, was over here. The storm right now just south of Iron Ridge. This area had a little bit of rotation, not much anymore, but we'll have to watch this area closely. Again, it's a pretty decent looking area here. We definitely have some inflow going into the storm, so an area to watch. This will be moving a bit more down to the southeast, likely going to go towards Hartford, and as well as maybe even towards Milwaukee over the next several minutes. Let me see what currently it's going about 45 miles per hour, so let's go and put a little track on this, give you an idea of where this might be heading over the next several minutes. And let's kind of look at the timing as of right now. So Watertown currently 6:27, West Bend 6:37. West Bend might be slightly earlier, as well as Brookfield 7:03, New Berlin 7:08, West Alice right around 7:09, Milwaukee 7:13, Greenfield 7:14, and Franklin is projected for 7:17 at this current time. And again, that is embedded with this entire line of storms here, just this little section of the entire line here. So just keep that in mind. Again, that is not including the entire rotation. The rotation that we have that is, again, not really existent at this given time, but may start to redevelop again, is right here. And again, that's kind of making a beeline toward Milwaukee, but again, it's very broad. Nothing to be concerned about this given time, but we'll have to watch it closely. Again, we cannot rule out a brief tornado with this line as it moves down to the southeast. Very dangerous line of storms, as I mentioned before. What are the lapse rates? That's actually a good question. I mean, I don't think they're overly high. I'll take a look here in a second, though. Beaver Dam, by the way, branches in a street light down. That's our latest damage report. Again, that just came in from Beaver Dam. So, again, new report just came in of branches and a street light were down. All right, let me go over and take a look at the lapse rates real quick. I'll have to take a look on here. Lapse rate shouldn't be much of a concern, though. The overall hail threat is not high tonight, but I would assume the storms are rising pretty quickly, so I would assume the lapse rates are probably high, but we'll take a look. Lapse rates as of right now are around 6.5 to 7.5. That's estimated, though, by a computer model. So it might not be completely accurate, but as of what we're looking at right now, it's right around about 6.5 to 7.5. So again, lapse rates aren't overly high. That means the equivalent to that basically means we're not going to see a whole lot of hail threat. Thanks, Luke. I appreciate it. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, I know a lot of you guys aren't subscribed. We have 1,300 of you here. Make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we are on the road now to 13,000 subscribers. Unlucky 13, but appreciate everybody, again, staying tuned. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest throughout the evening. We will, again, be live through Michigan, and we will likely be covering, again, the storms over in Nebraska. We have a lot of severe thunderstorms actually firing up over there in Nebraska, so we will be keeping a close eye on everything for you tonight. So again, make sure to stay tuned, subscribe down below, like the video, and turn on post notifications. I would appreciate it. Lapse rates are basically how quickly a parcel goes in the atmosphere in terms of like how it, skyrockets. I'll kind of make a little graph here. I'll have to make a video on because I know a lot of people don't know what lapse rates are, but basically what we're looking at is a little graph here. Here's your temperature. Let's just say this is 0 degrees. Let's say this is 100 or something like that. Here's the surface. The higher lapse rate is, so let's just say 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer, it's going to go much quicker. Now, if it was 7 degrees Celsius, it's like this. So the hail threat is usually much higher when we have quicker and much higher lapse rates in terms of temperatures dropping when we go higher up in the atmosphere. So just kind of for reference. I mean, it's a very small graph. I'll have to make a video on it, but I'm planning on making more tutorial videos here pretty soon as well. Thank you, Mankey Jim, as well as Roger, Fred, Braxton, Ellen, and Han Solo. Han Solo's here, guys, the guy from Star Wars. Appreciate you guys all subscribing. Yeah, an MCS possibly developing in Nebraska. I don't know about maybe an MCS, but let's take a look real quick. I think it's going to be more, it doesn't look like an MCS to me, at least by radar. It's definitely not anywhere close to an MCS. I think it's just going to be more scattered storm activity. I don't think it will really become an MCS, though, in my personal opinion. Michigan probably will start to see storms around 8 o'clock Central, so 9 o'clock Eastern. That's kind of my projected time at this point. Once it'll start to make, basically landfall into Western Michigan. That is my expected timing at this given time. And this is over near west of Hartford. Again, we had a little bit of rotation on this before. I'm curious to see what the velocities look like now. Still very broad, nothing too crazy, but we definitely have high winds again going towards the radar. So again, an area to watch very closely as these storms move down to the southeast. Again, here's a look at the live radar as of right now. Again, storm's currently heading down to the southeast as of right now, down in this direction. In comparison to the ones up in Green Bay, they are moving northeast. So just a little bit of a confusion there because these are not very well spread apart, but they are obviously all moving different directions. Here's a look at the ongoing storms as I mentioned before. Again, we had a recent report of branches down and a street light down over in Beaver Dam. That's in Dodge County, Wisconsin. And again, back up here to the north near Green Bay, our warning is still for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And the ongoing storm is actually about to get pretty close to Green Bay. It will probably be entering Green Bay here pretty shortly. Let's take a look at the velocities and see if there's any change in this. And looks like the highest winds as of right now are still back out here north. Wait, the radar just updated. What is going on here? I have the right radar? Slight, or right angle, I mean. Let's go to this one. The winds don't nearly look as impressive, though, in the latest scans on this line, which may be good news. The winds are definitely still high down here, though, near Whitelaw right now. There's a little bit more brighter reds. Again, those represent higher wind speeds. Let me go over to the velocities, though. Let's try to change this over to base velocities. And, okay, so it shows a little bit better. It looks like the highest winds right now, maybe just along or west of Highway 41. Kind of embedded in this area of storms. That seems to be the highest winds. And, again, that's going towards Green Bay. So we might be still looking around 60 to 65. I'm not sure if it's high as a 70 now, but definitely can't rule out we see a little bit of those winds possibly as high as that. Let me go over here, change over to the radar site down this direction. Again, this is just west of Hartford. Ongoing storm, again, very broad rotation, but we'll have to watch this closely as it moves down to the southeast. Again, a couple of warnings ongoing for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We are currently at 15 severe thunderstorm warnings in the United States. Again, the majority of them in Wisconsin. We have a couple, again, over in Nebraska. We'll be watching all the storms very closely tonight. But again, main threat with this area of storms right now is definitely wind. Let me show you the velocities on this because it is actually pretty impressive that we're looking at right here. And yeah, the velocities here, again, near Neo Show right now are very high. This is the area where we have probably the highest winds. That was, again, where we had a little broad rotation back up near 60. It's definitely not nearly really any rotation anymore, but it is going down to the southeast. Again, Merton's going to be in the track of this, or Merton, and eventually going toward 164. Again, that area of wind, I'll kind of give you a little bit of a track here. It's kind of going this direction. So we'll eventually go towards Butler, kind of that direction. It might also go toward Milwaukee, depending on how long this kind of lasts in this little area. We very well could see this going toward Milwaukee, though. Definitely an area to watch very closely. Very high winds expected. Only area that we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning right now, funny enough, is actually this little box here. This is not currently warned. It might have some gusty winds, but I don't think there's a whole lot in terms of velocity showing much in terms of winds right now over that direction. Numerous trees down, by the way, over in the Morts, saying them right, that's north currently of Oshkosh, so that's near 45. Again, that's in Winnebago County, Wisconsin. Again, that is our latest report of numerous trees down. Also, branches down via social media. That was over in Winneconne, so that was another area that we saw another report there. Amro, again, we had several trees down and also power lines down in that direction. I haven't had any new reports, though, in the last few minutes. That was, again, a few minutes ago that we just got those in, but recent reports, at least, we haven't seen anything yet. Most recent one was over in Beaver Dam at branches and a street light down, so we're definitely still seeing some damage out of this line of storms as it moves off to the east and southeast. And again, for those up in Green Bay, they're moving northeast. Tons of trees down in Berlin, Wisconsin. Thank you, Amanda, for the report. So apparently, from somebody in chat, we do have a lot of trees down in Berlin, Wisconsin. And that's, again, west of Oshkosh, so kind of that area. There's a big soccer game going on at Lambeau Field. Is there really? Yeah, that line of storms is definitely going to hinder those plans unless that's indoors. But there's definitely some high winds right now going through Green Bay. Mystic, are you talking about Lansing, Michigan? Go here real quick. We're only 7 subscribers, by the way, away from 12,250. Again, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, I know 1,300 of you guys are in here. Most of you probably aren't subscribed. Again, hit the subscribe button down below. It's completely free to do. And again, we do live streams like this all the time. So would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button. Again, we'll be going live again tomorrow for tomorrow's severe weather event. So stay tuned. Well, again, we'll be live here probably for the next 4 to 5 hours as well. We have a lot to get to still. Again, a lot of severe weather to still unfold. We will be going back to Nebraska after this line of storms goes into the Great Lakes, and then we'll eventually cover this back into Michigan. So we keep you updated with the latest. Nebraska, again, seeing some severe weather right now. This area of storms, by the way, we're starting to get a little bit of a back end, it looks like. A little back end inflow kind of coming here. Not seeing a whole lot of velocities, but there's a little bit of a back end part of this storm. Looks actually pretty interesting here on radar. If you look at the radar here, you kind of see here's your pronounced area of storms, and then you kind of got a little bit of an inflow going in here on the back end. It's pretty hard for the storms or any tornado threat to really develop on the back end of like that, but definitely not out of the question. Not a whole lot of rotation, though, in that direction right now. Hey, you'll definitely be here tomorrow. Awesome. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mike, Sandra, Cuddle, Michael, R6T2, another Star Wars figure, as well as Rick, and as well as Dance for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Again, this is the area of storms right now near Green Bay. Green Bay is about to get hit by the storm probably within the next 2 minutes, so just keep that in mind. Currently, again, moving off to the northeast. Hey, Wilson, how you doing? Welcome back. Deadlock, this is currently Wisconsin. That's where we're currently at. Illinois, let's take a look. I don't think Illinois will see much unless you're like northwest of Chicago. Overall, the threat will stay pretty low, but you might see some isolated damaging winds. The overall threat will primarily be with this line of storms here near Madison. So this will kind of direct itself down this direction. But overall, it will probably be a low threat. If Chicago does see anything, though, I'm only expecting a low-end threat of maybe some damaging wind gusts. Nothing too crazy, though. 60-mile-per-hour winds maybe over that direction. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over in Berlin, as well as Wisconsin. So that was another recent report we just had come in from Amanda in chat. So it's very believable. We have a tree down over in Stoddard, by the way, Wisconsin. So we have also another report there of a tree down. And it looks like a pretty decent-sized tree. So we are definitely, again, looking at some pretty significant damage with this line of storms. Again, area storms right now going through Hartford as well as West Bend. Take a look at the velocities again on this. Haven't seen a whole lot of rotation, but definitely a lot of high winds right now going through areas, especially here just southwest of Hartford. We're seeing some pretty high wind gusts right now moving down to the southeast. So again, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible as this line of storms moves off to the east. Because again, trees can fall, and a lot of loose line items are probably going to be flying around too if nobody's been able to secure those. It's very common. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. That is for those over near Algoma. Luxembourg as well is also included. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible here. Warning expires at 7:30. It just got issued now. So new severe thunderstorm warning issued for that location. That is really for this area of storms here that is currently moving into that direction right now. So again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. And you got plenty of time, but we're really not a whole lot of time. But you got a little bit of time if you're up near Algoma right now. Those in Luxembourg, again, just make sure you're staying away from windows. Be in shelter if you're any of these warnings as well. I think that's pretty obvious. But those that are, again, in the track of these storms, there are a lot of high winds right now while ongoing. Am I predicting a southern turn? Not really. I mean, this might turn a little bit more to the south, like east-southeast, back over maybe once they get closer to Michigan, but not expecting much in terms of that threat. And we are currently at 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. All right, let me go back down here to the south. Let's take a look. And this is the area of storms back down here near Hartford and Jackson that is, again, producing some high winds. Cover this very closely. We're now up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. Back over to the... Curious to look at the hail radar real quick. I'm pretty sure we're not... Again, lapse rates are pretty low, so we're not going to probably see much hail. Again, any hailstone sizes are going to be under the size of Nichols for the most part. We see maybe near Madison slightly higher, maybe closer to nickel size. But overall, any hailstones that we see out of these storms is going to be pea-sized or less, I would say, for the most part. Overall, again, the damaging wind threat and as well as that low-end tornado threat are really our main concerns tonight, and maybe even some flash flooding. Again, the highest wind speeds out of this entire line of storms, in my personal opinion, from what we're seeing so far, is near Hartford, near 67. Again, that's just west of Jackson. So this is, again, heading off to the east-southeast. Jackson, as well as maybe Sussex, as well as down near Germantown, will all be in the track of this over the next several minutes. So again, a lot of areas to watch very closely down this direction. And again, back up near Green Bay. Let's hop over to Green Bay here. And Green Bay is going to get hit pretty much right now. They're getting the storms actually right now. So this to look at is right now near Deep Pierre as well. Near 172 and 29. Again, this is moving off to the northeast. We have some very high winds with this area of storms as well. Again, Green Bay currently in track of this area of storms right now. You are probably being hit right now if you're in Green Bay. And stay away from windows. Thank you, Devin. Yeah, there's another tree down over in Oshkosh as well, Wisconsin. Yeah, we've had a lot of trees down, as I mentioned before. That's our big concern at this point. Again, if you're just tuning in, join our Discord server. Again, we have a community off the stream that you can join. It's an off-community thing or whatever. You can click the link in the description, or you can click the link from Nightbot in the chat. And if you have any photos, feel free to send them in on that as well. Also, if you're on Twitter, you can always tweet me on Twitter if you have any photos as well. I will be checking my Twitter account regularly during the stream to make sure that we can see any of the photos that are coming in. Actually, I'm going to check Twitter real quick. I'm not sure if we have any reports coming in here. of anything so far. I haven't taken a look yet, but we'll take a look now. Quebec apparently had a tornado. Apparently there was an actual, like, decently sized tornado over in Quebec earlier, but I'm not entirely sure if that's 100% accurate. Somebody retweeted that to me. Oh yeah, there was a tornado, actually. That was just from a storm chaser. Apparently there was a tornado over in Quebec earlier. I can't show it on screen, but there was actually a tornado over that direction. Huh. We've actually had a tornado over that direction, but that's not the area storms that we're looking at right now. Looked like a pretty decent, it was a pretty good sized tornado too. Let me go back over to velocities. Let's take a look here. Not really, I don't think there's any rotation with this right now. It's more high winds. You can see the high winds, by the way, on the leading edge here. Here's your higher winds. All those brighter reds, again, representing your higher wind speeds. That's going through Maribel right now, as well as going through Michigan, saying that right. All those areas kind of in the track right now in terms of those high winds. Again, Green Bay probably getting hit. If not, they just got hit from the high winds. It looks like the brighter green, or brighter reds, excuse me, are kind of just off to their north now. And that's where we're looking at for those damaging wind gusts around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Yeah, that all does extend down here to the south, back closer to areas in portions of eastern and southeastern portions, as well of Michigan, or excuse me, not Michigan, Wisconsin. Let me back over here to the live radar. Here's what guys right now. Again, this is the line of storms currently back down northwest of Milwaukee. Again, this will be moving towards Milwaukee here pretty quickly, as well as Cedarburg and Fredonia, Port Washington, all going to be in the track of this over the next several minutes. Madison hook echo? I don't think so. It's more of just a hail front at this point. This is, I believe, outflow driven, so we're not going to probably see much here. Very outflow driven. It's very straight as well. So yeah, not a whole lot here. Higher winds though. There's definitely some high winds here in Madison. Take a look at what the estimates are. 70 miles per hour is being estimated near Madison. I'm not sure if that's completely accurate. I don't know if anybody here is from Madison. I think we had a few people talking from Madison, but I could be wrong. If you are in Madison and you have any reports or anything like that, again, make sure it's safe. But let me know if you have any reports from that location. Thank you, Knight, Adam, Travis, Steve, as well as Hillo and Jeremy for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Yes, Quebec, Canada. I'm not sure where in Quebec though. I have no clue. I just saw something on Twitter. Somebody tweeted at me. All right, I'll take a look at Twitter here in a second. And this was a potential 70 miles per hour near Madison. That's, again, radar estimated, but definitely cannot rule out that we're looking at those high wind speeds. And wind speeds could go as high as 85 to 90 today. So we're looking at very high wind speeds overall. All right, I'll take a look at Twitter. Let's take a look. Tree down in Oshkosh. That was the latest from Devin. Very clearly there. Yeah, so a tree probably about, I don't know, about 10 feet maybe tall. Bit of a smaller tree, but yeah, definitely, again, some trees being damaged again across this line of storms, unfortunately. There's also, again, a shelf cloud right now going through West Bend, Wisconsin. So we're also having that report coming in right now as well. Which is, excuse me, I said a shelf cloud, right? Did I say shelf cloud? I might have said a wall cloud. I meant shelf cloud if I said that, but a shelf cloud's right now going through that area. That, again, is very well known because it's, again, an outflow-driven area of storms, but that's our latest report from that area. Let's go back up to Green Bay. Let's take a look at the storms right now. Again, Green Bay is getting pounded with storms right now. A lot of rain in this area as well. Again, we have a load of severe thunderstorm warnings back out in Nebraska. We have 3 currently. We'll be watching those storms as well very closely tonight, but primarily going to be hail out that direction. Maybe some isolated damaging winds. My burnt grass is enjoying the rain. There you go. There's a lot of burnt grass too. Milwaukee, the main threat's going to be damaging winds down that direction. Again, this is kind of what we're looking at right now. The line of storm's currently off to your northeast. It will be dropping down to the southeast, and I would expect the storms there within the next 20 to 30 minutes. But main threat's going to be damaging winds. Cannot rule out, again, maybe a brief tornado with this line, but it most likely is not going to occur since it's just so close now to the Great Lakes. I don't see any organization, at least at this given time, but it may occur. We can't rule it out at this point. But again, this line's moving down to the southeast over this direction. Back up to the north, it's moving a bit more east and northeast. But this will eventually move into Michigan, as I mentioned before. Main threats in Michigan will be damaging winds. Again, I cannot rule out an isolated brief tornado as well over that direction. We're having a lot of flooding reports, by the way, coming in from La Crosse as well. So there's also flooding there. And I know there was a tornado radar confirmed over that direction earlier too. So we are having that come in as well. So again, ongoing threats there being as well. Flash flooding, definitely not out of the question. We do have a new mesoscale discussion, by the way. Let me go and pull it up on the screen. mesoscale discussion. For those over in the Great Lakes and Western Michigan, we might get a new severe thunderstorm watch. We'll see if it pops up. If it doesn't, it just has not actually. I think it literally just got issued, so it may have not popped up yet. But it does include Western Michigan. I'll kind of outline it here for you. Again, there's actually a potential for flash flooding as well in Milwaukee. Southeastern portions of Wisconsin currently included in that. Here's the area, though, that we have that ongoing new mesoscale discussion, primarily north of Chicago. I kind of circled Chicago, but it's primarily north of there. But it's in this area here. Damaging winds will remain possible across Wisconsin and will likely persist into Michigan. Now, a severe thunderstorm watch may also be issued with this, but we'll see what happens. New watch may be needed if the storm trends continue. That's basically where we're at this point. So just something to keep in mind. We do have a special weather statement in effect, by the way, for Milwaukee for 40-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like the overall outflow pattern is carrying those winds right now. So that's what we have on the latest report here. By the way, this line of storms right now going through West Bend, it will eventually move into Port Washington, Cedarburg, and Fredonia in the next couple of minutes. So high winds going through those locations as well. Southwestern Michigan will likely see storms, by the way. I know, Devin. I know. It's crazy. Thank you, Lane, as well as Beta for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. No problem, Jess. Appreciate you tuning in. And we do live streams like this all the time. We go live for almost every slight risk as well. So I know a lot of slight risks produce some pretty significant severe weather. We go live for a lot of weather events. We were actually live yesterday before the slight risk got issued. We were live for the marginal risk. We had like 6 or 7 tornadoes last night. So again, we go live for a lot of weather events. And there was a good reason why we went live last night. It was crazy. Again, if you want to subscribe, make sure to subscribe down below. We are, I believe, 50 subscribers right now from 12,350. So again, I would appreciate if you become a subscriber here on our YouTube channel. And we'll keep you updated with the latest as this line of storms again moves into Michigan as well. And we will be live throughout the entire thing, so stay tuned. And again, high winds right now. The highest winds are actually currently down here near 83. And again, that's kind of, we have a special weather statement for Milwaukee, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm warning for this high pocket of winds here. That's near 67 moving down to the southeast. So definitely an area to watch very closely. Again, south of Hartford, moving down to the southeast, definitely some high winds. Latest radar update, you can see the leading edge of those high winds, possibly around 60. The brighter greens, again, representing your higher wind speeds. And as of right now, estimated to be around 50 to 55, but I definitely can't rely it's a little bit higher than that. Let's look at the velocity sets right now. Let's hop back over to the live radar. Here's a look, guys, right now. Again, we have some strong storms going through Madison right now. I know a few of you guys are from Madison, as well as McFarland and whatnot, as well as down closer to Fitchburg. Those areas, again, seeing some high winds as well, up to 60 miles per hour. That is, again, moving down to the south. So, ongoing severe thunderstorm warning here. Definitely another area to watch very closely. Yes, I'll be live for Michigan most likely, so stay tuned. Yeah, I do not work, by the way, I'm a completely solo entity. I have never even watched Ryan Hall. Again, I am a completely solo entity from everybody. I am a solo person. I am not associated with anybody. Just kind of getting that out there. Just got a warning that dangerous storms are imminent. I don't know which area you're at, but again, all the winds right now are around 60 to 70 across Wisconsin. And again, we have other severe weather ongoing. We have multiple warnings right now in portions. We actually have ping pong ball sized hail back over in Nebraska. We will be watching those storms again. Once these storms are over into areas in the Great Lakes, we will shift our focus back to Nebraska for a short amount of time before going back over when the storms get close to Michigan. We'll be covering them again. But overall, again, we will be seeing these storms into areas in Michigan here pretty soon as well. This will probably cross over into Michigan within an hour, I would say. Let's go and take a look at the timing. I'll put a timing guide on here. This is for the entire line here, but kind of give you an idea. Again, it's all going different directions, but here's kind of the timing. Within 2 hours or so, it'll probably make it to those locations, but here's a look at the timing on the left side of your screen, kind of bottom left. Actually, I'll put it up here for now. This is very messy. I'll only take this off and we'll do this. There we go. Here's a look at it. So that's your timing. Again, it'll likely be into Michigan no later than 8 o'clock, I would say, especially right along the western portions near Ludington, for example. Those areas likely going to start to see these storms probably a little bit closer, again, maybe 8 o'clock or so central. That's 9 o'clock, by the way, Eastern time for reference. I know you guys are 1 hour ahead in Michigan, so just for reference. Let's look at the timing as of right now. Yeah, definitely a very high amount of winds. With all the storms, by the way, they are all very potent right now. Go back over here. Yeah, this is the warning ongoing near Madison, McFarland, 60 mile per hour winds ongoing as of right now. Hey, Joshua, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, Jody, right now, Milwaukee's probably going to see these storms probably within the next, I would say 15 minutes or so. But overall, looks like the complex near Milwaukee, not nearly as potent at this point in terms of the rest of the line of storms. So probably at least some gusty winds, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds. But at this given time, it's starting to fall apart a little bit on that southern end, which is probably good news for Milwaukee. But we're still seeing some pretty potent storms back out to the west. But these are moving down to the south for reference. So we're looking at it right now. Hey, Becca, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, there's a low-end chance for tornadoes in the northeast tomorrow. Again, we'll probably be live for that. So, stay tuned. Yeah, I know 1920s. We actually peaked at near 1.5, I think. This is our highest concurrent viewers we've actually ever had, so. Okay. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. If you're just tuning in, again, I would appreciate if you hit the like button. We have 1,265 people watching, only 500 likes. Half of you haven't liked the stream. Make sure to hit the like button down below. Again, it helps our page out a lot. And if you're enjoying the stream, again, appreciate it if you do. And again, we do live streams like this all the time. Make sure to hit the subscribe button as well. We are 18 subscribers from 12,350. Looks like a mini hurricane. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does in some instances, but it's really, it doesn't have anywhere close to the shape of that, but it is a very potent line of storms. Again, it has a pretty decent little bow here. It's not overly impressive. We've seen much more impressive bowing storms before, but these are definitely pretty impressive to say the least. We do have a new damage report coming in from Campbellsport, by the way, at 6:28 Central Time, about 22 minutes ago, but it just came in now, of a report of 3-inch tree limbs broken or power poles broken. One of the two. I'm assuming it's probably power lines down or something like that. That is north of West Bend, by the way, just for reference. So latest report just came in there. Again, this severe thunderstorm watch goes until 11 Central. I would assume we don't see it until 11 Central because most of the line storms are going to be moving into Michigan probably no later than like 8 o'clock. So, by the way, we do have a new report coming in. It looks like a tree fell onto 2 campers at High Cliff State Park. 2 injuries were reported. Okay, so we actually have injuries now coming in from the High Cliff State Park at 6:03 Central Time. This is our newest report. Very unfortunate news, but we have 2 injuries that were reported over at the High Cliff State Park. Hopefully everybody's safe over there. Hopefully everybody's being treated and whatnot, but unfortunate that we have actually injuries coming in now from High Cliff State Park. Hopefully everybody's okay there though. Otherwise, again, that was at 2 campers. I'm assuming it was some sort of campers area there, but unfortunately a couple of injuries just came in west of Brilliant, so definitely not any good news out of that, and obviously no good news out of any of this other than maybe some of the rain, but obviously the severe weather outweighs the overall rain at this point. So again, unfortunate news up there. We again have our recent report of a couple of injuries up there at a state park, so that's unfortunate to hear. Chamber, I have no clue. I had 1,900 subscribers back in May of this year, and we've really just blown up, and I really don't know how. It kind of came out of nowhere. It grew like wildfire, basically, yeah. All right, back down to Madison, though, as of right now. This is southeast of Madison. We have some pretty high winds, as I mentioned before, here near Madison. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If we go back over to the velocities, though, we are probably still talking possibly even higher than that. Near McFarland, this little area here, possibly a little bit higher in terms of the wind speeds. Again, this is a few hundred feet off the ground, but we might be as high as 70. That's what's being at least estimated by radar. So, again, just south now of Highway 18 and 12. This is along Highway 51. Stoughton is going to be in the track of this, as well as Oregon. Those areas kind of in the track of that wind area at this point, kind of moving down to the south. Again, that is definitely some high winds, though, with this area of storms. And the warning is for 60. Let me take a look if it got updated, though, at all. I'm not sure if it got updated recently. And as of now, it's still 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's what we're looking at right now. And by the way, Green Bay's been hit, by the way, so we are not really too concerned about Green Bay at this point. Beyond what they already saw, maybe a little bit of a low-end flash flooding threat, but other than that, should be kind of tapering off a little bit. We currently have, by the way, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. So, again, counters at the bottom of the screen, bottom right. Matthew, most likely not much. If anything, there will be a pretty low-end chance for severe weather tonight. Stoughton, thank you, Connie. All right, so this is Stoughton, for reference. Again, that's where the possibility for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds exists right now, and I just put in the highlighter. But currently near McFarland, we had some pretty high wind gusts right there. So definitely some high winds, again, moving down towards those areas. Near 138, Stoughton as well. Again, Cambridge possibly going to see some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds in that direction as well. Highest winds, though, as of now, are currently just off to the south and southeast of Madison. And again, for those back near Milwaukee, looks like some good news so far. I'm not seeing a whole lot of a pronounced area of storms anymore. It looks a lot more disorganized, a lot more rain, just some moderate to maybe a little bit of heavy rain. Obviously, a lot of lightning, so don't go outside and party at this point. Obviously, that is just crazy if you would. But there will definitely be a lot of lightning with these storms regardless, but at least the wind threat seems to be dying down for those that are near Milwaukee. Again, that could change, but it definitely looks like some good promising news so far out in that direction right now. We will likely get some reports back up in Green Bay, by the way, here pretty soon in terms of what the storms actually did do to that region. If you are in Green Bay, by the way, feel free to leave a message in chat and just, say if you have anything ongoing in that direction. It looks like all the rain, at least in terms of the ongoing worst part of the storms, has moved out of Green Bay, is now off into the Great Lakes, which is good news. Still a little bit of moderate rain there, but it looks like it's starting to wind down a little bit. So a lot of stuff still ongoing, though. Again, we'll keep you up to the latest on all the severe weather. Hey, no problem, Bug. Yeah, again, I was going to go live a lot earlier today, but I had some stuff going on this morning, so I didn't really have any time to until literally like an hour ago. Again, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button down below. I would really appreciate it. Again, if you're just tuning in as well, hit the subscribe button. If every one of you subscribe right now, we might be able to get to 13,000 subscribers, so would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button. Again, we do live streams like this all the time, and also, if you have any questions, again, you can feel free to post those in the chat. We do have a new mesoscale discussion, by the way, for those over in Maryland. This is actually from almost an hour ago. I just have not gotten to it. Isolated damaging winds or hail may be possible through 01Z, which is, I believe, 8 o'clock Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. So that is for Maryland and Virginia. So those over in those directions, as well as extreme southern Pennsylvania. Very low-end chance for severe weather over the next couple of hours over there. But again, Wisconsin and Michigan, really the main threats tonight. Maybe even extreme northern Illinois, and then obviously Nebraska and western portions of Iowa. And we actually have no warnings actually on going back out near Maryland now, which is actually good news. So it looks like that threat might be diminishing now, but obviously that was the initial line of storms that we saw this morning, by the way, over in Ohio. I was actually going to possibly go live for that this morning, but I was not able to again. So this would actually, again, this might have even been a 12-hour live stream if I didn't have anything going on today. Hey, Katie, thank you, Katie, for subscribing, as well as Blake, Matthews, John, Neil, Dean, Preach, and as well as Corey. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Des Moines will probably not see much tonight. Against a low-end chance for severe weather, I can't rule out maybe some isolated damaging winds and maybe a little bit of isolated large hail. I think the threat, though, will probably, for the most part, stay to your north and west. But again, I can't rule out maybe an isolated severe storm. Should stay on the low end, though, tonight. Appreciate that, James. Yeah, we're not talking about a whole lot of a tornado threat tonight. It's pretty low. I mean, it's not zero. We might actually see something tonight. Again, we saw 6 last night. We had like 10 tornado warnings in the span of about a 3-hour live stream at the beginning. And for those that were there last night, and I know some of you guys in chat were there, it was insane. We saw a really active evening last night, and it was only marginal threats for severe weather. So it was extremely active. We had at least 6 or 7 confirmed tornadoes yesterday. And obviously this is still pretty significant. We're looking at a lot of, again, widespread, basically damaging winds, numerous at the least across portions of Wisconsin. Obviously, Minnesota as well had that threat earlier today. And yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy day, obviously, so far. And obviously, we saw that. I think we had a radar confirmed tornado, as I mentioned before, over in La Crosse. So that's definitely not out of the question as well. We might still see an isolated tornado threat. Hey, Shane, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, that North Dakota storm last night blew everybody away. That was insane. Again, if you haven't seen it on Twitter, I'm going to put the link in chat here in a second. It is probably the most insane storm that you might ever see on radar. So you might want to go check it out. I'll go and post it on the chat here after the subscriber all things come in. But thank you, Bob, OU, Brenda, Adam, and Boxcar for subscribing. If you guys want to check out that insane storm, the little reflectivity though on radar, make sure to click the link in the chat. I just posted it 3 times. Yeah, last night was insane. Thank you, Beast, as well as Boxcar and Michael, by the way, for subscribing, as well as Adam. How's Ohio looking tonight? You shouldn't be seeing too much. You might see a weakening line of storms overnight, but overall, mainly just isolated damaging winds. Tomorrow will be a bit more of a different story, though. I'll have a full forecast for that tomorrow. Again, near McFarland right now, we're seeing some pretty high winds here. Latest radar update was 655, so we're getting a next one right now, actually. So we'll take a look what happens here on the next scan. Pretty decent storms, though, here right now. Yes, I'll probably be live tomorrow. Yeah, I'm most likely going to. Lacrosse had a 90 mile per hour from earlier. Okay, gotcha. 90 miles per hour. The highest I saw today so far was 70, but that, again, tornadoes are a little bit different. They definitely can be higher. They usually are higher. What does the white mean on radar? Are you talking about these white lines? Because those are just tracks. You can see here. Just computer generated tracks. Actually, I should take that off. I don't know how I take it off, but I can take it off somehow. But that's what you're talking about. The white lines are just tracks. They're just computer generated. Appleton got a 70 mile per hour wind. Is that the recent report we just had come in? We had a 59 and a 53 so far. I haven't seen 70 yet, but we have a lot of trees down up here. Again, we had a tree fell onto 2 campers over at the High Cliff State Park. 2 injuries reported, as I mentioned before. We also had strong wind. Okay, so actually, this is a new report that we just got coming in. Strong thunderstorm winds destroyed a dock on Lake Winnebago. So that's our most recent report. That's just to the north of 151. So we have some new reports coming in over that direction as well. One of our most recent reports was over near Beaver Dam, excuse me, as well. Branches and a street light down. So those are some of our more recent reports with this area storms. I think these renewals just automatically happen for some reason, but I do appreciate Cody as well as Granny and John. I don't think either of them are here, but appreciate you guys all becoming members for 2 to 3 months, by the way. Appreciate that a lot. The rain? I don't think there's any white in the rain. But if, oh, are you talking about the rain from last night? That is usually hail. That's like really large hail typically, or high downburst winds. Winnebago or Bago. Winnebago, is that how you say it? Is there any tornado warnings? I'm just curious. I don't think we have any yet. Okay, we have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now. Drop the number down too. Again, near McFarland right now, we have a pretty decent looking cell here. Again, ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. It's still 60 mile per hour winds. Take a look at the velocities on our latest scan. And primarily high winds. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation, obviously, with this as of now. Very broad, if anything, but definitely some high winds. We're talking, again, possibly 60 to 65 here. I can't rule out as high as 70. Pretty decent area of storms here near McFarland, though, right now. Again, those near Milwaukee, at this given time, you're looking at more of just gusty winds and some rain, but I can't rule out you see some severe weather. Again, stay tuned. We'll keep you updated as those storms go down that direction. Winnebago, thank you. Michigan will see storms probably right around 9 o'clock Eastern, and again, we'll be keeping you updated with the latest on those. But overall, scattered damaging winds possible there. We'll have to watch what happens as these storms move over the Great Lakes, but I do think they will probably re-strengthen a little bit as they move over the Great Lakes, with the main threat being damaging winds. And also, water spouts may be possible off the coast, by the way. Can't rely on isolate water spout or 2 in the Great Lakes, by the way. I know most of you guys probably aren't boating or anything, but that is also a threat as that line of storms moves down over that direction, or the east. I checked the weather for Tampa. No, we're primarily focusing on the severe weather tonight. Anything in Tampa, though, is just regular, ordinary summertime storms. So nothing too crazy to be concerned about this given time. Here's the latest radar update. This storm actually could get some rotation. It is pretty, it's not discrete, but it has a pretty decent looking, crazy hook, but it's a little bit more organized than the rest of these storms. So we'll have to watch this one pretty closely. Again, this is currently tracking off to the east. We're currently 100 subscribers from 12,500. Again, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, I would appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, by the way, that has subscribed tonight. Really do appreciate it. Only works if you talk fast. I talk fast, so that's easy. Hey, Lauren, how you doing? Welcome. Hey, Christian, welcome back. I'll look at Tampa real quick. I don't think it's anything severe, though. It's just regular storm, I'm pretty sure, down that direction. There was some hail reports in Tampa, but they were pretty minimal, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's nothing in Tampa. They're all to your north and west. They're not going to come down that way, excuse me. Yeah, general sea breeze storms in Florida. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the entire summer. That's what you guys see. Here's a look at the velocities as of right now. We're still seeing some high winds near McFarland as of right now. Again, the rotation has not been very impressive with this as of now. Again, it might develop over the next few scans. It is a bit more organized than the rest of this line. See what happens. A decent little inflow. Again, it's a bit more outflow driven, though. We'll see what happens, though. Again, that's moving down to the southeast. And Stoughton right now in the track of that. Whitewater will also be in the track of it eventually. Jefferson right now, or Jefferson's getting hit right now. Do I have any more damage reports coming in? None in Green Bay yet. We'll keep you updated if we get any damage reports up there in Green Bay. It's near McFarland. James, are you talking about like on the scale today, or are you just talking about like in general? Apparently there was a boat race on Lake Michigan, apparently. By the way, the highest wind report that we've had today so far was actually in Charleston, South Carolina. It wasn't even this area. It was a, I believe it was an 80-mile-per-hour damage report. So yeah, we saw some really high winds over that direction. Music, the only storms over in Virginia are really just weakening, so not a whole lot in Virginia tonight. To our bar in Florida. Go ahead and zoom back out again. The Boeing line of storms, the worst part of the line right now, is now over into the Great Lakes for the most part, going through really the eastern coast or southeast coast right now of Wisconsin. But overall, the threat is now going to start to move more towards Michigan. We're going to watch that very closely. Again, this line will likely still be producing severe weather by the time it reaches western Michigan. Overall, though, the severe weather now is really moving towards areas near Milwaukee, all the way back up to west near Madison, and possibly as far to the south of Chicago over the next couple of hours. We will also be checking in a little bit more on areas near Nebraska as well. Nebraska has actually 4 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. We will be watching those storms closely as well. There's a hail threat out that direction, so what we got going out that direction. No problem, Frog. Appreciate you tuning in. I just had somebody comment on one of my videos. Can you talk slower? Guys, if you guys haven't been here before, you know I talk fast. Or you might not know, but I do talk pretty fast. That's how I go. Here's a look at the velocities get on the storm as of right now. Not a whole lot of rotation, but we're going to watch this still pretty closely. Again, here the wind's going toward the radar and then away from the radar. Not very impressive by any means, but pretty broad rotation. We'll watch it closely, though. Overall, it's pretty much for the most part outflow driven, so probably not going to see a huge threat, but we might see something. It's, again, most organized part of this line right now, for sure. Now and again to the southeast. This warning, by the way, expires at 7:15. We may get a new one here pretty soon. Am I going to be live until 1 a.m.? I don't know. We'll see. Depends on what happens over the next several hours. No issues with the fast talker. There you go. Thank you, Eve, Sharon, Naruto, Susan, Anthony, and Hayes for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Stoughton. Okay, so it's Stoughton. Somebody else said it was Stoughton. So Stoughton. Okay. Thank you, Connie. Appreciate it. Again, if I do mispronounce any names, you can feel free to correct me, as always, in chat. But again, I'm not from Wisconsin, so I have absolutely no clue. We do have a new damage report coming in from Green Bay, and that is of trees down in the 22 block of Oneida Street. So that's up in, actually, that's just south. That's the outskirts there of Green Bay. So that's our most recent report. Again, trees down. That's been the most common report by far today. And obviously, power lines being down, power outages, and all of that have been very common reports that we've seen with this entire line of storms to this extent. So definitely going to continue over the next several hours. I'm going to take a look what the power outages look like now. We do have a lot still in Winnebago County. Up in Forest County, we still have a low-end amount of people without power. Down in Brown County, we currently have about 2,800 without power out of 55,000. Back out in Vernon County and La Crosse County, those areas still the most without power, or not really the most, but they are still a good majority of those areas are without power. Again, Winnebago is currently Winnebago, excuse me, is still the worst at 19,000 actually out of 38,000. We actually have half the county without power there, so you know, a lot of severe weather went through that area. Obviously, it's going to continue over the next several hours. No problem, Jenny. Appreciate you tuning in. Hey, Gene, how you doing? Welcome back. Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it. Tornado warning woke us up at 5:45. I heard about that storm. I didn't see it until, you know, when I woke up. But obviously, I was live until like 1 a.m. last night. So for those that were watching last night, again, I wouldn't have been able to go live for 5:45. Is this storm going to be hitting southern Indiana? No, I don't think so. Indiana's probably going to be fine tonight. You might see something tomorrow. Probably a low-end threat tomorrow as well. No problem, Gene. Or way you can attempt to caption your videos. What do you mean by that, Megan? Do you mean like closed captioning? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know if you can do that in live streams. Yes, Shelly. That's why I recommend using the donation link. you ever to donate. Then you can. Alan as well as Haunted for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Winnebago now? Winnebago. Okay, I'll have to memorize that. Thank you. No problem, Marie. Or Janelle. Janelia. I'm saying names all over the place tonight. Yeah, storms in Virginia, again, are losing energy. Yeah, you're very well correct. They are, for the most part, losing energy at this point. Not as nearly as much of a concern as this line. And again, this line will be moving through southeastern Wisconsin and eventually going to Michigan. Line of storms over here, not really exist. It's very, very limited at this point. If anything, gusty winds. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for Milwaukee. So those in Milwaukee, again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 60 mile per hour winds. This is moving southeast about 25 to 30 miles per hour. New Berlin, Brookfield, Greenfield, all included as well. Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, obviously anywhere Milwaukee is included. Whitefish Bay, Greendale, Brown Deer, St. Francis, Heartland, Hales Corner, just some of the areas included. Again, all the locations on the left side of your screen. Again, winds as high as 60 miles per hour may occur. This is again for Milwaukee. Kansas not seeing anything tonight. Primarily only Nebraska for out that direction. No, Eric. Nobody's actually ever said that. I'll look into it, Megan. I don't know if I'll have to look into that. This closed captioning actually would be a good thing to add. Shelf cloud rolled through again. Wisconsin, again, shelf cloud all across the board at this point. It's pretty obvious that we've had shelf clouds with this entire line of storms. It's all being outflow driven. But we have a new picture. We have more pictures coming in on Twitter. Again, if you're not on our Twitter, click the link in the description. Actually, I'll link it in chat if you guys want to follow me on Twitter. Again, we post photos on there. And if you have any photos yourself, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. Again, the link will be in the chat from Nightbot. So we do have a new wind report coming in Cedarburg of a 60 mile per hour damaging wind gust. Again, that's up near Cedarburg. Recent report, 60 miles per hour. That was about 12 minutes ago. So it's our most recent report. We also had one of 65 actually over in Sheboygan. Is that how you say the name? That's over in eastern Wisconsin. So again, a 65 mile per hour report came in. Okay, it looks like a Nightbot didn't post it, but if you check out the link that Stream Elements posted, you can check out my social medias and whatnot. But again, we have 60 mile per hour one in Cedarburg, and back up here we have one at 65. Sheboygan, okay, thank you. So yeah, that area again saw 65 mile per hour wind report. Some high winds up that direction, actually. Thank you, Haunted, by the way, for the report. Where are you, what general area are you at? Because again, high winds are expected with this entire thing, but obviously, again, if you're Milwaukee, we just got a new warning for 60 mile per hour winds. Back out here near Madison, we still got ongoing damaging winds here, potentially as high as 60 to 65. Again, this is currently moving down to the southeast. This will be going toward Fort Atkinson, as well as Egerton, as well as White Water. Those areas in the track over the next several minutes. No problem, Shell. Appreciate you tuning in. It's currently Wisconsin. And there's also other severe weather ongoing. We'll be covering all the severe weather, as I mentioned before, throughout this live stream. We are down to, or we're actually up now to 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have increased by 1. We have, again, 15 ongoing. Those are not all in Wisconsin. We have some outside of there. But again, all the warnings only include severe thunderstorm warnings. They do not include flash flood warnings. They do not include special marine warnings, nothing like that. Just include severe thunderstorm warnings. I will have to specify that next time, but Wisconsin residents love to hear people pronouncing city and county names. I know. I wouldn't doubt it. I feel bad for any person that wants to get a gig at like a Milwaukee or something like that, you know, news station, trying to pronounce some of these names. I would assume they give you pronunciation if you're like a news person, but if you're a weather guy, you're just going, you know, off the top of your head, basically. You're gonna have to know those pronunciations beforehand. It's like, that'd be crazy. Yeah, Gina has. I've only been live really for the last couple of hours, but it was really busy beforehand too. Yes, Christian, I'll likely be live tomorrow. Again, we'll likely be live for the severe weather outbreak potential over in the Northeast as well as the Ohio Valley tomorrow. So again, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. Again, it's completely free to do. Click the red button down below. We're only 58 subscribers from 12,500. I would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button. And appreciate everybody tuning in as always. Again, make sure to hit the like button as well. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 likes on this live stream. We are at 700 right now, so make sure to hit the like button down below too. We have 1,300 people. Another 300 likes shouldn't be too hard to do. Again, it's completely free to do as well. Very easy. Thank you, Brandon and Shannon, as well as Noob for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back over to the east. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, about to expire. Obviously, the storms are now moving off the coast. The ones going toward Milwaukee right now are currently around 60 miles per hour, just for reference. So, again, that's our latest update. Severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, watch out for that right now. Oh, I just heard something. Here's that line of storms right now going across areas in the western Great Lakes right now. Those will again be going into Michigan. Back out here again. Just southeast of Madison near McFarland, going toward Highway 51 and 73. Damaging winds around 60 right now, moving down to the southeast. My light just flickered. Thank you, Mike, for the report. Milwaukee, Alan. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, Janelle, tomorrow will be an interesting day. Again, we're gonna have a potential for really main threats to be damaging winds, but we might also see a few tornadoes. So tomorrow will definitely be an interesting day, to say the least. We're going to probably see a good amount of activity tomorrow. Oh, no, I do not. I do not play games, thank you. Problem, Naruto. Do you think Tornado Alley is shifting? I've kind of mentioned this a lot. I never thought I was really put in the right place. I think really Dixie Alley is where most of the tornado action happens to begin with, but overall, I think it's not really shifting. I think it's kind of a weird question because there's 2 different alleys. But if you were to name Tornado Alley, like rename it, I would kind of replace it. I think Dixie Alley should be named Tornado Alley, to be honest. But the central and southern plains and whatnot, even the northern plains, portions of the Tornado Alley, they typically see a decent amount of tornadoes still. So it's kind of hard to really answer that. I mean, it's just a name. It's not really, kind of like putting like a location on something. There was tornado warnings earlier. We haven't had any since I started, which we've been live for about an hour and 45 minutes. So haven't had any at this current time. We don't have any tornado warnings, but again, that might change. So we'll be watching that very closely. Why my text keeps shifting like that? Anything about Illinois so far? Illinois will see storms most likely if you're in extreme northeastern Illinois. I mean, other than that, anywhere like near Chicago, it's still a low chance. Overall, this line of storms is kind of going in this direction. It's going to be very, very close to seeing anything. But if you do see anything, it's going to be in extreme northeastern portions of Illinois. Overall, the line right now is currently, as I mentioned before, moving over the Great Lakes. So it's going to go, again, into Michigan probably within the next hour or so. So that's what we're looking at right now. Actually, a ping pong ball-sized hail still ongoing in eastern Nebraska. Still have that ongoing threat. We have recent hail reports coming in, by the way, in Madison. We actually have quarter-sized hail being reported here, as well as nickel-sized hail. Our latest reports, these are all MPing reports, but those are our latest reports over in Madison. So quarter-sized hail over in Monona, as well as over near McFarland, nickel-sized hail. Again, that is all moving down to the southeast towards Fort Atkinson. So we do have some hail reports coming in. Again, the lapse rates are not overly high today, so it's going to be, again, an overall low threat, but definitely can't rule out maybe, again, an isolated area of a little bit of $1.25 sized hail. Main threat, again, is going to be damaging winds throughout the evening. Phil, most likely, most likely not. I'm not seeing much over that direction tonight. It's going to be a very low-end chance. You might see an isolated, severe storm, but it will stay very low over the next hour. Here's a look at the new warning, by the way. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. This does include areas in Milton, as well as Janesville, Fort Atkinson, as well as, I believe, Deerfield's up there, as well as Whitewater and Evansville are all included. Damaging winds up to 60, and again, quarter-sized hail possible. So we do have a hail threat, again, ongoing with this cell. That's our latest update on the brand new warning. This warning expires at 8:30 Central Time. This may be the cell that goes maybe into northeastern Illinois, so we'll have to watch that closely. Again, that's our brand new warning, currently moving again down to the southeast. Thanks, Ann. Appreciate it. You're in Ocala, Florida. Nice. Thank you, Nick, Mark, JP, Gamer, Terry, Dana, Barbara, David, and Marnie for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. I haven't been streaming all day, but I do appreciate it. I've only been streaming for about a couple hours. I typically stream longer than this. Bring the storm to New Mexico. I don't think that's physically possible. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. We don't have any, I don't think. We actually have we have a couple of new damage reports coming in. So we have one over in Valders, which is a new report of a power line down. So again, very common at this point. We've had a lot of trees down as well as power lines. So that's our most recent report. Again, that's just off the northwest of Cleveland. Also a destroyed dock, as I mentioned before, over in Stockbridge. Over the High Cliff State Park, this was from a little bit earlier, but we also had a tree that fell into 2 campers. 2 injuries, again, were reported from there. Again, I hope everybody's all right in that location. And our most recent wind reports, again, were 60 down in Cedarburg, and Sheboygan was also 65 miles per hour. Those are our highest wind reports as of recently. Again, the storms that were producing those high winds are now over the Great Lakes. Those will again be moving into Michigan over the next hour, so we'll have to watch that pretty closely. Again, those in Milwaukee, 60 mile per hour winds are moving down to your southeast. Again, possibility for 60 mile per hour winds from Milwaukee, New Berlin, Brookfield, Greenfield. A lot of those areas, again, on the left side of your screen included in that warning. Again, back near Fort Atkinson and Whitewater and Janesville and Milton are currently all included in the potential for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. Again, our most recent report with this cell was quarter-sized hail, so we do have actually some hail ongoing with this cell. Again, it's currently moving down to the southeast, so we definitely have some cell, or at least some hail at this given time ongoing with this cell. And again, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska. Those are primarily quarter to half dollar sized hail. That is near Dodge and Clarkson for reference. Again, we'll take a look at those as well a little bit as well. Thank you, Major, for the $2.50 tip. I don't have stream on, so thank you for the tip. I appreciate that. Oh, it's not the most appropriate name. I do appreciate your tip. She-boy gun. Oh, it's gun. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have a lot of power lines down. As I mentioned before, we have a load of power outages right now. One county currently without power in half of the county. So, Bargo is currently the county with 19,500 people without power out of 38,600. So, that is the one county that we have the most power outages currently in, for reference. So, yeah, we have a lot of power outages there, unfortunately. Most of those, I believe, are, let me see, it doesn't show on here. But yeah, that, again, we have almost half, we have over half the county right now in White Bargo currently without power. You're good, Linda. How's Tennessee looking for the next few days? I don't think you're going to see much in terms of severe weather. Again, if there's anything to be noted, I will make a forecast on it. But next video forecast tomorrow will be primarily focused around the Ohio Valley, possibly the Midwest, all the way through the Northeast. Because again, possibility for a few tornadoes may occur tomorrow, and damaging winds being the main concerns tomorrow afternoon. We have a new damage report coming in as well. This is back up in Antioch, if I'm saying the name right. Yeah, a lot of these names are not going to be easy to pronounce, but a few trees down on the north side of the town. So that's near, again, Highway 10, it looks like. And again, that's right along the Great Lakes. So our most recent report, again, a few trees down at 6:47 Central Time. So that was about 30 minutes ago, but that report just came into us now. And again, we have a tree down up in Green Bay, or trees down, excuse me, in Green Bay. So we have several trees, it looks like, down in that location. And we also over in Sheboygan, also has a power poles broken. And 3-inch tree limbs broken as well. So we have more damage reports coming in from that location along with that. So we have a lot of damage reports, as I mentioned before. Again, if you have any reports yourself, if you're from any of these areas, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, tweet us on Twitter. Twitter's down in the description below. It's at Max Velocity, I believe. Max Velocity, I cannot speak. We're also in Discord. Again, if you want to send in reports on Discord, talk to us off stream. Again, I'm going to put our Discord link in the chat. It's going to be posted by Nightbot. And again, if you want to join our Discord server, feel free to do that. Thank you. Okay, appreciate that. All right. Again, this is the ongoing storm that is currently going closer. It's going to be going toward Milton. Fort Atkinson's actually getting hit by this right now. Let's go and take a look at the velocities on this. I'm curious to see. We haven't looked at the velocities on this in a while. Not seeing a whole lot of at least a concentrated area of high winds. There's definitely a little bit of damaging winds here, I'd assume. Definitely a hail threat. Let me take a look at the hail radar. Because the hail radar, actually, the latest reports are still nickel-sized hail or dime-sized hail near McFarland. I did not mean to do that. As of right now, near Highway 51, our winds are currently, or excuse me, a hailstone size is being estimated right around quarter size. So that's our latest report. Again, that's just north of Highway 51. Again, that is currently moving down to the southeast. So those are our most recent reports in terms of hail, at least in terms of what we're looking at on radar. Now, it was reported around dime size near McFarland, which at the time was estimated around quarter. So is it possibly nickel? Again, we're going to go with the most recent human reports. So it's likely around possibly dime to maybe nickel size, but it can't be ruled out that we get closer to quarter size as that moves down to the south and east. Thank you, Big Stats, Uncle, as well as Rosemary, Corey, and Vincent for all subscribing. I appreciate it. Gabe, no, not yet. Yeah, John, it's gonna be an interesting, it'll be interesting to watch. We'll have to wait and see. It might. I would assume it's gonna probably stay for the most part together, especially with those area storms here that's now in western portions of the Great Lakes, this area specifically. But overall, I think it's gonna be probably an isolated to maybe scattered event in Michigan tonight. Maybe scattered. The line of storms up this direction seems to be a little bit weaker. Now, we are further away from the radar site, granted, but at this given time, it looks like the worst of the severe weather is probably going to be probably in in Wisconsin at this point. But we could see some in Michigan. We'll have to wait and see. A lot that can happen between now and the next 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, 1 in North Carolina, 1 in Kentucky. We also have 2 over in Nebraska, and the majority of them are, again, over in Wisconsin. And that's what we got going as of right now. Yeah, I like how many people keep saying, Wisconsin's a hard state to pronounce names in. Yes, I'm aware. I think most people that do weather are pretty aware of that. Unless you're from the area. Again, if you're a local, you'll be able to pronounce these names without a problem. But it's a completely different story when you're talking about when you've never really... this is, I think, my second ever live stream in Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe my third. So, haven't done money here. So, apparently somebody posted on our Discord, so 65 mile per hour is being estimated over in Nebraska. So, we actually have some high winds over in Nebraska as well. Grayside Lake. Or Grays Lake. Can't remember where that was. I've seen it before, but I don't see it on the map. If it's in here, basically the only areas that are going to see severe storms, I'm going to put a timing on this. I don't think it's moving that fast, so I don't know if I'll be able to put timing on here, but really the only areas, I'll kind of put a track here just on the general area. This is the area, and that red shaded area will probably be the main area where we see any severe weather in Illinois. Now, I can't rule out maybe closer to Rockford we see something, maybe closer to Elgin or maybe in Aurora, but overall I think the threat is going to be pretty low. So that's kind of my idea at this point. That, again, this is not a timing guide. It's just kind of give you a reference of where this area will be heading over the next couple of hours. Now, could it go maybe slightly more to the west? Possibly, but I think overall, Chicago is probably going to see something. But overall, again, the threat's going to be pretty low down that direction. Again, the chances of it happening are still on the lower end tonight. There's country music festivals over in the Twin Lakes. Really? That's a bad day to have them. That's all I gotta say. It's a horrible day to have any concerts right now ongoing. Unfortunately, it just came in at a bad time. We have more reports coming in Edgartown at 7:19. This is a few minutes ago. Apparently, there are power poles broken and tree limbs down in this area. That might be from the outflow boundary. So, recent report, that's just, again, to the northwest of Milton. This is the line of storms coming toward Milton right now in Janesville and Whitewater. The recent reports of power poles broken. So, again, we're having those reports coming in right now. Seeing a lot more hail than anything with this line, but we definitely could be seeing some damaging winds. Here's a look at that outflow boundary. It's a little bit more to find down here, but that's near Milton as of right now. So we might have already seen some power outages in that area from our most recent scans. Moving down to the southeast. Again, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button down below. Would appreciate it. We are very close to 1,000 likes. Make sure to hit the like button down below. Again, it's completely free to do. We're also 2 subscribers away from 12,500. Hit the subscribe button down below. Be one of the last 2. I would appreciate it. Apparently, Stoughton had a significant tornado back in 2005. Just here. I didn't actually know that. Near 138 and 59. I didn't realize they had a tornado before. Obviously, this is an area where I'm not really familiar with in terms of history, but... Yeah, this storm's currently moving down to the southeast. Milwaukee, again, is possibly seeing some severe weather right now. Let's actually go to the close-up radar. I'm curious to see what's happening here. It's a little bit... This is the close-up radar right now. So Milwaukee's about to get hit with some storms here. Greendale, Franklin, South Milwaukee as well, all those areas. Wind Lake will eventually get hit here pretty soon. So, and that's the close-up radar site. Let me figure out what the other one was. Here. We also have a new report coming in from West Bend of 54 miles per hour. So just kind of give you a reference. Again, we've had 54, we've had 60. We had a 65 back up here to the north. We've had a lot of reports, again, anywhere between 55 to 65 miles per hour. We haven't had anything, though, near 70 yet. We do have another damage report coming in Ellisville, up in northeastern portions of Wisconsin. This is a trees down again near Highway 29 east of Town Line Road. Time is estimated by radar. So that's our most recent report that we have coming in up that direction. So yeah, a lot of damage reports, as I mentioned before, coming in. A lot of trees down, as I said, as well. Anthony says Brandon is doing a tire rotation on the side of a highway. Really? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Is it for his car or is it for somebody else, though? I know he does some things for other people, too. Like, helps people out. Real quick, I'm going to touch on the Nebraska storms real quick. These are reporting around 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size tail. These don't seem to be nearly as significant as before, but these are moving off to the east. So a little bit of damaging winds, maybe a little bit of quarter-size tail. Our highest wind report out of this so far was 60 miles per hour. We've had up to ping pong ball size tail, though, with this line of storms. And we've also had up to golf ball size tail back down to the southwest. And we also had, not just along with that, but we also had a 70-mile-per-hour damage report earlier. Also, this watch is ongoing till 10 o'clock, so another 2.5 hours for 60 to 75-mile-per-hour winds and hen egg-sized hail. Those are the main threats tonight. Again, high lapse rates may equivalent to some larger hail as well, as those kind of move off to the northeast. Again, Iowa will be seeing those storms a little bit later, so just keep that in mind for those over in Iowa. Thank you, Dog, Robert, Smith, David, and Tara for all subscribing. I do appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Oh, it says Scar. Okay, I gotcha. It's fueling up the Scar. Okay. That's awesome, Terry. Yeah, I heard somebody say that earlier. I'm glad he did that. He's a great guy. And it is a great guy. Very dark Milwaukee. Yeah, you got the line of storms actually moving through you right now. It's mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds. Overall, at least the threat has remained, it looks to be, for the most part, minimal. Take a look at the velocities again. And yeah, probably the highest winds are going through right now. It doesn't seem to be that high, though. I don't think it's 60, but definitely make sure you're still treating it as if it were to be 60, just in case. Back over here, it's possibly around 60 to 65 right now. Again, we had a report not too long ago, only a few minutes ago, of power poles down and tree limbs also broken near Edgartown. So that's our most recent report coming in from this line. Again, moving down to the south and southeast. Michigan, yes, Michigan will be getting hit here pretty soon. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on that. Hey, Being, how you doing? Welcome. Let me take a look at how many warnings we got. You're currently sitting at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we'll probably see more from where that came from here pretty soon. This does not include, again, special marine warnings or flash flood warnings. So the ongoing special marine warnings are now entering into portions of now right along the coast of Michigan. So we're going to probably see severe weather there pretty soon. Now, before that happens, before we get to the Michigan storms, I do have to take a quick 30-second break. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Again, leave some questions in chat, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Quick 30 to 45-second break. I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. It'll give you our latest forecasts and live streams here on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure to hit that little bell icon to the right and click all so you get notified on when those live streams and videos come out. And if you'd like to support our page above and beyond, click the first link in the description. It'll redirect you to a membership page. For as little as $2.99 per month, you can become a member on our YouTube channel, which includes exclusive forecasts, and as well as a chat badge in both the live streams and comment section, and some emojis to go along with it, which you can use in live streams and as well as in our comment section. I'll also give you a shout out here on stream. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 seconds. All right, we are back. Hope everybody got a little bit of a stretch there. Again, I hardly ever take breaks, but that was a quick one that I had to take. All right. Cool. Thanks, J-Dog, excuse me. I appreciate it. Appreciate you becoming a member tonight. Let me go back over here real quick. All right. Sounds good, Gene. Sounds good. See you again soon. All right, let's go ahead and zoom back out again. We have again, this is an insane amount of reports. You can see, again, if you're new here, all these blue squares represent damage reports to some extent, or wind reports like wind speed. So any of these blue boxes, again, these ones that are a little bit more without the white there, are representing some damage reports. We have, again, about 24 of them right now. Again, winds have ranged as high as 70 at this point across this area of storms. Now, it's all now moving over the Great Lakes, as I mentioned before, excluding the storms over here that are near Janesville. And these will be ones to watch. Again, this area of storms over here near Fort Atkinson, definitely producing some heavy rain. A lot of lightning, as I mentioned before. So again, if you're on a severe thunderstorm warning, there's going to be a lot of lightning out there just for reference. So just keep that in mind. Again, all these are currently heading down to the southeast, at least this complex of storms right now. I appreciate that, Shelly. By the way, thank you, Jerry, Toby, and Aurora? Thank you guys for subscribing. I appreciate it. You're at a concert in Brooklyn, Michigan. I have to first figure out where Brooklyn, Michigan is. Let's look it up real quick. Depends on where it is in Michigan. What time is it at? Did you put that in the chat? Let me look. What time is it at? Like from until? That will determine, you know, whether it'd be safe or not. Because the line of storms, right, for right now, Brooklyn is down kind of west of Detroit. The current timing, though, for you will probably be closer, I would say, to maybe, you know, 12 or 1 a.m. So unless you're going to be out until, you know, after midnight, you should be fine. Current timing in Eastern time is about 12 to 1 a.m. Welcome back, Magic, by the way. Hope you're doing well. We have a branch down and 2 trees down. Where's that at? Which location? Thanks, Toby. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And here's kind of a look at what we got as of right now across portions of southeastern Wisconsin as of right now. But not just that. We have also some other stuff ongoing. Again, we have some stuff in Nebraska. We got a little bit of storm activity down in the southeast. Again, primarily going to focus on Wisconsin, eventually Michigan. We do have a new report, by the way, over Maple Bluff of 1.5 inches of rain that fell, actually, in about 45 minutes. So 1.4 inches of rain in 45 minutes. Again, between 1 to 2 inches of rain may fall with the heaviest bands. So definitely a little bit of beneficial rainfall. Luckily, it's not too much in terms of crazy flash flooding. Yeah, Milwaukee's seen some crazy damaging winds in the past. Again, it's kind of one of those situations. A lot of actually MCSs and, you know, derechos and stuff like that seem to come through this area quite often, especially the Midwest. Maple Bluff is right on Lake Mendota. Okay, thank you, Connie. Are you Connie or Coney? I think it's Connie, right? How many severe thunderstorm warnings are there? I think there's 8 right now. Yeah, we're at 8, so. Virginia. Connie, okay, thank you. I'll make sure I'm pronouncing your name right. Hey Skylark, how you doing? It's been a very busy night. Obviously, I've only been live for a couple hours. I wasn't live for the big event earlier, but we have a lot of damaging winds still ongoing, and it's all going to be entering Michigan. We actually have now a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued, by the way, for Western Michigan. So again, for those that are in Michigan, here's big news here. We now have a severe thunderstorm watch issued for Western Michigan. Now, it is interesting because on this watch, it actually is labeled for hail up to the size of tennis balls. I don't think we're going to see tennis ball sized hail. The lapse rates really just aren't that high, but damaging winds up to 70, definitely a possibility. Again, an isolated tornado out of the question. Watch goes until 12 o'clock Eastern time. Again, that's about 3.5 hours from now until this watch does expire. So again, brand new severe thunderstorm watch issued just out in front of that line that's currently moving off to the east. So again, those in Michigan, start to get prepared. Again, that line of storms is currently moving toward your location. We got over here. Severe thunderstorm. Yep, the severe thunderstorm watch was just issued for Western Michigan. I'm going to take a look at the watch details as well here in a second. We'll take a look and see what the details are all about. It has not come in yet. We're going to get those details here in a second. Yeah, the watch literally just got issued. It does pop up on here before the Storm Prediction Center does post it on their website, but We'll get that here in a second. Again, this is a cell over near Whitewater. Again, this has been producing quarter-sized hail. Some damage has already been reported as well. Back over here. By the way, thank you, Jeff, Drew, Spectre, Jeff, Jesus. Dan, as well as Tracy for all subscribing. Appreciate it, guys. Welcome. No problem, Skylark. Yes, we have God from above has subscribed. By the way, we are at 69 total members. We're only 6 away from our member goal for the month. If you want to support a page above and beyond, again, we have pretty cheap memberships over here. They start from as low as $3 a month. Get a lot of benefits. We have a lot of members in the chat. They can vouch. It's a great program here. Again, click the top link in the description if you're interested. It does help our page out a lot. And I do this all the time, so I would appreciate it. And again, we'll keep you updated. The storms, again, are going to be heading into Michigan here over the next several minutes. We'll probably have them in Michigan within the next 20 to 30 minutes right on Highway 31, so we'll be covering that as well. But again, the ongoing cells that we have are currently in southeastern Michigan. These will likely go towards northeastern Illinois, so we're going to have to watch it, again, very closely. Is Ohio good? Randy, overnight isolated storms. It will probably not be that severe, though. Tomorrow's a different story. Again, I'll have more details on tomorrow's severe weather event coming pretty soon. Green Bay's already seen Amy. Amy, you're pretty much done for tonight. Lightning probably going to still on go for a little bit, but mainly just rain. If anything, it looks like it's actually beginning to clear out of Green Bay now. So we got going up that direction. Yes, we have 69 members. Yes. No problem, Randy. Milwaukee, here's looking at Milwaukee right now. There's actually pretty decent storm activity right now in Milwaukee. Franklin as well, South Milwaukee. A lot of gusty winds more than I think it's, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds is what it's warned for. Let me go back to the velocities. And it looks like overall, I'm not seeing a whole lot in terms of really high winds, but we are definitely looking at more of a gusty wind threat. I don't see a whole lot in terms of damaging winds, though. Warning does go for another 49 minutes. A lot of lightning, though, so just keep that in mind. Again, stay indoors and whatnot. Definitely some very high winds. This line. Christian and I will likely be live tomorrow. No problem, Randy. At 30 miles east of Green Bay, right on Lake Michigan. Oh, we're talking about here. Yeah, it just rained. It's nothing too crazy. Here's a look at the live radar up here. A little storm near Sturgeon Bay, but other than that, it's mainly rain. And obviously some lightning. This is, again, a highly electrified amount of storms here going through, again, southeastern Wisconsin, even eastern Wisconsin, still also into Michigan. So we're still seeing a lot of lightning out of these storms right now. Hey, B-Code, how you doing? Welcome. By the way, we have 50,000 total views in this live stream. That is the most we've ever had, and we've only been live for 2 hours. That is crazy. Appreciate everybody watching the stream tonight. It really does mean the world to me. We also have, again, 12,000 or 1,200, excuse me, concurrent. No problem, Dave. Yeah, again, make sure you take the proper precautions tonight. There's some dangerous storms out there. I'm gonna take a look at Twitter. I'm not sure if I got any new reports coming in. If you have any reports, by the way, about any of the storms going through your location, anything in general, if they're basic, you can, again, leave them in the chat. But if you've got any photos, videos, anything like that, again, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. Again, Twitter is linked down in the description. You can also post it on our Discord server. We're also on Facebook and whatnot. All those links down in the description below. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Yes, Nick, we're aware. Yep, there's a severe thunderstorm watch for Western Michigan. I mentioned that before. We got a new watch. Again, that's for Grand Rapids, Big Rapids. Lansing's not included in Jackson, but again, severe weather may occur there as well. But this is primarily for that complex of storms. Let's get a little bit better review here. It's really on this complex of storms right now. It's, again, very potent area, probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. It's 50 knots, so we're definitely looking at high winds right now over the Great Lakes. Again, those will be moving towards Highway 31 here over the next few minutes. We're probably going to see that going inland here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we're going to keep you updated with the latest. The storm overall, though, has actually been pretty impressive here. Egerton. Some rotation here. I need to look at the radar here real quick. No, that's not rotation. Never mind. Never mind. No problem joining me. I appreciate you tuning in. Love what I do. Right now, Milwaukee's primarily just rain, and it's obviously a lot of lightning, but not a whole lot in terms of anything else. Maybe a little bit of gusty winds. There's a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing there, but overall, the velocities have not been that high. I'm not saying there's not really any damaging winds, but it seems like if there's any, it's very, very low. Is this storm hooking? Not really. It's more of a damaging wind threat. It's being outflow driven, so it kind of looks like it has a little hook here. I don't think it's really that dangerous, though, in terms of any rotation. It's definitely more of just a damaging wind threat. It does look like it on radar, though. You can see the velocities. It look like there's rotation here. But if you kind of match it up with the live radar right now, just not in the same spot as where that little hook is, so it wouldn't make any sense to begin with. But there's definitely high winds. I mean, we're still talking 60, maybe 65 mile per hour winds. We're also looking at maybe some quarter-sized hail. A little pink area there might be a little bit of quarter-sized hail. Thank you, Mr. Brad, for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. How does Algonquin, Illinois look? Let me take a look for you. I need to figure out where that is first. Do appreciate that, though, a lot. Thank you. Appreciate your super chat. You might see storms tonight, and the storm that you might see is this one back up here, north of Janesville. That will, again, be heading down this direction. So Crystal Lake, that area. So you might see storms tonight. It's going to be about I would give you about a 50% chance. But that is where it's currently heading. And, you know, it would be this cell most likely. It is pretty discreet, actually. It's actually getting a little bit stretched apart from the line of storms that we have off to the east. So this one actually might have a chance for even a little bit of larger hail, maybe even a little bit of damaging winds, as I mentioned before. And I can't even rule out like a little isolated brief spin up or something like that with this too. But overall, hail threat is actually pretty large now near Highway 51. So overall, though, I would give you about a 50% chance. If you see anything, main threat is likely going to be damaging winds. And also, thank you, Skylark, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Always a great job. I appreciate that, Skylark. Really do appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you. Wish it would rain again in Houston. Hey, Darren, did you hear about the land spout east of Houston yesterday? I don't know if you heard about that. No, Chamber. This is a completely solo page. I do not work for the National Weather Service. Going into the broadcast field, so I would be working for them anyways. All right, I think I missed a few questions here. John, thank you, Todd. I appreciate your report. Thank you. Yeah, this is a pretty potent looking storm. I mean, right along Highway 51, pretty large hail looks like near Highway 70 feet. I can't talk. 73 and 51. So definitely an interesting thing to look at here. Near Edgerton right now. North of Edgerton. If I'm saying that name right, again, I've been butchering a lot of names tonight. Will Chicago get a watch possibly? Unless something dramatically changes, I highly doubt it. I mean, there might be some severe thunderstorm warnings though down that direction. Why in the world do we have all these rain reports all of a sudden coming in? We have a lot of delayed rain reports that just came in down here from, I think, this morning. This is quite interesting. Got like 24 down here. It's very interesting. Green Bay is pretty much clearing out. Green Bay's not going to see much more tonight. Welcome back, Lisa. Yeah, the North Dakota storms were really impressive last night. Again, everything that we saw last night up in North Dakota on last night's live stream was just insane. And after I got off, by the way, I don't know if you were still here, Zero, at the time when I was ending the stream, but just after I got off, we had a tornado on the ground. It was like almost 2 in the morning. I mean, it was unfortunate that I wasn't live, but I mean, it happened like literally 5 minutes after I got off. It was a very crazy storm last night. Let's look at the hail radar, by the way. Let's take a look at the hailstone sizes on the latest reports here, at least in the estimates. Still right around $half size, possibly, near Edgerton, or Edgertown. Edgerton, okay. Edgerton is correct. That's what I'm hearing, so go by that. So we're getting some $half sized hail estimates at this point. Again, near 73 and 51. So that's our latest on the storm. And here's a look at the reflectivity. They might even be a little bit higher now. You can see this area here. Looks like a little hail core developing just off to the west-southwest of Fort Atkinson. So we're definitely looking at some decent hailstone sizes right now with this storm as well. By the way, thank you, Matthew, Todd, Crazy, Cassie, Judith, Jeremy, and Doug for all subscribing. I appreciate you guys. Welcome. So let's take a look. Thanks. Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. Hey, Magical. How you doing? No problem, Brian. Sniper, if you have any photos, you can send them to me on Twitter or on Discord. Or by Facebook. Any links in the description you should be able to send them to. Just don't email me, because I won't be looking at my email. Thank you, Brad, for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. Is Fort Wayne cleared tonight? You might see storms later tonight or overnight, but it should be a pretty low-end chance for severe weather overnight. Yes, Ro, tomorrow will be slightly higher in terms of the threats for tornadoes tomorrow. It'll be slightly higher. It's going to be across the northeast. Madison is clear for the night. Yep, Madison's done. You are good to go. You might see a couple of isolated showers behind it, but you should be fine. There might be a little complex overnight, but I don't think it'll be reaching you anytime soon. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for west of Grand Rapids. This is way out in front of it. I would assume this is from an outflow boundary. This actually got issued 5 minutes ago. This is a 60-mile-per-hour damaging storm, and I'm assuming it's the outflow boundary. Let me take a look if it says it on here. It actually doesn't, but as of right now, again, new severe thunderstorm warning from western Michigan. It's our first one of the day. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour will be possible. And brand new warning here. We are now back up to 10 warnings. We are starting to increase on activity again, and that's obviously what was expected as these storms again cross over the Great Lakes. So we're watching a lot. Again, new warning got issued. We have a pretty potent line of storms here. They're moving again across the Great Lakes. I don't believe any of these are actually warned for waterspouts, but they are warned for damaging winds at this point. Around 50 knots over in that direction. Yeah, this cell has been producing some fairly significant hail here near 73. And that is representing some fairly large hailstones. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second, Sniper. Send it on Discord or Twitter? On Twitter. Thank you for sending that in. I appreciate it. Oh, a tree limb. Okay, never mind. That's a different one. So a tree limb fell in the yard. Thank you for sending that in. Appreciate it. Yeah, we have had a lot of trees down and whatnot. And a lot of photos, obviously, but a lot of evidence. Fortunately, a lot of trees and whatnot are down tonight. And obviously power lines. If you haven't already heard, we have like half the county up in Waybago County, up in Wisconsin. They have over half the county without power. Thanks, K-Jack. I appreciate that. No problem at all. Yeah, I love what I do, so love doing this. Hey, Sonny, how you doing? Hey, Corey, how you doing? Welcome back. Thanks, Kenley. I appreciate it. Yeah, Detroit, not a whole lot. Detroit is kind of an area where we're probably not going to see a whole lot in terms of severe weather. You might see some strong storms overnight, but overall, I'm not expecting much in terms of severe weather tonight. And I'm actually surprised none of the buoy sites out here have actually reported any wind speeds yet, which is actually kind of interesting. I'm actually going to pull up the buoys here in a second. Let's see if they are on here. We will take a look at that. By the way, if you're just tuning in, a friendly reminder, make sure to hit the like button down below. We are very close, I believe, to 1,000 likes. I would appreciate it. And also make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We're getting pretty close to, actually, to 13,000 subscribers. I would appreciate it if you hit the subscribe button as well down below. It means the world to me. If you want to support our page above and beyond, again, you can become a member at the top link in the description. Let me find, though. I'm trying to see. Can I put buoy data on here? I can put it here. Oh, here we go. All right, let's take a look at the buoys. I'm curious. I don't know if there's any buoys notable in the Great Lakes here. Yeah, we have a few buoys. They're all on the coastline, so that would be why. There's nothing that close. We have a 22-mile-per-hour one just north of Chicago, but nothing that close. We'll see when these storms get closer to the coastlines, but I'll keep that data on, actually, because that's definitely beneficial data. So we'll take a look at the buoy data here pretty soon. We've officially hit 1,000 likes. That's pretty impressive. That's actually our second ever time that we've done it. This is the quickest we've ever done it, though. Appreciate everybody liking the stream. Anthony, yes, flash flooding is going to be a concern. Actually, I'm going to see if I can pull that up, too. See if I can pull up the data for the flooding potential. Because, yes, that is going to be a possibility tonight, unfortunately. We will likely have a little bit of flash flooding. And I'm going to see if I can put up that data on the screen. Having much success finding it, though. Again, this is the cell right now in southeast Wisconsin. Again, Michigan is going to be seeing storms here pretty shortly. We'll hop over to those as well here pretty shortly. Not seeing it on here. I thought we had that data, but I guess we don't. But yeah, there is a threat for flash flooding tonight. Let me see if I can find it on their site. They have outlooks on there, so I'm just trying to find it. I don't think the outlooks are on here. Thank you, by the way, Man Forever, Mark, and Line for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. All right, here's a look at, this is what I'm looking at. So there's a moderate risk of flash flooding, apparently, for today, across actually southeastern Wisconsin. I don't expect much in terms of flash flooding tonight there, but there is a possibility in western Michigan tonight. It's a low-end threat, but it's possible. Iowa also has a low-end chance, maybe later tonight. So those are the couple of areas that we're looking at for the potential for maybe some flash flooding. Overall, it's going to be a pretty low threat, but it's definitely not out of the question that we see a little bit of flash flooding tonight. But as of now, there's actually a moderate risk of flash flooding in southeastern Wisconsin. What we got in terms of the flash flooding threat as of right now. Hey, Devin, how you doing? Welcome back. I'm doing good. How about you? Water bowl. Any updates on the Nebraska cells? Let me take a look. I'm actually going to look at the velocities on this one here in a second. I think it's mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It is a pretty big cluster of storms over there, but yeah, just one storm northwest of Omaha has a little bit of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Velocities as of right now, again, we have a lot of wind out of this. A pretty big area, a big core of wind near Milton right now. So I'm going to take a look at the wind speeds on this. This is, again, a pretty defined area of wind. We're looking around 60, 65. It's as high as 66, it says, estimated by radar. So we're looking around 60 to 65 mile per hour winds here, just off to the west of Milton. That's near Highway 51. Again, that's moving down in the southeast. Let's look at the live radar again. So, yeah, we're definitely looking at a pretty decent storm here. We've already had power lines potentially damaged from this. That's one of our more recent reports here on this cell. And again, this will be the one that might move into northeastern Illinois tonight. So that's what we have to watch for very closely. Again, this will be a pretty decent storm moving down that direction. Michelle, I'm hoping for it. I don't know where you're at, but hopefully there'll be a bit more rain tonight. Will there be thunderstorms in southeast Michigan tonight? Yes, most likely. It'll be a little bit till those storms get there, though. Probably be a bit more of an overnight threat. I'll figure something out real quick. Yeah. How's everybody doing tonight, by the way? For those that might not be in this any of these locations, how you doing tonight? Hope everybody's doing well. Been a busy night, obviously. Traverse City. I know a lot of people are asking about Traverse City. It's up this direction. Overall, maybe some gusty winds. I'm not seeing a whole lot of a pronounced area of storms up this direction. Here's a look at the live radar up here. So Traverse City, a lot of rain, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of in terms of strong and severe storms. It looks to be more of just overall stormy activity and a lot of rain. I'm not seeing anything that's going to be that severe, though. So over up that direction, not nearly as much of a concern. Again, the more concerning storms in Michigan are entering into this watch, which includes Big Rapids, Greenville, Grand Rapids, Hastings, South Haven, Marshall. All those areas, again, included in that severe thunderstorm watch that has now been issued, again, until 11 o'clock Central Time, 12 o'clock Eastern Time. Again, this warning specifically expires at 10:15 Eastern Time. So that's what we got going over there. As of right now, again, we'll go over to those storms here pretty soon. And we're going to keep more of an eye on this one here for the brief moment. But we'll be watching over there here pretty soon. I know at Roadhouse, we had there's record-breaking temperatures in Hartford, Connecticut today. Watching from Oklahoma, canning pickles. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what that means, but okay. I'm doing good, Steve. I'm doing good. It's been a busy day, but doing good. Thanks for asking. I know for those that might be in the storms, it's probably not nearly as good of a day for you, but maybe it'll improve a little bit. We'll see. Oops. Maybe it'll improve. If you're looking for rain today, we have a lot of that for you. So a lot of rain across the Midwest and obviously into Michigan now. We're starting to see a lot more rain up that direction. We have a new report, by the way, just northwest of Milwaukee, just in the outskirts, the suburbs, a report of 1-inch tree limbs broken or shingles blown off. It might be one or the other. We have some of those reports coming in. Most likely going to be more of the tree limbs down. We also have a report of trees down on Highway 29 east of Tower Line Road. That's also a bit more of a recent report. Again, we'll probably get more reports here pretty soon for the storms over in Michigan here pretty soon once they enter into that state. So we'll have to watch that area again very closely. Hey, good. Good to hear, Virginia. Want some homemade pickles? Oh, is that what that means? Listen to this, Max. We went from 94 for the storms and moved to 72 degrees. Really? 94 to 72. That's a crazy difference. Send more pictures. Okay. Yeah, again, if you have any photos, videos, any reports, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. Again, link is in the description below. Looks like there's a good amount of flooding as well in Zanesville. It's one of the photos that we're getting in. Also a lot of lightning, as I mentioned before. These storms. Naperville got a confirmed touchdown this morning, by the way. I'm assuming that's already been known, but... In Lick Fork Road on Pike County, gusty winds from earlier brought some trees down and power lines, by the way. There's a lot of damage up that direction, too. So, yeah, we're getting a lot of the reports now. They sometimes get delayed, so we're getting a lot of those damage reports coming in right now. Earlier. No, not Naperville, Illinois, though. I think it was Michigan. Or Western Wisconsin, one of the two. Pretty sure it's Minnesota, excuse me. Minnesota, not Michigan. All right, so again, this severe thunderstorm warning, I believe in Milwaukee, may have been canceled. I don't think it's still ongoing. No, it actually still is ongoing, but overall, Milwaukee, you're pretty much, I think for the most part, just lightning. The only severe storm really left in Wisconsin is this one. Now, we will see more severe storms. As I mentioned before, they're crossing over the Great Lakes. They will be entering Michigan over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Again, severe weather is going to be possible there. We also have severe weather ongoing in Nebraska. That will be moving toward Iowa over the next, few hours. So that's kind of what we got going as right now. Again, there's still a lot of weather to come, and we're going to continue to cover it all for you here on the Max Velocity YouTube channel. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the subscribe button down below. Let's see if we can get to 13,000 subscribers tonight. We're only 350 away. We've gained about 600 in this live stream, so I think it's possible. Again, if everybody here subscribes, we would be able to hit it. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. And also like the live stream. I would appreciate it. All right, let's get back to some questions. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat as well. Can't talk. We have a new report, by the way, coming in Edgerton at 7:45, so about 16 minutes ago. We have confirmation of quarter-sized hail from our most recent report. Again, that's in Dane County, Wisconsin. That is associated with this area of storms, by the way, that's moving down to the southeast. This storm, that's pretty discreet at this point, will likely move towards northeastern Illinois. So just for reference, that's kind of what we're looking at this given time. Thank you, Big, Tom, Alan, Daniel, Thrive, Jason, Brad, Amy, and Greenfall subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you. Check Twitter. Okay. That is not a wall cloud, by the way, just for reference. It might be a shelf cloud. That doesn't even look like a shelf cloud, though. Can't tell what it is. It just looks like a lot of cumulonimbus clouds, to be honest with you. 15,000 subscribers by Labor Day? Who knows? Never know. 1920s, you have to click the top link in the description, and then I think you have to just click the join button on the one that you want to upgrade to. I think that's how it works. If you're considering upgrading. Fremont, Nebraska. Okay, I'll take a look in a second. Let me go take a look. Damage reports. Let's take a look. We have some severe weather, as I said before, in Nebraska. This will all be moving to Iowa later. 60 miles per hour up in Madison County, Nebraska. We got another 60 miles per hour. I don't see any damage reports as of yet, but there might be some coming in maybe a little bit delayed. So City's also seeing a little severe storm over that direction. I'm not seeing at least any damage reports on my end yet from that area. There probably is going to be some, but don't have any yet. No problem, chat. I appreciate you tuning in. Love doing this, so love helping you guys out. Lansing will probably see storms. Yeah, it's almost guaranteed you'll see rain, but the chances of severe weather are going to still remain pretty low there. Not zero, but they will be low. Our next Storm Prediction Center outlook should be coming in actually right now, so we'll be getting some details on that here in a second, I would assume. And we actually do have new details, so good news. There is actually a lot of good news. For some reason, I don't know what in the world, the Storm Prediction Center made a little issue on here. I'm not sure if it's going to show up on here. Our new Storm Prediction Center outlook has gotten issued, though, and funny enough, it's kind of weird. I don't know if it's going to show up on here. No, it doesn't. Okay. But on here, just for this area, outlook does show we're now under a slight risk of severe weather, so it's a little lower. No enhanced risk for those in portions of Michigan, so that's good news. It's still a slight risk, though. We're still looking at some scattered damaging wind gusts. That also does include, by the way, areas back out into Iowa, as well as into southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. There might be some more severe weather coming later tonight, and that, again, that area is starting to organize back out to the west in Nebraska right now. Marginal threat outside of that does include northern portions of Indiana, as well as northern portions of Ohio. Again, the main threat tonight is damaging winds. The hail threat is going to remain very low to probably close to zero, other than maybe with a couple of these storms. Again, the lapse rates are very low tonight. Tornado threat, as I kind of mentioned before, it's not, I've been saying it since the beginning of today, it's not going to be that high. We might see a tornado or two. That's what we've seen so far. Still a low-end chance, though. We still see that back out into Iowa, all the way through Detroit. So there's still a low-end chance for maybe an isolated tornado throughout the evening hours. So still a lot to still watch tonight. We still have a potential, again, for maybe an isolated tornado, and again, possibly some more damaging winds along with that. And we still have a lot of damaging wind events ongoing, but another system will be organizing back out to the west in Nebraska, and it is right now. So we're going to see that severe weather event eventually move into Iowa and then potentially into Illinois again. So just keep that in mind. Again, I know a lot of you guys are thinking it's all over, but it's not always all over, especially for those in Iowa and as well as into Illinois. So it's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center anyways. I'm not sure if we have any new mesoscale discussions yet either, but let me take a look real quick. We do have a new mesoscale discussion. A new severe thunderstorm watch may be issued for western Iowa. That's our latest outlook. So we might get a new severe thunderstorm watch. Severe thunderstorm watch. I cannot talk. But just an update. Lucky Star says it's sunny where I am. There you go. Alrighty. A long live tonight. It might be a long live stream, to be honest. It might be a long one. We have a lot of severe weather still to come. And again, those out in Nebraska right now seeing a little bit of severe weather, that will eventually again move into Iowa. So that's the next event they'll be seeing, and that Iowa event will eventually move into southern Wisconsin and Illinois. That's our overnight threat. Hey, you're good, Tag. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, we do live streams all the time. Again, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. Again, we are probably one of the more consistent people in terms of live streaming. I do live streaming literally almost on every severe weather event that we have. Because actually, a lot of them that are only marginal risk actually sometimes turn into pretty bad events. Yesterday was really bad. I mean, we saw a lot of tornadoes. We saw like 5 or 6 tornadoes yesterday. Well, land spouts, technically. But it was a busy day yesterday. If you were here last night, crazy stream. I know many of you that are here right now were there. But it was a crazy night yesterday, to say the least. Chicago. Let me go and put a timing guide on this. I'll put a little timing guide. I think it's not going that fast, so it's going to be probably not going to reach Chicago. But here's a look at the timing on this storm. About 25, maybe 30 at the most. Timing's on the left side of your screen. Chicago, if you see this, it might be after 10 or 11 o'clock central, honestly. But McHenry, 924. Round Lake Beach, 932. Crystal Lake is going to be right around 934. Zion, 946. Gurney, right around 947. Lake Zurich, right around 952. Libertyville, 953. North Chicago, 956. Vernon Hills, 958. And Lake Forest, 1003. That is the estimated time of arrival for this line of storms. Thank you, Rotten Channing, as well as MSR for all subscribing. I appreciate you guys. Welcome. Anybody else that has subscribed, I do appreciate you guys as well. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Really, Anthony? I wasn't even, again, I didn't do nationwide live streams until recently. I only did North Texas up until literally May. So again, we do cover all the United States. So if you're not from this area, again, feel free to subscribe as well. We do live streams basically everywhere. Yeah. Thanks, Lucky. I appreciate it. No problem, Alan. Let's take a look. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to pop those in the chat. Again, this is the cell, again, going probably towards Illinois, Wisconsin, or excuse me, toward Illinois, northeastern Illinois. No problem, Steve. No problem at all. Thank you, Harvey and JC, by the way, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Is Brandon still streaming, by the way? Is any Storm Chaser still out there? I'm not aware of it. I haven't really looked. I didn't know if any storm chasers were still out there, though. I'm assuming if there are any, they're probably looking at this storm right now. I'm not sure if Brandon was still out there or Vince. I don't think Reed was actually out there today, but I was wondering if either of them are out there. Brandon's still out there. Okay, thank you. A lot of lightning. Actually, I'm curious to see how much lightning we have right now. Let's take a look at how much lightning we're getting per minute. Or really, not per minute, but really just overall. The lightning is actually pretty incredible. It's not nearly as much as you think, but there's actually still a decent amount of lightning strikes. We're talking currently about 100 strikes per minute, and that stretches from basically extreme western Michigan all the way back over to this cell. This storm is producing a massive amount of lightning. The rest of them, not nearly as much. That entire line is a little bit less, more dull, more than anything, but there's still a lot of lightning out of this cell. This cell alone is probably producing 50 strikes a minute. It's actually a fairly high electrified, discrete cell right now. Allen, Texas. Nice. Give me cash. Hey, I wish you luck, Sniper. Have fun with that. Sounds fun, I think. Jordan Hall? I've never heard of Jordan Hall, I'm not gonna lie. Again, I'm not really familiar with most of these names. Only people I know really are Reed, Timmer, Brandon, and Vince. But I've not watched Vince yet. I've watched Brandon. This warning has been upgraded, by the way, to $half sized hail. So this warning, again, has just been updated for those near White Water. $half sized hail is now ongoing with the cell. It was originally quarter, now we're up to $half size. And again, that's going to be going toward Elkhorn over the next several minutes as well, toward 59. Again, pretty dangerous storm moving down to the southeast right now. $half sized hail now upgraded on this cell. Devin, I don't really, I don't get, the only way I get money is basically through either ad revenue or people donating, so it's not like I get a raise. No such thing as a raise for streamers. What about northeastern Illinois? What time do you think? Probably after 10 Central or so. Maybe 10:30. But that's like extreme northeastern. I mean, if you're talking like Chicago, I know a lot of people are asking about Chicago. It's probably gonna be after 10, maybe 10:30. This storm currently is moving about 25-30 miles per hour. It's not moving fast, so. But it will possibly, again, produce some $half to even ping pong ball sized hail. Lapse rates, again, are not overly high today, so we're not going to probably see a whole lot of a hail threat, but definitely can't rely on still some high winds with the cell. It is discreet. I don't think it's been really rotating that much, but I'm going to take a look real quick. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation, not even a whole lot of wind anymore, but it's definitely more of a hail component at this point with $half sized hail. I appreciate that, Tracy, a lot. Appreciate it. You've been here for a while, by the way. Appreciate you tuning in. Southern Michigan will see storms probably a little bit later. Again, it'll probably at least be after 9 or 10 o'clock. Storm line, by the way, is now moving into western Michigan now. So Whitehall area, Grand Haven, now starting to see this line move in. Again, this cell is currently for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so we'll have to watch this pretty closely. Pretty sure the high winds are pretty high here. Yeah, we're looking at high winds. Actually, what's being estimated by Redder is a lot higher, but definitely some high winds. Again, brighter greens representing some higher wind speeds. And that's just off to the west and northwest of Grand Haven. It's going to be moving toward Highway 31 over the next several minutes, so this is about to come inland. Again, severe thunderstorm watch ongoing until 11 o'clock Central Time or 12 o'clock Eastern Time for those over in Michigan. That does include, again, Grand Rapids. Does not include Lansing, but that area could see some strong to severe storms as well, just more isolated. Big Rapids, excuse me, and Grand Rapids, both included in that ongoing area. Let's go back down here to the south. And this is the cell that I'm watching for a while. It's been a pretty decent looking supercell. By the way, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button. I would appreciate it. And also make sure to hit the subscribe button if you're new here. I'm doing good, Evan. How about you? Um, 1920s. You have to click the join button. Did you click the join button? I'm not sure if you're still here, but you have to click like the top link in the description and go to that to try to upgrade, I think. Trying to upgrade your membership. Okay, Justin. Yeah, get a raise. There's really not much of such thing as a raise on streaming world. Let me take a look. Any tornadoes? We've had a couple. I think we at least had one today. Again, I mentioned this morning, tornado threat's not going to be that high, and it really hasn't. I think the tornado threat is a bit exaggerated. Again, the overall, it was just an MCS, mainly damaging winds, but we did at least have one today. That was radar confirmed, so. That was over in southeastern Minnesota earlier. But again, low-end tornado threat may still exist. I can't rule out an isolated tornado between now and, you know, the next couple of hours. We're going to watch it very closely. Bears, it wasn't really there to begin with for Chicago. Chicago's going to be remaining pretty low today. So, Dozy Drew has agreed. So, if one more person becomes a member on our YouTube channel, just one person, it starts from $3. He will gift 5 memberships to the community. So, if one person becomes a member, he will gift 5 memberships. So, if you want to become a member, click the top link in the description. It gets a little $3 a month. And again, if we get that one more member, we'll get 5 gifted. And that'll actually hit our goal for this month of 75 members. We're at 69 right now. Not to force you or anything, but just a little agreement that Dozy Drew made with me, the moderator here. Yes, Alan, it is. Yes. You're good. You're good, Devin. All right, let me back over to the hail radar. I'm curious to see what we're looking at here in terms of hailstone sizes. Again, we're up to $half sized hail in this storm. It's just southwest of Whitewater, near Milton. Here's a look at it. So $half sized hail right now ongoing here. That's the latest. Again, the latest reports are $half sized hail, so we're still looking around there. It may have actually peaked as high as ping pong ball. At least the radar estimates were showing around ping pong ball sized hail back up near Highway 51. One of our more recent reports. Just for reference. What we're looking at in terms of hail. Let's go back over to the live radar. Here's a look at the storm again. We'll probably get a new warning here pretty shortly. Thank you, Lisa, by the way, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, Dozy Drew will probably get 5 members, so stay tuned. And he has. Dozy Drew with the 5 gifted members here on our YouTube channel. Get that a lot, Dozy. Congratulations, by the way, to everybody got them. Again, if you ever want to have an opportunity to get gifted memberships, you first have to be subscribed, and you have to be pretty interactive with chat. Again, more active you are, the more often, or the better chance you have of getting a membership. So, congratulations again to everybody that became a member from that. Make sure to thank Dozy, by the way. I do really appreciate that for the 5 gifted memberships. Hey, thank you, Elisa, by the way, again, for becoming a Storm Chaser. Appreciate that. All right. I appreciate that, Dragon. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. We go over to... We have officially hit our member goal, by the way, for the month of 75. Let's go. All right. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. That goes with the storm. This goes until 9:30 Central Time. It's $half sized hail and damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. And it's going down to the southeast. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Janesville, Whitewater, Elkhorn, 11, right, as well as Lake Geneva, Milton. All included. Again, damaging winds up to 60, $half sized hail. That's again moving down to the southeast. That's our brand new warning. Clinton's also included, and Sharon. Again, stay away from windows. Treat it again as if it was to be a tornado warning. You don't have to, seek shelter and hunker down or anything like that. Just stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Try to stay in an interior room. Again, $half sized hail can break through windows, and damaging winds again can knock over trees, which we've seen a lot of that tonight so far. Hey, Grant, how you doing? Welcome back. Geneva, thank you. Lake Geneva. All right, we are currently 241 subscribers from 13,000. Now, I'll make an agreement with you guys tonight. If we hit 13,000 subscribers tonight, I will gift 10 memberships to the YouTube channel. That's my agreement to you guys. So if we do hit the member goal for tonight of 13,000, or subscriber goal, I will gift a total of 10 memberships to the community. So if you want to become a member, or not a member, excuse me, become a subscriber, again, it's free to do. Click the red button and subscribe. Again, it's completely free to do. That'll be my agreement for tonight. Again, we'll gift 10 members if we hit that goal. All right, let's go back over to Michigan as of right now. Again, this is the ongoing severe thunderstorm warning over in Michigan. This is, again, associated with that MCS that we had ongoing. It's a little more broken now, but it is producing damaging winds, again, around 60 miles per hour. It is now coming on inland now, and it's moving off to the east. So, no, Devin. Definitely not. It's not much to tour, not going to lie. You're good. You're totally good, Alan. Amy, I completely agree with you. Completely agree with that. Cash, I've never used it. I can't give you an opinion on that app. Hey, Dozy, can you just ban the person that I removed message from? Hey, you can figure that out. Oh, wait, I can do it. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. Let me go back to the velocities on this. I'm curious to see what the velocities are looking like here. Yeah, and the highest winds right now, at least embedded with the storm, are currently just coming off the coast. We should get some buoy data, I think, here in a second. Let me go back over to the buoys. Buoy observations. That should give us an idea of what these wind speeds are. That's a little bit early. That was 30 minutes ago. We don't have any recent ones. We'll see what the buoy sites do say, though, in terms of the wind speeds. Those are pretty accurate in terms of what we're looking at, especially when they come inland. Yeah, definitely a fairly potent area of storms right now moving inland into Michigan. Hey, Joshua, how you doing? As of right now, no tornado warnings. Again, all the warning counters at the bottom of your screen, bottom right. So if you ever have any questions about how many severe thunderstorm warnings are or tornado warnings, make sure to check the bottom. We actually have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, though, not 10. Let me change that back over. There we go. And the line right now is moving inland into Michigan. Muskegon. Thank you, Connie. You already know what names I don't pronounce. I purposely don't pronounce some of the names because I just know I'm gonna not say them right. Appreciate that though. Evan, thank you for becoming a Storm Chaser member as well. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate you becoming a member tonight. Yeah, enjoy your benefits. And again, if you are a member on our YouTube channel, you can link your YouTube account to our Discord to get an exclusive role. So if you are curious about that. But again, if we get 13,000 subscribers tonight, if we hit that milestone, then I will again give 10 memberships tonight to the community. So that is my promise at this point. Let me go back over here real quick. Yes, Quad, what's up? Oh, severe thunderstorm warning destructive for Iowa? We have a destructive supercell right now in Iowa. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is huge. 80-mile-per-hour winds have been, it looks like, indicated by radar here over in Iowa. The cell doesn't even look that impressive, not gonna lie. It must be like a microburst or very strong downburst winds. Let's take a look. And this has just been issued 2 minutes ago. So, again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now with the cell. This is near Herman. This is north of Omaha, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Omaha. It's north of Omaha. Again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. If you're just tuning in, this is, again, a very destructive supercell. Again, damaging winds around 80 are currently ongoing with this. Magnolia, excuse me, as well as Logan, Missouri Valley, Woodbine, Dunlap, all included in this warning. Again, get away from windows. This is a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds right now, north of Omaha, near Highway 30. So very dangerous cell right now. Again, ongoing. 80-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. Get away from windows. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning. I'm going to take a look at the warning details and see what we have here. Take a look. By the way, this is confirmed, apparently. This is actually confirmed. It was from emergency management. We have a confirmation of 80-mile-per-hour winds from emergency management from this cell. So again, high winds right now at this storm, 80 miles per hour, seek shelter, get away from windows, treat it again as if it's a tornado warning. This is a very dangerous situation here unfolding again over in eastern and northeastern Iowa, north of Omaha. Definitely a very dangerous cell right now. By the way, I missed it, but thank you, KD, for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate that a lot. Okay, sounds good, KD. I appreciate that. Keep me posted. I know Michigan's going to see some damaging winds tonight, so we'll have to watch that closely. Again, if you know anybody in this area, this is again north of Omaha, make sure they're aware of this. Like, just message them. You don't have to share this live stream. Just message them. Make sure they're aware of this storm. And it is very dangerous. Thank you, everybody that just subscribed, by the way. We are currently 204 subscribers from me gifting 10 memberships, by the way. So, just for reference. Nick, it's a very low chance tonight. Let me go back over to the velocities. I'm curious. I'm actually going to get my phone real quick and take a look on here. Figure out where this high wind area is right now with the cell. Highest winds are currently up this direction. So, Londamin, if I'm saying them right. This is the area where we have the highest wind speeds. It's currently estimated on right around 60. But again, we had an emergency management. This is somebody at the ground that just confirmed that we had an 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind report. So we should be getting more information on that here pretty shortly. But again, 80 miles per hour is currently the threat with this cell. Again, in Iowa into western Iowa into eastern Nebraska right now is where we're looking. Very high winds, especially with the storm. We're looking at a serious situation in terms of high wind speeds. Let me zoom back out, put back on the live radar. I'm going to try to figure out if we can go over to this. See if we have any information here. This is from emergency management. I don't think we have any airports in this area, but I will take a look. Yeah, the velocities on radar scope are very extreme. They're not nearly extreme on here. We have a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust back up at the airport in Tacoma. Saying that right. So that area has a wind report, at least at this point, of 68. But again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds was reported by somebody on the ground. Let me take a look on Twitter and see if we have a better report on this. Let's see. Try to see if we have that report here. Again, this is a life-threatening situation. If you're not aware, again, get in shelter. This, again, treat it as if it's a tornado warning because, again, damaging winds around 80 miles per hour is essentially, and people say this all the time, it's basically like a Category 1 hurricane that could happen in a few seconds. I mean, it's a crazy amount of winds that we're seeing with the storm right now. Yeah, highest winds right now, at least estimated by radar, we're up in this direction, west of Magnolia, near 183. Just for reference, that's where our highest wind speeds are as of this, but we do see other damaging wind components. Again, 68 back up near Tacoma right now, and also back down here near Missouri Valley, we had around 65 estimated by radar, so that's what we're looking at currently in terms of those wind speeds. Go to hashtag member help Anthony on Discord. Be able to link it. Yeah, this does include Mondamin as well as Magnolia and Missouri Valley. Again, get away from windows. Very dangerous storm, as I mentioned before. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently ongoing with this cell. Again, this is an area where we probably don't have any storm chasers either. Again, it's really not an area that we're really focused on tonight, but this is a very significant amount of damaging winds. Again, the confirmation came from emergency management. I am still awaiting more details on that report. We also have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for southeast Minnesota, actually. So we have a brand new one there. And that's what we got going as right now. But again, we have a couple over in Wisconsin and again, one over in Michigan. A lot of stuff to watch tonight. But again, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Very dangerous cell. And again, this is moving off to the northeast. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning up in Mapleton, as well as Moorhead, and as well as Blencoe. This is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is also a considerable threat. So 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, again, do the same stuff. Stay away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible. Another very dangerous cell up this direction as well, producing some very high winds along with it. Again, a very dangerous ongoing system that we see right now. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's pretty hard to believe, but yes, it looks like not even that great of a cell, but again, very high downburst winds with this cell right now. Currently moving off to the northeast. Our highest pockets of wind currently seem to be in these couple of areas. I'll kind of outline a few. There's one near Missouri Valley, probably around 65. Again, near Tacoma, there was one that was 68, and that wasn't even that impressive on radar. So our highest winds, it seems like as of right now, are currently just off to the west of 183. But I could be a little bit mistaken. They're kind of in between these areas. Those are where our brightest reds are showing. Again, at this given time, they're moving off to the northeast, though. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows. They're also moving northeast and east. So, again, very destructive cell, though. 80-mile-per-hour winds is currently ongoing with this cell. Thank you, by the way, Nick, for the $1 super chat. I appreciate that. Get your support. And this cell right now is moving off to the east and east-northeast. Trying to see if we have any reports on this. I'm gonna see what the report exactly was. Again, there was an emergency management that reported this. Trying to see if we have any sort of reports coming in. Again, if anybody knows of the actual report, let me know. Again, this is from emergency management, so it should be out there somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out where. Again, destructive supercell, 80-mile-per-hour winds currently ongoing with this. And this also, by the way, includes a population of over 31,000. So it's actually a fairly populated area that we're looking at right now. Again, please stay in shelter. Stay away from windows. Make sure, again, if you know anybody in this warning, that they're seeking shelter. Treat it as, again, if it was a tornado warning. So we are, again, looking at extremely high winds with this storm at around 80 miles per hour. It's a definitely a very dangerous storm right now. I'm going to go back over to the METAR data. We'll take a look. Again, 68 was our most recent report back up near the airport. Again, eastern Nebraska. But otherwise, we don't have any reports. The highest winds are actually in here. So the wind report up here of 68 is not even where the main core of wind is right now. So that's a little, it might be a little bit confusing, but that's actually the highest winds are down here, closer to Logan and Modaman. Or I don't know how to say the name, but those are the areas included. Do we have any photos? I'm trying to figure that out. We're trying to get some, but again, no storm chasers are in this area. The only thing I could probably find, or maybe find, I should say, is maybe some cameras that might be in this area, like traffic cams. We'll take a look. Take a look if I can find any view on this storm. Western Iowa is probably the only ones we'll be able to maybe find. Let's take a look. Not seen anything yet. Take a look here. Yeah, this is pretty. I'm not going to go too close. There are some, you know, cameras that are a little bit closer to the storm, but we're probably gonna be in the dead center of them. There's just nothing in the exact range of this storm at this given time, unfortunately. The only cams that are anywhere close to it are right along the border, which those are like already embedded in rain, so it's gonna be hard to see anything here. That's right here. I will assume that we're gonna get some photos on Twitter here pretty soon, though, because again, 80-mile-per-hour winds is a serious situation that we're looking at here in western Iowa. Let me go over to here. Getting 76 on velocities. I wouldn't doubt it. My radar is not gonna be able to show the right velocities. I don't think, at least. It usually doesn't. Take a look. Maybe it will. All right, now it is. So yeah, you can see 71 near Modale. Over here, it's even higher. Near Missouri Valley, it's actually around 80 right now. A little spec showing 86, but I don't think that's completely accurate. So right around 80 miles per hour right here near Missouri Valley is how high these downburst winds are right now. Latest radar scan still showing around 75, 80 miles per hour. Again, extremely high winds with this storm. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Again, seek shelter immediately and away from windows, lowest floor possible. Treat it again as if it was to be a tornado warning. And this is basically like EF1 tornado winds, or even like a Category 1 hurricane, that sort of thing. That's kind of what we're looking at this point. Winds may be as high as an EF1 tornado. So definitely a very dangerous cell that we're looking at right now. Storm is again going towards areas like Woodbine, Portsmouth, as well as Dunlap, Erling, Harlan, Dow City, all in the track of this over the next several minutes. And our latest report, by the way, just coming in, it was actually 74 miles per hour. So this was not even really where the main hail core was, or excuse me, the main wind core. The most recent report we have coming in was 74 miles per hour, and this was by the ASAW station. So that's from the airport back up in Burke County, Nebraska. Now, just to kind of give you a reference for this, the wind report that we had of 80 miles per hour, possibly even a little bit higher than that, was embedded somewhere down here, because this is not really the area where the highest winds were, and that was again by emergency management. We're still awaiting more details on that, but again, very high winds ongoing with the storm. Let me take a look if we have anything else coming in on Twitter right now. Let's see. Yeah, we might get a new Severe Thunderstorm watch, by the way, for this area pretty soon. I would assume we will, with how things are already going. Take a look. I'm not seeing, again, if anybody has any photos, any videos, anything like that, feel free to tweet me on Twitter with them, with this storm. Again, we're currently talking 80-mile-per-hour winds if you're just tuning in. Let's take a look. $73, being converted after miles per hour. Thank you, Cash. No, this is not a tornado. This is damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. What we're looking at. Still trying to find photos on this. Maybe a supercell photo. We have a storm developing in southeast Minnesota that's actually severe. That is also a supercell. I'm just not seeing any photos yet on this. Again, I'll keep you updated if we get anything. Again, it's a pretty rural, it's not a rural area, but this is not really where any storm chasers are, so we're gonna have trouble finding any. Sniper is Dozy Drew, probably. This cell is going off to the east and northeast. Omaha is not on the track of this, luckily. But again, this is going to cause some damage, most likely to anywhere out in front of this. Denison, Harlan, get prepared. Again, this storm's heading off those directions. We are definitely looking at extremely high winds with this as it moves off to the east. Wind speeds, let's take a look on the latest report. They're around 81 estimated by radar near Magnolia. So we're still looking at very high winds along with this area. 76 down south of Logan. Again, the area that we had at 74-mile-per-hour wind report was currently now estimated right around 55, maybe 65. So it's a little bit lower back up that direction, but we're still looking at around 80 near Magnolia and about 75 just south of Logan on our latest reports. Again, and that's at least from the estimated radar wind speeds at this point, or velocities, if you will. So, hey Clay, how you doing? Welcome back. I do apologize if I've missed any new subscribers. Again, as I said before, if we hit 13,000 subscribers tonight, which we're currently 170 away from doing, I will give 10 memberships to the community. So feel free to subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you, Bart, for the $20 super chat. Man, that is crazy. Appreciate that support. Thank you, Bart. $20 super chat. Everybody give a clap in the chat for Bart. Really do appreciate that support. Thank you very much for the very generous donation. We put some clapping emojis in the chat for him. Appreciate that a lot. What's the wind speed for the storm entering Michigan? It is currently 60 miles per hour. I think the radar just updated. I'm curious. Our highest wind speeds, again, currently estimated around 80. And 80 down southeast of Logan. So we're seeing a lot of high winds right now with the storm. I don't think you can do custom mounts, Sniper. Yeah, we're looking at extremely high winds. If you're just tuning in, again, western Nebraska, or excuse me, western Iowa, currently seeing damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. We had a recent report of 74. The storm, again, does not look overly impressive, but surprisingly, it is producing extremely high winds right now. And again, it's currently moving off to the east and east-northeast. And this is, again, our next area to watch tonight for severe weather. So, very dangerous storm right now. $80-mile-per-hour winds. Again, I'm still waiting if we get any photos or anything like that. Again, if you have any photos, send them into our Twitter. It's down in the description below. Or you can message me again on Discord or anything like that. Discord, again, that link is also in the description below. Take a look at Magnolia. What is the National Weather Service here? Curious. And 80-mile-per-hour winds is the main threat. This is the Omaha. Okay, that's Omaha. National Weather Service of Omaha. Let me go take a look at that. I'm not having any new reports on this yet. It is still warned for 80 miles per hour. That has been, confirmed at this point. We're still looking at 80-mile-per-hour winds at the bare minimum in that peak of this storm. Again, destructive supercell right now heading off to the east. Again, producing damaging winds as high as 80, maybe even as high as 85 miles per hour right now, moving off to the east. Magnolia, again, has already been hit by it. It looks like Woodbine's next in track. Presea, Neola is also in the track of this over the next several minutes. Very damaging storm right now. And we have a new Severe Thunderstorm warning that has just been issued that is also for this destructive threat. Moving off to the east. Again, this storm's moving at about 60 miles per hour, by the way. This is a very quick moving storm, it looks like. Right now, that does include Erling, Irwin, Harlan, Westphalia, as well as Portsmouth, Tennant, Shelby, Walnut, and Elkhorn are all included in this threat for damaging winds, again, up to 80 miles per hour. Again, this is a destructive supercell right now moving through western Iowa. Thank you, Jason, for the $2 super chat as well. I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. All right, let me go over here, take a look at the latest. And this new warning is for 80 mile per hour winds on this cell. I am going to assume we're getting, again, a severe thunderstorm watch here pretty shortly. That's kind of my guess at this point, because, again, we're going to probably see more severe weather from where this came from here, probably over the next several hours. Take a look at the new warning. Rex, probably not this specific one. All right, the latest update, again, 80 mile per hour winds on this storm. It does include, again, Harlan and Walnut. Those are the two main areas, as well as Erling, Irwin. I think I just mentioned Erwin. No, I did not. Irwin. Those areas all included. Again, damaging winds up to 80 is included in this warning. This new one, a total of almost 50,000 people are included in these two warnings. So, again, 80 mile per hour winds, a serious threat to property and whatnot in this area. Again, stay away from windows and stay at the lowest floor possible. Very damaging storm right now moving through this area. And again, if you're just tuning in, we are now 150 subscribers from 13,000. Again, if we do hit 13,000 subscribers tonight, I will give 10 members to the community. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. No problem, Amy. Yeah, again, we're going to be live here for a while. We're going to keep you updated with the latest and everything. Hey, Tyler, how you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Sniper, you're totally fine. No problem at all. Yeah, again, this is a very... I'm going to put a track on this, actually. We'll give you an idea of where it's heading over the next several minutes. Those that might be wondering where this is heading over the next several minutes. Let's go put a track on this. Let me put this up here. And I think I just glitched out my tracker. Oh, I did not. Okay, never mind. Let me do this again. All right, let's go put a track on this area of storms again. This is producing 80 mile per hour damaging winds. Des Moines, by the way, this is actually an area that's a lot more populated. Des Moines might be in the track of this. But Harlan 852, Atlantic 906, Perry 956, Clive 1013, West Des Moines right around 1013, Windsor Heights right around 1013, Urbandale 1014, Norwalk 1014, Des Moines 1018, Indianola right around 1021, and Altoona right around 1026. That's your timing again on this area. Storms producing damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. So very significant situation here. Been good, Rye Guy. How about you? Thanks, Benny. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you haven't already, guys, make sure to hit the like button. 1,300 of you guys are watching. I highly doubt half of you guys have liked the live stream. Make sure to hit the like button. I would appreciate it. It's a great job a lot. Helps more people be able to see this as well. Very dangerous situation again right now, ongoing with this cell. All right, thank you everybody for subscribing. I'm not going to get to the names since we're really just focused right now on the severe thunderstorm warning, but I do appreciate it. I thank you, Corey, for posting that on the Discord. Actually pretty useful. I didn't realize they had a map for that. All right, again, if you're just tuning in, 80 mile per hour damaging winds currently ongoing. Again, this is currently moving off to the east. A very dangerous situation, as I said before. This is not an extremely dangerous situation as classified by the National Weather Service, but this is definitely a dangerous situation overall. Again, Elkhorn, Irwin, Erling, Harlan. All these areas are currently in the path of 80 mile per hour damaging winds right now. We'll take a look at the latest on the damaging winds here. And still around 75, potentially near Woodbine. I'm seeing close to 80 on the leading edge just south of Dunlap. So we're still looking at potentially damaging winds around 80 with this ongoing area of storms. If you're not going to see 80, you very well may see between 60 to 70 as well, or even up to, still maybe even up to 80. So damaging winds between 60 to 80 looks to be very likely anywhere across this area of storms right now, moving off to the east. And it doesn't, again, look that impressive, but it is producing some very high winds right now. I know, Benny, it's crazy. correlation coefficient picking up? I'll take a look at that. No, actually, no, it is not at all. I mean, the correlation coefficient usually picks up debris or hail. It doesn't usually pick up wind unless there's some sort of stuff being lifted up with that wind, which is typically from tornadoes. So at this given time, it's just a lot of rain. Any of these reds are really just rain. There is some little specks of yellow that might be representing some dust or something like that, but I don't think we're looking at anything beyond that. Just for reference. Again, here's a look at the live radar with the severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. 80-mile-per-hour winds likely with the storm. Thank you, Clay, for becoming a 2-month tornado chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that, Clay. Thanks. Get the compliment. Mystic, this is currently western Iowa. Severe thunderstorm warning in Kent County. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cassie. New warning for Michigan as well. The new one in Michigan is for Grand Rapids. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. 55 miles per hour is reported at the North Pier on our latest update. So that's what we got going as right now over there. Again, we will keep an eye on those storms very closely. Again, 80 miles per hour, that was a significant threat. So we're going to keep you updated, though, with all the storms. Again, there's a lot of storms ongoing still right now. All right. Go back over here. Yeah, if you have any photos, videos, anything like that, friendly reminder, send them into our Twitter, Instagram, any of those. Again, message me or tweet me on Twitter, message me on Discord as well if you have any photos. All those links, again, are in the description below. Let me head over to here. Take a look if we have any of those coming in right now. All right. Again, this is not a tornado warning, but it is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's producing winds around 80 miles per hour. This is, again, an observed threat at this point. So we're still looking at a very significant threat across the board with this area of storms. I do have to plug in my iPad for my chat, though, real quick. Let me do that. Anthony. It's funny. No, there's actually not been tornado warnings, but there's been a lot of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings without a doubt. We'll head over the Michigan storm here in just a second as well to give an update on that. Another friendly reminder, if you're not already subscribed, hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we are currently 128 subscribers away from me gifting 10,000, or excuse me, not 10,000, 10 gifted memberships to the community. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below if you haven't already. Our latest report just came in. We have a correction, I think. 75 miles per hour was the peak wind gust, by the way, at the airport. But again, we had emergency management report 80, so we may have had a wind report as high as 80 miles per hour. Let me quickly hop over to the severe weather that we have over in Grand Rapids. I know many of you are from this area. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. This is the line of storms currently moving into Grand Rapids, as well as Rockford, Sand Lake, and Kentwood. Those areas all included, again, for the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Yes, I did not mean 10,000. Thank you. Yeah, imagine if I gifted 10,000. We don't even have 10,000 here to gift them to. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning, Grand Rapids. Make sure you're staying away from windows. Dangerous storm heading in your direction. Kentwood, Caledonia, Lowell, Rockford, Sparta, Sand Lake, all included in this warning. It's now 70 miles per hour. Oh, though actually, it's up to 70 miles per hour this warning. I believe it's a considerable threat. The last one, at least, the last one is 60, or the last one I mean is 70. This one is still 60. So it seems like it's gone down to 60 over in Grand Rapids. That seems like our latest report here. Clay, do you mean the storms, how fast they're moving? They're moving about 45, 50 right now. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? We're only 22 subscribers from 12,900. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. I am choking on a cashew. Excuse me. Thanks, Christopher. I appreciate it. Let me go over to the velocities. Let's take a look at those. What it's looking like. And yeah, the highest wind speeds as of right now, really on the leading edge here. Again, that's near Cooperstown, or Coopersville, excuse me, as well as Allendale and Urbana. Where's to see? Is this a little bit of rotation that we're looking at? We have a little bit of rotation actually right here. A little embedded area of rotation. It's not strong, but there's a little bit there. Let me go back over to the velocities here. There's a little bit of rotation here. It's not much of any. It's broad, but there's a little bit of rotation right now. Southwest of Kent City. I'm curious to see how this evolved over the last several minutes. And yeah, it's been rotating. It's been broad this entire time. Actually, it's been broad for a while. Definitely a little bit of rotation though. Nothing too crazy, but something to monitor. A little bit of rotation. That's north of Coopersville. Go again. This is just off to the northwest of Grand Rapids. So, but again, main threat's gonna be damaging winds. Even if a brief tornado were to occur, main threat is again gonna be damaging winds with these storms as they move off to the east. Very damaging storm, though. Thank you, Brock, Marty, Myra, for all subscribing, by the way. I appreciate it. Welcome. Cashews are deadly. Cashews, I, for some reason, have issues eating sometimes. Amy, I think I have a command for it. Exclamation point rotation. That will be a video on how to identify rotation on radar. Pops up. Yeah, from Nightbot. You can click that link if you want to watch that. It's a little tutorial video. On Skywarn, a rotating wall cloud near Allendale. Where is oh, down here? I don't know. Let's take a look. A little bit of rotation. It's nothing too crazy. It's more of wind, it looks like, more than anything. I didn't see that report, though. Take a look on Twitter. Let's see. Somebody actually did report that there's a wall cloud. I'm not sure how accurate this is. This is just from one person on Twitter. They said that there was at least a wall cloud on the back end of the Allendale storm behind the shelf cloud. So there may have actually been a wall cloud with this. Possibly. But I can't confirm that because, again, who knows? No photos of it. But it is nighttime as well. Yeah, QLCS definitely not out of the question here. Pretty low threat, but we do have a little bit of rotation. Got a little spot here. It's not strong. It's been pretty broad this entire time. We have a couple of smaller areas down here as well. Lots of tiny little spots. They're really very small, but there's kind of little spots all along here that are kind of rotating. It's not anything that strong. Again, we have this a lot, though, with lines of storms, but definitely a little bit more prominent than before. Again, Grand Rapids right now on the track of this. 60-mile-per-hour winds, up as high as 70 right now, but between 60 to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And again, possibility for maybe a brief tornado does exist over the next several minutes. Maya, this is currently over in Michigan. We were looking at Iowa a second ago. Again, the storm over in Iowa is still producing damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. It is still a destructive supercell. Again, we will keep you updated with the latest on that as it unfolds. Kind of going back and forth here. A very strong line of storms right now moving through Michigan. Okay, there we go. It's okay for me to DoorDash in Milwaukee until 1 a.m. Are you talking about from now until 1 a.m.? Should be fine. I don't expect much between now and 1 a.m. for Milwaukee. You have a little bit of sinking air anyways right now. It should prevent most storm activity for now. Again, we're only 14 subscribers from 12,900. Again, if we get another 120 or 110 or something like that, again, I will gift 10 memberships to community. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. And I know at least 100 of you right now are not subscribed. If all 100 of you did, we would be able to gift 10 members. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. All right, back over to the winds as of right now. In terms of the velocities, again, we have had some broad rotation with some little areas. Again, we have one here. We have a small one down here as well, west of Walker. So we have a couple of areas here embedded. Nothing that's strong, nothing that would indicate a tornado right now, but we definitely could see, again, possibility for maybe a little bit of rotation as these storms move off to the east. Kind of see it here. Again, we might get a little bit of these little embedded notches as these move off to the east. Definitely not out of the question here. Sounds good, Anthony. Good luck. See you again soon. No problem, Amy. No problem at all. Completely understand. Yeah, Grand Rapids again right now in the exact track of this line. 70-mile-per-hour winds, definitely a possibility as this moves off to the east. Very high wind speeds ongoing right now. Kalamazoo is probably not going to get hit by, they might get hit by it, but it's not going to be the severe weather, I don't think. You'll probably stay just with strong gusty winds, is my guess. New thunderstorm warning in Iowa. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Iowa. This is actually for Fort Dodge almost. 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of penny size or dime size tail, that range there. And again, we have our destructive supercell ongoing in western Iowa. That is currently producing 80-mile-per-hour winds, as I said before. Very dangerous situation. Again, if you know anybody in western Iowa right now, make sure you give them a call. Just text them. Do something. Make sure they're aware of the storm because, again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds is, again, not a joke. It is basically like a Category 1 hurricane that we're looking at with the cell. So, extreme damaging winds right now ongoing, as I said before, in western Iowa. We have a lot of stuff ongoing in Iowa, as I said before. All right, let me go back over to... Actually, have another warning back up here. Yeah, west of Rochester. 60-mile-per-hour winds. 66 was the latest report. And we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued. This doesn't go until 3 a.m. It just got issued for northern Iowa and southeastern Minnesota, which southeastern Minnesota has already been hit today. More storms to come. This watch goes until 3 a.m. The main threats, I would assume, are going to be winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Might also see potential for hail up the size of maybe golf balls. I wouldn't expect much beyond that. But also an isolated tornado still can't be ruled out, but main threats can be damaging winds and large hail. We have another warning that just got issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail up in Harrisville. This is in northeastern Michigan. New warning that just got issued here. We got a lot of warnings ongoing. Over to the level 2 radar site. And this cell here, currently moving off to the east, has looks like a little hook there. Over the velocities. A lot of wind more than anything, but that's moving off to the east as of right now. Definitely a dangerous cell right now. Going towards Harrisville. So, again, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing as of right now. I do have to update the counter. I think we're up to at least 12. We're actually up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's our latest update. We're up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We were originally at 8. Hey, Dobbs, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, destructive supercells, again, are really no joke. Thank you, Ryan, Days, NBZ, Dawn, and Chatter for subscribing, guys. I appreciate that. Welcome. Alrighty, let me go back over to the velocities here as I catch a breath after all these warnings. We've had a lot of warnings so far. A lot of warnings that just came in. Again, we're up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a lot of warnings ongoing. Here's a look at that ongoing area of storms, by the way, as I mentioned before. A little bit of broad rotation embedded in a few of these areas. I'm not seeing a whole lot near Sparta anymore. It's weakening a little bit. Still got a little bit of rotation down here near Walker. It's more than anything, it's damaging winds. We'll have to watch this again closely. Can't rule out that this does become a QLCS as it moves off to the east, but it is a pretty low chance of that happening. But definitely a very pronounced Boeing area of storms right now, heading into Grand Rapids right now. Lowell as well, Kentwood, Sparta, Comstock, as well as Sand Lake, all included right now in this area. Yeah, we're now up to 17 warnings. We're down to 8 recently, so warnings really spiked. Again, our goal for tonight in terms of subscribers is currently 13,000. We're only 77 away. Again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below if you haven't already. And I'm going to give 10 memberships if we hit that goal tonight. So we're looking at right now. All right, let me go and see what we got going. Again, 17 warnings. I'm going to take a look at my phone and see what we can go to right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Iowa. Let's go and take a look at that. Again, the Iowa storms have been really, really bad so far. I mean, we're talking 80-mile-per-hour winds right now with one of the destructive cells. We're up to a 60-mile-per-hour wind report, though, over here. Or 60-mile-per-hour, excuse me, severe thunderstorm right now for Carroll, Denison, Wall Lake, Manning. So 60 miles per hour, maybe even a little bit of penny-sized tail. Over near Harlan, as well as Walnut, Elkhorn, Irwin, Erling, Westphalia. Again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are currently ongoing here. That's, again, a destructive, ongoing threat right now, moving off to the east. Again, very dangerous cells that we have moving off to the east right now. 80 miles per hour, probably going to track right towards Des Moines, by the way. So hopefully it weakens before it gets there, but see what happens. Evan just said in chat he'll also donate $20 if I hit the if we hit 13,000 subscribers. So everybody, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Hey, King Cheese, how you doing? Got a serious destructive supercell out here in Iowa. We're 58 subscribers, by the way, away from 13,000. So 58 more of you, and then we can again gift 10 memberships and obviously the $20 donation that Evan said he would do. Thanks, Beth. I appreciate it. Yeah, again, we'll be live here for a while. I'm going to keep you updated throughout Michigan as well. And again, another severe weather threat is expected to unfold across Iowa. So we're going to see a lot, again, over the next, several hours here. Here's back a look again over in western Michigan. Right now moving through Grand Rapids. Again, get away from windows if you're in Grand Rapids right now. Very serious situation here. Runway, the only way is gifted memberships. That's the only way. And those are at random, so. Yeah, we have a lot of warnings right now. As I mentioned before, we are currently at 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. 17. Yes, the Wisconsin and Illinois border storm real quick. I'll go and take a look for it real quick. But it's not much of anything at this given time. It's mainly just $half size tail. I'm not sure if the storm has really maintained itself. It's really moving slow, though, if it is still kind of moving along here. Yeah, it still has $half size tail. Maybe some downburst winds around 60, but it's not that impressive. But it is moving down to the southeast very slowly. The storm's currently moving at 20 miles per hour. So we'll watch it closely. But overall, the threat of that is still pretty low. $half size tail, though, my main concern with that one. All right, here's a look again that the storm's going through Grand Rapids. We are now 39 subscribers away, again, from the 13,000 subscriber goal. Again, I'll give 10 memberships if we hit it. Hit the subscribe button if you're just tuning in. Would appreciate it. All right, I have to actually... Quick. All right, funny enough, I actually had to buy a membership to my own channel. To actually gift them. All right, I bought my own membership. All right. All right, well, back over to here. Let's take a look. Lucky, we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We are currently up to, let's take a look. 16, actually, right? 16 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So, again, we have a lot of warnings ongoing. This is currently a storm rolling through Grand Rapids right now. Again, much more populated region here. Bro, it's crazy. I just became a member of my own channel. Do I have a badge in the chat? I do. I actually have my own badge, too. Look at that. So special. Everybody, put some claps in the chat. I became a member. All right. Back to the severe weather, though. We're only 19 subscribers, by the way, from 13,000. Again, if we hit it, I'll give 10 memberships. Just an update, by the way, again, for those that are just tuning in, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Wisconsin. That's going to move into potentially just north of Chicago. We do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in southeastern Minnesota. We have about 6 over in western Iowa. Again, some of those producing winds as high as 80 miles per hour. We have actually 2 in North Carolina, north of Charlotte. We also have, again, these 2 are actually 3 right now. We actually have 4 in Michigan, so... kind of just an update in terms of the ongoing threats right now. And we just had a whole load of subscribers. Oh my god. All right. Well, maybe if you guys really want these 10 gifted memberships. Well, we only need 16 more. So 16 more people. Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. Large trees down in Ottawa County, Michigan. Thank you, Michael, for the report. Crazy to think I'm the most recent person. Can't remember. I know, Joanna. There's not many people that do report weather though on YouTube to begin with. I mean, I've just been up and coming. I mean, I've been doing this stuff for years, but I haven't really done it on YouTube until recently. We have a new damage report that came in, and this is what he just said in chat. In Holland, large tree branches down on Waverly between Chicago Drive 8th and 8th Street. So that is our most recent report there, just for reference. That's our most recent damage report. Thank you, Cassie. So power flashes and Grand Rapids is our latest report. Let me take a look at the velocities here. Curious to see. There might be, look at this. There's actually possibly something here. Let me take a look at the correlation coefficient. I don't know. There's rotation though here in Grand Rapids right now. I would get in shelter as I mentioned before, but we have rotation here near Grand Rapids. Very dangerous right here. It's not strong, but there's definitely rotation right there. And get in shelter if you're in Grand Rapids right now. No tornado warning, but man, that is pretty decent rotation right now in this area of storms. By the way, thank you, Tyler, very much. I really do appreciate your $20 super chat. Really do appreciate your support. Thank you very much. We've officially hit, by the way, 13,000 subscribers. I cannot believe it. We just literally did. I do appreciate everybody's support. Now, I will celebrate a bit more after this, but I do want to focus on this because there's possibly really strong rotation here near Grand Rapids that we have right now going through possibly Grand Rapids. Somebody said power flashes. I wouldn't be surprised if this is possibly some sort of brief tornado or something like that we're looking at. But we've, again, put some claps in the chat. We hit 13,000, but now the question is, how do I gift memberships to myself? I have to figure that out. Thank you, Evan, for the $20 super chat as well. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's support as always. Really does mean the world to me. Okay. Here's the latest radar update. Looks like it fell apart a little bit on this latest scan. There may have been a brief tornado, though, there for a second. There's still a little bit of a notch here. No tornado warning. I'm kind of surprised by that. There was definitely some rotation here. Again, if you're in Grand Rapids, stay away from windows. Storms right now rolling through your town. Or city, I should say. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Okay, my credit card declined my payment. That's unfortunate. That's not good. Maybe I have to do it through here then. All right, there we go. Congratulations, everybody, whoever gets the gift of memberships. Appreciate everybody's support tonight. That is our member goal is way up now. Let me fix it real quick. I think we've gained, I think we're right. All these notifications are going to pop up. Let me do this. All right, our next goal is going to be 100 members. We're currently 13 away from that, but here we go. All right, back over here. Yeah, whoever got a gift membership, congratulations again. Those that got gifted memberships, there's a reason. Those that are more active have a better chance of getting memberships. Now, if you're not that active, you have a low chance of getting it, but it's not nearly as high as those that chat a lot and watch the videos and stuff like that. But congratulations to those that got it. Let's get back to the severe weather, though. We do have some significant cells ongoing, as I mentioned before. And I believe we still have 17 or 16 warnings ongoing. Let me take a look at this. We're at 18 severe thunderstorm warnings, so we still have a lot of activity out there right now. So as of right now, again, going through Grand Rapids is a very severe line of storms. Again, we had some rotation near Grand Rapids. There may have been a brief tornado, but it's kind of undetermined at this point. I thought there was pretty strong rotation there for a moment. And that's what we got going on right now. I'm going to take a look at Grand Rapids, see if we have any reports coming in from there. Wait, did Moxie get a membership? Moxie's been here for a while. Moxie isn't actually a membership until now, but congratulations, Moxie. Yeah, there might have been a tornado on the ground. It's kind of hard to determine. It may have been very brief, but there might have been something on the ground there in Grand Rapids. I heard somebody say power flashing or power flashes in the chat, and that was in Grand Rapids, so you definitely may have saw that. Yeah, again, I became a member tonight, and I also gifted memberships. Pretty crazy. All right. Crazy night. Again, I do appreciate everybody subscribing tonight. We're up 13,000 subscribers. It's crazy to think. I think we've gained 1,000 subscribers in just this live stream alone, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Can't believe it. Yeah, I do appreciate everybody's support. I'm not going to have a whole spiel like I usually do, but I do appreciate everybody subscribing. I usually have a whole speech. Not really a speech, but... All right, let me go back over here. Let's take a look at the velocities. Again, we have very high winds right now going through Grand Rapids. Rotations died down on the latest 2 scans, but there may have been a tornado here. It's kind of my thinking at this point. It's going to, again, to be determined. I'm not sure if is anybody from Grand Rapids right now? I know somebody said they saw power flashes, so I'm not sure if you're still here. Anybody in Grand Rapids right now? Anybody have any idea on it? Jelly, I know. I'm aware. I wish I could stretch more. Cassie, do you have any? Yeah, I think you were the one. Do you have any, like, have you lost power or anything like that? Thanks, Artem. I appreciate it. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Welcome. Lansing's not going to see storms until a little bit later. If you see severe weather, damaging winds up to 70 is your main threat. Yeah, winds can cause power flashes, but honestly, the rotation was pretty strong at that given time, so there may have been a tornado. As of right now, here's looking at the velocities, nothing that crazy. Correlation coefficient not really showing much at this given time. Still definitely a pretty strong area of storms. Thank you, Heidi, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that help, Heidi. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. And again, I do appreciate Tyler, as well as Evan, for the $20 super chats from both of you. I really do appreciate that, guys. All right, I didn't have much of a reaction. We're looking at the pretty decent rotation there over Grand Rapids, but I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, this is just 3 of them. And yeah, we have a lot of severe weather ongoing, as I mentioned before. Still got a bunch over in Iowa. We have a recent wind report coming in. Des Moines, by the way, is going to be in the track of that potential storm. This storm is now down to 60 miles per hour. That's good news, but we're still looking at some damaging winds that may go toward Des Moines. So if you're in that area, just make sure you're aware of that. Again, ongoing 60 mile per hour damaging wind gusts just came in from Lakeview. This warning is actually for 70 mile per hour winds going towards Fort Dodge. So latest warning there. Again, seek shelter, stay away from windows. It's a dangerous storm going that way. Again, severe thunderstorm watch was issued, as I mentioned before, for all those in northern Iowa and southeastern Michigan until 3 a.m. Central Time. And also, we had a 66 mile per hour damaging wind report up at the airport in Waska. I'm not going to say the name right, but that's also the other area that we saw that in. Just another update over that direction. Again, very strong line of storms right now heading through Michigan. So, and stay away from windows if you're any severe thunderstorm warnings. Very dangerous storm still ongoing tonight. Yeah, Evan, there's a possibility it was that too, but it looked pretty, I mean, with how it looked there with the inflow, it definitely looked like something that was there. Might have been a tornado or something, maybe briefly at least. We'll see. See if we get any reports from there. Fort Wayne, isolated chance for severe weather tonight. Thank you, Nick. Power flick in Hamilton, apparently, in Michigan. So, latest report there. And power's out, apparently, or internet's out. Check Discord. Yeah, we actually do have a video coming in of the power flicker or the power flashes in town of. Oh yeah, there was definitely flower flashes. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there may have been a brief tornado. I do, but those were really bright flashes too. I think there may have been something brief there in Grand Rapids, but who knows? Again, it may have been also strong, very strong downburst winds. Again, this line's been very potent throughout its cycle of going through, again, through Wisconsin and whatnot. So there's definitely a chance that it might have been also strong downburst winds. Definitely not out of the question. See what happens. Again, that was a very dangerous storm that went through Grand Rapids just a moment ago. Thanks, Ron. I appreciate it. Chicago's not going to see anything, or really much of anything, Dominic, for at least the next several hours. Lynn, yeah, I can go ahead and show you. This is near Grand Rapids. Let's go back on the velocities here. This is a look from a few minutes ago. Here's a look at the velocities right here. That skips the scan, though. I'm not sure why it's skipping the scan. Let me try to refresh this here. Skips, that's the problem. All right, I'll kind of show you where it was, though. It was right in between. It was basically in here. That's where we had our rotation. I'm not sure why the pass radar was kind of skipping it, but basically in between Grand Rapids and Walker. That's where our rotation was. Maybe I can go to base velocities here and do it. No, it still skips. But then basically right between, it's northwestern Grand Rapids is where we had the possible tornado. But it's to be determined still, but there was some strong downburst winds without a doubt. Thank you, Adam, for the report, by the way. Good thing you're staying safe there. Derecho is just elongated. It's a very long line of storms, usually about 250 miles. It's very rare. We saw one a few weeks ago though, but they only occur really once or twice. I mean, twice every year or so. It's like the average. They usually last several hours. I believe have to at least be 250 miles wide or 240 miles wide. There's a certain mileage on that. Hey, Storm Chaser, how you doing? Welcome back. We have a damage report coming in. Oh, that was from earlier. Never mind. But Holland still has some large tree branches down. That was a report from earlier. My bad. Let's take a look if we have any other reports here. We had some nickel-sized hail. That severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, has now been canceled or expired over in southeastern Wisconsin. I got another area to watch tonight. Will be the severe weather unfolding in Iowa. That will all be moving this direction again overnight. So there's more severe weather to come, unfortunately. Local ABC affiliate reports that Grand Rapids storm possibly a tornado. Thank you. Yeah, it looked like it was a tornado, honestly, but yeah, if there was, it was likely rain wrapped. Which in that case, it looked like, from what the video I saw, was likely rain wrapped there. Yes, Gabe, this is an MCS. Yeah, I don't think this will be classified as a derecho. I don't think so. It will probably at least be classified as it's definitely an MCS. Kelsey, there may have been a tornado. We're not 100% sure, but there was very strong rotation in this area here briefly. Correlation coefficient didn't pick up on much, but we had a bunch of power flashes. I'm not entirely sure in correspondence to where those power flashes happened, but this area had something briefly. It's not a threat anymore, but it was initially. The storms are now well past Grand Rapids in terms of where any rotation could be. At this point, I don't see any rotation though in this given time, but we may have had a tornado. It's to be determined. Thanks, Roy. I appreciate it. No, you're good. And the slide's moving off to the east. It will eventually, again, go towards areas possibly near Alma, maybe. But the strongest storm's probably going to go towards Lansing, I would say. And maybe even Charlotte with this line moving off to the east. Let's see. Sorry to hear that, Jeremy. Hope he gets better soon, by the way. Thank you for the report. I appreciate it. Thank you, King Cheese. Appreciate the report as well. Thank you, Adam and Ashley, by the way, for subscribing. Again, if you haven't already hit the subscribe button, make sure to hit it down below. We're now on the road to 14,000 subscribers. This line is currently moving east, Ryan. This is not in Wisconsin. This is currently Michigan. We have a lot of severe weather, though, back out to the west of Wisconsin. There may be a chance for overnight severe weather, but it should be pretty low for Wisconsin. There are a couple of storms right now near Rochester, Minnesota, which again is southeastern Minnesota right now ongoing. Storm Chaser, I saw that. I've already heard about it. You're not impressed with the storm by Chicago? It's not very impressive. It's definitely been weakening over the latest scans, without a doubt. Northern Indiana has a low chance for severe weather tonight, but I don't think you'll see much. If anything, maybe some gusty winds. Definitely a lot of rain, though, with it. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in about 1 minute. Again, I haven't taken a break in 2 hours, so let me do that real quick. Stay tuned. Again, make sure to ask questions in chat. We will be right back. A lot of warnings to get to. We will go all over the warnings when we get back. While I take a quick 30 to 45 second break, I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. It'll give you our latest forecasts and live streams here on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure to hit that little bell icon to the right and click all so you get notified on when those live streams and videos come out. And if you'd like to support our page above and beyond, click the first link in the description. It'll redirect you to a membership page. For as little as $2.99 per month, you can become a member on our YouTube channel, which includes exclusive forecasts, and as well as a chat badge in both the live streams and comment section, and some emojis to go along with it, which you can use in live streams and as well as in our comment section. I'll also give you a shout out here on stream. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 seconds. All right, we are back. Appreciate everybody staying tuned. I want to do a little bit of stretching real quick, but I will still be talking to you guys for a second. Might be a little bit far away from my mic. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that currently does include Sheridan and Greenville, and Iona and Lyons, and Portland and Clarksville. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and possibly some penny-sized hail is possible with that storm. I'm just doing a little bit of stretching real quick, and then I'll be back on the screen here in a second. right. Gotta do some stretching. All right. Oh, Lord. I haven't been really standing at all in the last 4 hours. Alrighty. I'm glad to hear that, Jeremy. I'm glad he's recovering. And I hope everything gets better soon for you. Hopefully everybody did some stretching with me as well. If you've been sitting for a while, make sure you stretch for a few minutes. Again, you guys might have a little bit more freedom to stretch. I wish I had a standing desk, to be honest. That'd be great, but I don't. All right. Let me see if I missed any questions I may have there. Let's see. Shelly? Maybe. You never know. Sounds kind of far-fetched, though. Thank you, Adam, for the report, by the way. So heavy rain, obviously, and lightning also ongoing east of Grand Rapids. Pretty much a given at this point, but yeah, that's definitely ongoing. A lot of lightning with this line of storms still. Very potent area of storms. Again, we may have had a brief tornado with this as well near Grand Rapids, but that's still to be determined. You don't understand the storm heading toward Des Moines. The one back out to the west may produce some damaging winds. It may also fall apart before it gets to you, but we'll see what happens. If you hit 100,000 subscribers, you should get a tornado tattoo. I don't even know if I want to. I don't do tattoos. Like I don't. I'm not really interested in doing them, but I don't know. I'll think about it. Lucky, I honestly love what I do. Glad I'm able to help people out and whatnot as well, along with it. I always have and I always will, regardless of how many people are watching, regardless of how many, whatever. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm glad I'm able to help though as many people as I am able to. Yeah, latest velocities, by the way, still showing around 60, possibly near Lowell right now. Like the wind speed. So near Lowell as of right now, 59, 60 miles per hour, currently just off to the east of the radar site. So we are still seeing around 60 mile per hour winds at this point, moving off to the east. Again, that's just to the south of 21 right now. Tattoos suck, yeah. Again, I'm not really into tattoos, but I mean, maybe a small tornado tattoo, but even that, I don't really think I would do one. Get one. Also, we are currently 10,000 views away from 100,000 views on just this live stream. And, I mean, that's insane to even think. But if you have been watching the stream, I really do appreciate it. Any part of it. Again, we'll be live here for a while. I'm going to continue to keep you posted on all the severe weather tonight. We actually do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for quarter-sized hail and 60 miles per hour winds. That does include Wayland, Martin, Hastings, Plainwell, Nashville, Allegan as well is also included. Again, damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail possible there. Again, severe thunderstorm watch is ongoing until 11 o'clock Central Time, another hour and a half. Really, this line is going to continue to move off to the east. It will likely start to weaken once it gets closer to Lansing, but Lansing may see some damaging winds. Definitely not out of the question. But Detroit, Troy, and Flint, kind of on the cusp of seeing really any severe weather tonight. I don't think you'll see much, but if you do, definitely can't rely on some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour up that direction. My friend in Grand Rapids said he had an ammonometer at his house and it said 85 mile per hour wind gusts. Really? Not sure if it was that high, but I definitely can't rule it out. All right, sounds good, Katie. Yeah, I'll definitely be watching that area pretty closely. Kalamazoo is definitely a bit more populated there too. Welcome back, Lucas. Let me go back over here. You check the cell west of Rochester. What Rochester? Which Rochester are you talking about, music? Yeah, this has been a very impressive line of storms, to say the least. We actually have a new warning back up in... Oh, you're talking about Rochester, Minnesota? I'm assuming that's one they mean. We have a warning, though, over in Wisconsin again. This is for quarter-sized hail, a newly developed storm over here. New storm actually just developed over here near Princeton, Montello, and Brandon Ripon. This area including damaging winds, not really damaging winds, excuse me, but quarter-sized hail is possible. So, unfortunately, more severe weather coming from where that came from. Back out near Rochester, I know somebody was asking about this. But just as an area I really have touched on yet, we have some pretty significant hailstorms going on here. Now, quarter-sized hail, not much. Obviously, the lapse rates, as I mentioned before, not that high. But we're still looking at maybe a little bit of nickel, maybe quarter-sized hail with these storms. We did have a report of 66 miles per hour with the storm about an hour ago. I'm pretty sure it's with this storm now. But we might see a flash flooding throughout these storms as well. But as of right now, 60 mile per hour winds, the main concern for these storms in southeastern Minnesota. That's our latest on these storms up here. Hey, Lemur, how you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back to Wisconsin. I know Wisconsin's killing me with pronunciations today, but we'll get through it. Back down here to the south near Des Moines, there's also a whole complex of storms here. I believe this is all outflow driven, all 60 mile per hour winds at this point, 70 miles per hour possible near Lake City and Fort Dodge, but primarily 60 mile per hour wind gusts moving off to the east. We've had recent reports, 70 mile per hour wind report over in Denison at 9:02. That was only 22 minutes ago. 63 down in Harlan and 60 over in Lakeview. So those are our latest reports there. Crazy stuff ongoing today. A lot of warnings. We still have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And the crazy part about all this, we've at least had 100, I think at least, maybe not 100, but probably at least 80 severe thunderstorm warnings since I've gone live. And out of those, we have not had a single tornado warning. However, there may have been a tornado in Grand Rapids. That's still to be determined. We had pretty strong rotation at the time there with power flashes in there, but it has been a very active afternoon. Death Star, I might go live tomorrow. Most likely not Monday, though. But stay tuned. Moxie, I don't think so. I have not really seen a whole lot of rotation with most of these cells. The only one that has is this line. And again, Grand Rapids, there may have been a tornado. It's still to be determined. But what we've heard so far is that there's power flashes. We may have actually seen a tornado. But it's kind of, at this point, questionable. I got to figure out what my thing is real quick. And this line storm's currently moving through areas near Beating, Greenville, as well as Sheridan. All those areas in the track right now. Back over here. By the way, if you haven't already, join our Discord server. I'm going to link it in the chat. Again, join our community. Even when we're off stream, we talk a lot in there. And we also post your photos and videos through there as well. Again, join our Discord server. Link is going to be in the chat here in a second from Nightbot. And there it is. So make sure to join our Discord server if you haven't already. Again, you can follow me on Twitter and all that. If you have photos, videos, feel free to send those in. Those are all linked in the description below. Here's a look at the velocities, though, in the latest scans. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation at this given time. That's not rotation. Not a whole lot of rotation at this given time, but we still have a lot of wind out there. Definitely can't rule out we have another isolated brief tornado at some point down the road. But again, we may have had one in Grand Rapids. Michael, I'll have a forecast on that tomorrow, but overall, main threat in St. Louis will most likely be maybe isolated damaging winds or large hail. Music, I'll take a look in a second. No problem, George. I appreciate you stopping by and tuning in. Really do appreciate it. Yes, Death Star main threat on Monday will be damaging winds. I'm not expecting much in terms of a tornado threat, so that's why I'm not going to be going live most likely on Monday. But I will most likely be going live tomorrow because of that tornado potential. A little bit of rotation from this angle. We have to go ahead and take a look from Minneapolis, though. And there is some very broad rotation. There are high winds, without a doubt. I think we're talking possibly at least 60 here. It says 52 about near Hayfield, probably closer to 60. So there may be a little bit broad rotation here. It's nothing impressive. Now, the chances of this actually organizing is extremely low with the environment we have over here. So I'm not expecting much in terms of a tornado threat back out that direction, but it's not impossible. But I think it's going to be a very low-end chance tonight. Looking at us right now. Hey, by the way, all the new subscribers, again, I do appreciate everybody subscribing tonight. I'm not going to get to all the names. We had a lot of names tonight, so usually I go over the subscriptions, but there is just a load of them. Traverse City, Michigan. Tyler, no, I don't think so. I think you're going to be probably fine tonight, honestly. I don't think you'll see too much in terms of severe weather, at least in terms of severe weather. Maybe some strong storms over your direction, but nothing too much beyond that tonight. Yeah, again, I'm going to retweet on Twitter the power flashes in Actually gonna make it. Just gonna do this real quick. But yeah, we actually may have had a tornado back in Grand Rapids. There's power flashes there. So, but I'm gonna post the power flashes on Twitter. If you want to take a look, go to my Twitter page. You can take a look at the those crazy storms that rolled through Grand Rapids, and there might have also again been a brief tornado. It's hard to tell from the video. Again, it might have been rain wrapped as well, but it's crazy to think that we may have actually had a brief tornado there. There was no tornado warning at the time either, but there was definitely rotation. Hey Roy, welcome back. How you doing? Yes, Paul, I know we hit 13K. I already gifted the memberships a little while ago. Now, if we hit 100,000 views on the stream total, which we're currently at 92,300, I will gift another 5 memberships, which we only need 8,000 more views. That probably will happen automatically because I'll be live here for a while, so. But we will eventually gift another 5 memberships, so stay tuned if you want to get those. Or if you want to get one. Potential for it. ASMR typing. Yeah, my mic is kind of weird. I've had this mic for, actually, this is crazy. I've had this microphone for about at least 4 years. I've not had to get a new one. It's been actually pretty good. Talking about the Iowa storms as of right now are all damaging winds around 60. One is 70 miles per hour, but I believe this warning is going to be expiring here pretty shortly. The winds are kind of exiting the warning now. We might get a new warning for Fort Dodge, but all these storms for the most part, 60 to 70, going toward Des Moines, as well as Story City, Eagle Grove, potentially Iowa Falls, Fort Dodge next in track over the next couple of minutes. So that's what we're looking at as right now. And no new warning, by the way, up here in Minnesota on this cell. We might get a new warning, but winds seem to be still around 60. We'll see what happens there. Back over here for now. Still have a lot of warnings. As I mentioned before, if you're just tuning in, the warning counts at the bottom of your screen. It is actually down to 13, but it was really recently 17. But we just hit the 930, so we probably will get more warnings here in a moment. Live traffic flow? No, Michael, I wish I could. That would be really cool, though. Maybe in the future, though. I'll definitely try to look into that. Okay, if we get to 100,000 views total on the stream, apparently Evan will donate another $10, so share it with your friends. Nah, but we'll probably honestly, we'll probably hit 10,000 or 100,000, excuse me, total views if we get there. Amy, again, I'll have a full forecast on that tomorrow. I did have a forecast actually on that today, not nearly in detail as what tomorrow will be, but I will link it real quick if you want to check it out. All right, the YouTube thing's in the chat. So if you want to click that link, that's a bit more of a forecast for you for tomorrow. Skip to about, I think, 2 or 3 minutes in. It gives you a bit more timing details. It's not a full breakdown. It's also from this morning, so it's not fully updated, but it will give you the idea of what you can expect in some locations. From Amy. Yeah, definitely a little bit something to look at. All right, let's go back to the velocities. As of right now, I'm not seeing any crazy rotation with this, which is good news, but we're still seeing some high winds along the line. Let me go back over to the velocities. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the radar is estimating in terms of wind speeds. And near Clarksville, as of right now, we're still talking 65 miles per hour is actually being estimated near Clarksville right now. So we're still seeing some very high winds here. That's a peak, though. Peak of 65. A lot of the area is seeing about 45 to 55. So the worst downburst winds right now around 66. That's a dog barking, by the way. Rotation in Manchester, Wisconsin. I'll take a look at it. Somebody said that before, but I don't think it was rotating too crazy. Over here. Is it this one? Where is Winchester? Is that what you said, Winchester? Or Manchester? Where is Manchester? Down here? I don't think any of these storms are really going to be rotating, though. I'll put it on the velocities. There's been very broad rotation here. Near Hayfield. Back out here to the west near New Richland. Not much, but there's a little bit there, too. It's just, honestly, the environment that we're in right now is just, it's not going to be really easy for any of these storms to really rotate and potentially produce a tornado threat tonight. But we'll watch it closely, but I just don't think the threat's that high tonight. I don't think it's going to be really able to develop anything over that direction at this given time. We'll watch it closely, though. Stephen Flint probably won't see much. You'll probably see rain, but the overall severe threat is going to be pretty low over that direction. Flint should be okay. You might see some strong storms, though. Storm in Wisconsin. Yeah, there was a little bit of rotation, but it's not much of anything. Again, I'm not very concerned about those as of right now, but we'll watch it closely just in case. Yeah, I'm looking at, I don't see a whole lot that would convince me that there will be rotation or any tornado in the given future on that storm specifically, but we'll watch it closely. And I'll keep you updated with the latest on that. Again, we have a lot of cells still ongoing. Michigan, Iowa, Wisconsin, we even have a severe thunderstorm warning in right now. And again, we also got a few over here in Michigan, so. And also North Carolina, actually, I think there is. Any storms in North Carolina are 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's it. Maybe a little bit of quarter size tail. I think those were the main threats down on the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Otherwise, there's no severe weather over there. No problem, Steven. No problem at all. Yeah, don't be too worried. Just make sure you're prepared. There's not really anything to be scared about those storms. They're primarily just gonna be gusty winds by the time they get there, I would say. We, by the way, Bargo County, however you say it, that county in Wisconsin right now is actually still with 17,000 people without power out of 38,000. So it's almost still 50% of the county without power, even given to this point. By the way, back at the beginning of the stream, they lost about half the county's power. So there's still a load of people without power over there, unfortunately. No, no tornadoes in North Carolina. No tornadoes over that direction. Winnebago, thank you. Connie's been here like almost this entire stream. I'm not gonna lie, Connie's probably provided me with the pronunciations for literally every single place in Wisconsin. Everybody give some claps in the chat for Connie. Very good work tonight on pronunciations in Wisconsin. Again, I'm not from Wisconsin, so I couldn't tell you a single pronunciation there. All right, we do have a new wind report, 35 actually over in Wright, not much. 47 also in Hudsonville, but we probably had at least 60 or more in Grand Rapids. We had power flashes there, as I mentioned before. Some transformers blew in that area as well, so we saw so far over that direction. So this is the latest report. 35,000 people in Grand Rapids are currently without power. So that's our latest report from Grand Rapids. Again, 35,000 people without power. Most of these being due to the storms. And that's our latest report on Grand Rapids. Back over here to the live chat. It's hot out here. It's hot across the United States. Actually, if you haven't already looked, next week, there's promising signs. Anybody from Oklahoma in the chat? I'm curious. Where are you guys all from? Anyone from the Central Plains? Because I have some good news for you if you're from the Central Plains. By the way, this cell right now near New Richard producing quarter-size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's the latest warning that we have over this direction. Which county is that, Katie? Is that Michigan? If anybody's from the Central Plains, I got some pretty good news for you, all right? If you're from the Central Plains, if you're from Oklahoma, Kansas, any of those states, there is currently some promising signs that next week, temperatures may drop pretty substantially. So Kansas right now, for example, let's just go to tomorrow's high. If you're like Wichita or Ponca City, any of those areas kind of in southern Kansas or northern Oklahoma, currently going to be at 98 to 105 tomorrow, right? Let's talk about next week, though, into Friday. Temperatures are forecasted to drop, believe it or not, into the upper 80s. And that might sound like not much to a lot of you guys, but that is actually a huge difference. Again, North Texas, for example, as of this given time, has literally been in the low 100s for at least the last like 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, it's been very consistent. We've hardly had a day below 100. But going into Friday, there will be a temperature drop across the central and potentially high southern plains. That will likely also impact areas in North Texas going into the weekend. So there are some promising signs that there will be maybe some cool relief coming soon. So those that are dying from the heat, there's some relief coming. Don't worry. For some areas, not everybody, but a lot of areas down in the southern and central plains will see it. I know a lot of you guys want cooler temperatures too. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Charlotte. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. That is our new report there. So makes a broad rotation. I think it was over here somewhere. I'll take a look real quick. See if we have anything here. The velocities. Let's go over the velocities. Somebody said, wait, which state was it? I can't find it. Which state did it was like Allegan County or something like that? Oh, it was over here. Is this it? I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. Like a little bit here, but I think this is the outflow boundary, so that wouldn't be rotation. Yeah, that's the outflow boundary, so not rotation there. Not sure what we're talking about, but I don't see a whole lot here. It's mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds and probably hail. Again, low end tornado threat, but thank you, Lefty, by the way, for the report. Appreciate it. Wind just picked up so much. There's a lot of wind out there. Again, there's an outflow boundary actually out in front of it that's producing a lot of the wind. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Wisconsin again. That's now our second one in the last several minutes. This is for Randolph, Beaver Dam. This area has already been hit with storms, and they're going to see more now that are again severe. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail is possible with this cell. It is moving down to the southeast. So that's again our brand new severe thunderstorm warning. And that is again over Wisconsin, which this area again has already seen severe weather tonight. This is another one. Oh, I got you, Katie. Yeah, I didn't see a whole lot of rotation on it, though. I think for the most part, it's more outflow driven over that direction right now. Oh, yeah, Steve, I've taken a couple breaks. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what Shelly's talking about. Yeah, I've already taken a couple breaks for about 30 seconds. I don't take long breaks. I try to, I'm on the grind. I'll make sure everybody's staying safe as well. There's a lot of warnings. If there wasn't really any warnings, I'd take longer breaks, but I mean, the longest break I'll probably ever take during severe weather especially is maybe a minute. And I don't have a second person to just like hand it off to or anything like that. I know a lot of people say get a second person. I'm kind of my own thing. Kind of do it all solo. Ruben, as of right now, again, tornado counter is at the bottom of the screen, so you can take a look on that. This warning got updated, by the way, to 60-mile-per-hour winds for those in Brandon, Ripon, primarily over here, though, near Markesan. That area is currently seeing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Again, quarter-sized hail possible here. Over the hail radar. Just look at the hail right now on the latest scans. This is the most updated version. I think it is. You can see quarter-sized hail possible. It shows up the ping pong ball, but I would say it's around quarter right now. That's our hailstone size as of right now. The live radar again. A pretty dangerous storm, though. I mean, we're looking at a lot of storms out there. This is just one in Wisconsin. And again, we got ongoing ones in Michigan. Got a whole line back out into portions of Iowa. Again, we'll be covering these storms pretty closely as well. Primarily focused on the Michigan storms, though, for right now. These storms have been pretty prominent. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds ongoing with these. They will be falling apart as they move closer to Detroit, as I mentioned before. But over the next, couple of hours, they will still probably stay with 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe an isolated tornado threat still. James, we've at least had one. There may have been one just very recently in Grand Rapids, though. It's still unconfirmed. It will be unconfirmed probably until at least tomorrow. Hey, Wilson. How you doing? Is Brandon still out there, by the way? Is Brandon still live streaming? Wasn't sure if he's still out there. I know if anybody was actually still live streaming in terms of storm chasing right now. He's really still out there, really? Okay, that's interesting. Didn't know he's still storm chasing. Sent to Chicago. He actually, well, there's a possibility that, I don't know if he's going to stay live the entire, evening or overnight. I knew he was tired when he started to stream, but, I wasn't sure if he was going to, kind of wait and watch out the, storms overnight, but, or maybe he's going to get some sleep and maybe go for the severe weather event tomorrow in the Northeast. Oh, it's heading home. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. A lot of severe weather out there. As I mentioned before, still some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with these storms. And again, they could go as high as 80 back out here to the west. We've already seen 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds back over in Iowa. So we've already seen some very high winds. Definitely can't rule out that we see that continuing. It's a very dangerous situation still ongoing out this direction. Still 70 miles or 60 miles per hour as of right now. I don't think the winds are nearly as high though as before. We're not getting any new warnings. They may still be high over in this direction. We may get a new warning. We'll keep you updated with the latest on that. But again, those are in Des Moines and Fort Dodge, Iowa Falls, Marshalltown, Waterloo. All you guys got to be aware for those storms tonight, because we may very well see some damage in terms of those damaging winds tonight. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at as of right now. There's no tornado in Wisconsin. That's just false news. We have some trolls. No, that's not a tornado though. This is, again, they just look at the velocities. Not a whole lot of rotation. There's high winds though. That's definitely out of the question. Estimates are actually right around 65 to 70 right now with this storm. So there might be some high downburst winds over Wisconsin, but definitely not a tornado. No tornado right now. Back over here. I'll put a track on these storms, by the way. I haven't done that in a while. They're moving about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Here's a look at the track as of right now. So this is kind of an idea of when you can see the storms tonight over in Michigan. And again, we are in Central Time, so you have to add an hour for your location on the left side of your screen. But as of right now, Battle Creek 10:02, Lansing 10:19, Holt. Actually, I'll say them in Eastern Time just to make it easier. So Kalamazoo 10:51, Battle Creek 11:02, Lansing 11:19, Holt 11:24, East Lansing right around 11:25, Hazlitt 11:30, Flint 12:18, Burton is going to be right around 12:23, Wixom right around 12:34, and Waterford 12:40. Again, those times are in Eastern. Georgiana, I don't know. I feel like yesterday was really bad. I don't know. Which, for you guys in chat, if you guys watched yesterday's stream, you might not, and you might have watched the severe weather anyways, but which day did you think was worse overall in terms of severe weather? Yesterday or today? I would say it was today just because of how much more widespread it was, but I don't know. All right, I'll put it in chat actually, so you guys can vote on the poll instead of just commenting. Put a poll in chat. In my personal opinion, I mean, yesterday was crazy. Don't get me wrong. We were live from yesterday's event. It was insane. We saw a lot of crazy storms out there. Again, a very insane amount of, we had like 5 or 6 tornadoes, but a lot of those were very brief and they were just land spouts. Today, though, we had much more widespread damaging winds. Obviously, hail. All the warnings, by the way, in Iowa just expired. But yeah, I'm honestly leaning probably towards today just because of the widespreadness of it. That's not even a word, but you know what I mean. But yeah, so about 70% of you guys out of 50 votes said today, and then yesterday about 30% of you. So yeah, I would agree. I think today was worse though. Now, which day had the worst tornado threat? Well, actually, yesterday probably did. We had at least 5 or 6 land spouts, if not more. So thank you, Kyle Lee, as well for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. Again, if you're new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. I would appreciate that. Make sure to like the live stream. We actually have over 1,600 likes. I didn't even realize that. Thank you guys all for liking the live stream, and obviously everybody subscribed tonight. All the super chats, members, all that. It's been a crazy night so far. We are currently 2,500 views away from 100,000 total views in this live stream. And again, that's insane to think. The highest ever viewed live stream we had was 48,000 views. I believe that was like an 8-hour live stream. This one's only been almost four. It's almost been 4.5 hours, and we already have almost 100,000 views. That's crazy to think. That's all I gotta say. Never had a video over, I think, 50,000 to begin with. Yeah, yesterday's severe weather was pretty bad. And up until this point, we had about almost four straight hours that we were over 1,000 concurrent viewers. Pretty crazy. Hartford, Michigan. Is that back out here to the west? If I'm not mistaken. If it's back out here to the west, you're probably done, other than just maybe some thunder and lightning. Not a whole lot in terms of damaging winds right now. Here's like that Michigan storm, by the way. I'll go back to this real quick. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter-size still ongoing up here. Again, this is going toward Beaver Dam. Again, this is an area that we already saw severe weather here earlier. And unfortunately, more is coming, and more rain also with it for those that may not even need it because of the flash flooding threat. So, yeah, we're still looking at that potential, again, for maybe some $quarter to $half size tail 60-mile-per-hour winds still ongoing with this storm. YouTube promoting your YouTube channel right now? I think it's just how it gets recommended. I don't have any say into that. How about my first forecast? What do you mean? Like reacting to it? What do you mean my first live stream? My first live stream was back in 2020 on Facebook. Texas needs rain. 100% agree. They desperately need the rain. Sorry, I'm eating a little bit of cashews. I'm kind of a bit hungry, but no Caesar salad tonight. I know Shelly, I think, is the only one that gets that. Or maybe Virginia, too, if you're still here. Caesar salad. The one time. That one live stream had Caesar salad. If you guys don't know the story, but one live stream, I was so hungry in the middle of it, like 2 hours in. I was like, I need something to eat. So I get a Caesar salad. And I'm eating it over the span of about 3 hours. No joke. I have this salad, a bowl of salad in front of my face. Over 3 hours of a live stream. I didn't finish it until literally 3 hours after because I was just talking so much like this. So, I mean, cashews are probably the best way to go for something that's quick. Yes, Kenny, I do. I look at the YouTube chat like all the time. Tyler, I do not. Was that my 8-hour live stream? Was that what it was? It's funny. I couldn't remember which one it was, but that sounds probably about right. 8 hours without eating, really? No Caesar salad tonight. Eating cashews. Greedy Michigan's taking all the rain. I mean, there's people in Wisconsin. There's actually a lot of rain back out here. Over in Iowa right now. Here's a look at the radar. Here's a look at a wide view, by the way. We have some rain down here in Colorado. We actually have some warnings down here in Charlotte right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Here's a wide look at it. Not a whole lot of rain. The only rain that we see right now is really in the Midwest. Obviously, Florida sees rain. Oh, we have a tornado warning. Okay, we actually have a tornado warning. I want to get to this. We have a tornado warning currently ongoing in Michigan, or excuse me, Minnesota. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. There's pretty decent rotation actually on this too. And this is an ongoing tornado warning that we have up in Michigan. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. This is near Ellendale and Blooming Prairie. So again, tornado warning is in effect for these near Ellendale. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, very dangerous cell here near 30. Here's a look at the velocities. Our rotation is currently centered right here near Ellendale. Look at the correlation coefficient. Not showing a whole lot in terms of the defined area, but that's basically rain wrapped right now near Ellendale. So again, tornado warning ongoing. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is going towards Blooming Prairie at this point. Again, this is a new tornado warning. Again, this is up in southeast Michigan right now. Again, this cell has a little bit of rotation. Here's a look at the velocities again. And we definitely have some rotation here near Ellendale. It's currently north of 30. That's where our area of rotation. Again, this tornado warning just got issued. Moving east about 30 miles per hour. Again, Blooming Prairie and Ellendale are both included in this warning. If you're in the pink box, get into the shelter immediately west of Highway 218, as well as south of Highway 14. Again, this is moving off to the east. Rain wrap situation here that we're looking at. Again, our area of rotation currently centered right about here, embedded in that area of rain. Again, tornado warning ongoing. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. I don't think we have any storm chasers out there right now that are actually anywhere close to the storm, so we're not going to really be able to get any feed on that, but again, this storm is capable of producing a tornado. It's radar UK rotation. Here's a look at the rotation as of right now. We're definitely seeing some rotation on this cell. Again, here are your winds going towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. That is your counterclockwise spin. Very common. Again, 98% of the tornadoes out there usually are counterclockwise. And in this scenario, again, if there were to be a tornado, it would be likely located somewhere in here. So that's kind of where we're looking at this given time. Latest radar scan actually just came in, so we have to move that a little bit, but we'll take a look here in a second and see what the next radar scan shows. Again, tornado warning is ongoing for those in Ellendale and Blooming Prairie. Seek shelter immediately, again, away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Again, this is actually our first tornado warning that we've had really ever since this morning. Or earlier this afternoon. And this tornado warning is ongoing for Ellendale and Blooming Prairie. Very dangerous situation here. If a tornado is able to develop, it definitely could potentially pose some damage. Obviously, that's very, obvious. But again, this moving off to the east. We're getting our next radar update probably within the next minute or so. So once we get that, we'll take a look at what the velocities look like. But then this is a pretty dangerous situation here near Ellendale. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. It's not on the ground as what we know, but it very well could be at any time. So again, this is Minnesota, not Michigan. A brand new tornado warning. Just got issued 3 minutes ago. And again, our next radar update's gonna be coming in here in about 20 to 30 seconds. So we'll take a look at the rotation here in a second. And this warning is also ongoing for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Along with that tornado threat, there is a little bit of quarter-sized hail embedded in here. But again, our rotation as of right now is near 30. It's kind of in this little notch here. Again, it's very well going to be rain wrapped if there is a tornado, so don't try to look outdoors or anything like that. Here's the latest radar update. Let's go over to the velocities and take a look. And this is completely rain wrapped. And rotation on the latest scan looks to be a little bit broad, which is again good news, but very well could re-strengthen. Again, it's completely rain wrapped for the rotation. It's fairly broad at this given time. Let's go back over to the again, it's well rain wrapped. If there were to be a tornado, it's gonna be extremely hard to see this. As of right now, again, that's a look at the velocities back over the reflectivity. Very well rain wrapped at this point. But again, Ellendale and Blooming Prairie near Highway 30 currently seeing a tornado warning. Again, stay in shelter. Tornado could happen at any time. Again, tornado warning is going to be ongoing for another 19 minutes until 10:15 Central Time. We go over to my radar here and take a look. We do have 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings in Iowa, by the way. Again, we'll get to those here pretty soon. And seek shelter immediately. The rotation on the latest scans, by the way, there was a decent amount of rotation. There actually may have been a tornado with this. I'm going to go back a few scans here real quick. I am curious. Let's go back onto the velocities here. Let's go back a few scans. Kind of match this up with the correlation coefficient. Right here. Stop the radar, please. All right, right here. All right, so right here at 9:41, and then we also had one right here just after that. I'm curious to see if there may have been a tornado with this. It's the same given time. We may have had something brief there. The rotation was actually, it looked to be pretty tight there for a brief moment, but it's hard to tell. Again, ongoing tornado warning, though, still ongoing here for Blooming Prairie and Ellendale. Stay in shelter. And this moving off to the east. But there may have been a tornado. The rotation was pretty tight there. We were back there a second ago. This also includes Bixby, by the way, Minnesota. So 3 areas, 3 towns, I should say, included in this near 30. And just off to the west of Highway 218 are included in this ongoing tornado warning. Again, it's a rain wrap situation. We have an ongoing rotation here. Again, no confirmation of this being on the ground by any means. Again, it's night. It's gonna be hard to see if there were to be one, and it's rain wrap to even make things worse. So it is a very dangerous situation. If there were to be a tornado, it's going to be very difficult to see in this situation. Again, the storm's moving toward Blooming Prairie. So if you're in Blooming Prairie, get to your safe place right now. Just get to your safe place. No reason to panic, but just make sure you're in your safe place. Again, this is a very dangerous storm if it's able to develop a tornado. It is nighttime. It's rain wrapped. So a lot of things right now ongoing with the cell. Forkly, I would recommend not a blanket, but like a pillow or a mattress or something like that if you're in a bathtub. But best thing to do is be in a lowest floor possible, away from windows. If the bathroom is away from windows and not the lowest floor, that is pretty close to perfect, or a closet or something like that in some instances, but a bathtub is actually a pretty good spot if you're able to get it in the middle of your house, lowest floor. Otherwise, a basement or storm shelter is always very good as well. Thanks, Peter. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lynn, I retweeted that on Twitter. There was power flashes over in Grand Rapids. There may have been a tornado there too. Again, area of rotation is currently centered here. There may have been a brief tornado with this already. Again, it's to be determined. We had pretty strong rotation there near the beginning of it. And this storm is currently moving off to the east. By the way, we've officially had 100,000 views on this live stream. Again, I do appreciate everybody staying tuned with this live stream. Everybody that's liked, subscribed, super chats, all that stuff. We've officially hit 100,000 views on the live stream. That's insane to think. But back to the tornado warning. Again, Blooming Prairie is going to be on the track of this. Let me put a track on the storm too, and give you an idea of where it's heading. Again, there's a cluster of storms here. It's going to be difficult to say, you know, this storm may go a different direction. But here's kind of just a general gist of where it may head over the next several minutes. The timing's on the bottom left, or it's going to be at the left side of your screen there. But that's in terms of timing on this specific cell. But obviously the rotation, if there were to be a tornado with this, likely would be something that's brief. Here's our latest radar update. We're seeing a lot of hail, by the way, around this, probably quarter-sized hail. Go over to the velocities again. And the rotation, let me try to take this track off. Seems like the rotation is kind of down here now, near Blooming Prairie. I'm not seeing a whole lot, anything that tight. Here's a look at the live radar again. And that's more of a hail course, so I'm not sure. Maybe the velocities kind of died out here, which will be good news. So we may have lost the overall rotation. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's that tight or definitive here in terms of rotation. A lot of rain again around this, a lot of congestion with the hail that we have around it as well. So there's obviously a lot ongoing here. Thank you, Joel and Seth, by the way, for subscribing. Tyler, me too. I literally did too. I'm in the same boat as you. No, don't worry about it. I think there's a rerun though at 12. Yes, Evan, we did. We hit 100,000 views. It's crazy, I know. This is the first ever video or live stream I've ever had even over 48,000 views, actually. So it's crazy to think. And the one that we had at 48,000 was an 8-hour live stream. This has only been 4.5. Again, if you're just tuning in, hit the subscribe button down below. I would appreciate it. Make sure to like the live stream. Yeah, it's been a crazy night. And obviously, again, the severe weather is still going to be ongoing. Again, this is our ongoing tornado warning right now. Over in Allendale, Blooming Prairie. And the rotation overall seems to be subsided in the latest scans, but the warning is still ongoing. We'll have to wait and see what the next warning update is here. At least we'll have to look at the next radar scan as well to take a look at it. Thanks, Evan, for the $10 super chat, by the way. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity tonight as well. $30 in super chats. Appreciate that a lot. I'll probably go live tomorrow. It's going to depend on how long I do this live stream, but I'll probably go live for a bit tomorrow. See what happens. Okay, we'll get our next radar update here probably momentarily. Take a look when it's coming in. It'll be coming in probably, actually, it might be another few minutes, but we'll see what happens. Probably maybe another 2 to 3 minutes. Have a great night, King Cheese. Appreciate you stopping by. Again, congratulations on your gifted membership as well. Close my cashews. Chamber, I can at least give you an idea of how to read rotation. The Nightbot command will give you a little video, a tutorial video on how to identify rotation on radar, but I don't think you're gonna. I don't have a full video on how to identify stuff on the radar yet. I will at some point though. Thank you, Lynn, for the reports. A lot of Michigan, or excuse me, a lot of power outages in Greenville, Michigan. Thank you for the report. Again, this cell, for reference, if you're just tuning in, this is in southeast Minnesota. Again, this is an area that already got pounded by storms earlier, and we have an ongoing tornado warning, as I mentioned before, in this area for another 12 minutes until 10:15, unless otherwise expired or canceled or anything like that. It might be canceled, but we'll see what happens. We had very strong rotation at first. Yes, Diana, I do nationwide coverage, and the tornado warning has been canceled. Good news. So we are back down to severe thunderstorm warning. But again, that tornado warning has been canceled. But there may have been a tornado at the beginning of that, so we'll have to wait and see what happens, though. Thank you, Diana, Lacey, Nancy, and Pray for subscribing. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Tornado warning has been canceled. Good news, but obviously we may have had a tornado with that. That will obviously be confirmed, or at least be investigated. There is still a tornado possible label on the severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, so we will still have to watch for the rotation, but overall I think it's going to be more of a storm activity, more in terms of hail and damaging winds. We do have a new damage report coming in over in near Maryville. This is near Beaver Dam, near, let's see, Marcasan. That's where we had a report of 60-mile-per-hour winds. That was by a trained spotter law enforcement report. Pea-sized hail is also reported along with that warning. Again, here's a look over at Michigan right now. I know a lot of you guys are from Michigan. You're wondering, when are these storms coming toward your location? Well, we actually do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the first time my software's crashed all day. All right, let's go and refresh this. Going back over here. Here's a look at the severe weather over here, though. We do have a new warning for Lansing as well as St. John's. This is for the potential for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. So that's our latest warning over this direction. It's going towards Lansing right now. DeWitt, Holt, Dansville, Williamston, Ashley, all included. St. John's, as I mentioned before, all included. Ovid, and Maple Rapids. Again, this storm's currently producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Storm chaser Milwaukee. No, I don't think anything's going on there right now. Primarily off to your north and west. Yeah, this line, I guess, as I said before, this line will be weakening over the next several hours, which is, again, is very good news, but we'll still keep an eye on it. We do have new warnings, actually, over in Iowa. These ones I did mention before. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, very similar threats to the other ones. These are moving off to the east. The radar's not loading. Somebody said a tornado possible on the Wisconsin storm. We'll take a look at that here in a second as well. Here's a look at the radar site. Or the radar. Okay, maybe we won't. But those storms are ongoing. Let me go over here, though, real quick. Somebody said tornado possible on this. I don't see a tornado possible unless it's maybe on the warning details. There actually is. Okay, yeah, there's a tornado possible on this one, too. Which does mean there might be a little bit of rotation here. And here's like the rotation on this cell. Again, this is a ongoing tornado possible, which means we have a little bit of rotation here. I haven't seen a whole lot in terms of rotation at this given time. There may be a little bit more before, but we definitely have winds around 60 miles per hour. We have high downburst winds right now near Beaver Dam. And again, our latest report was 60 miles per hour before, back up near Marcasan. So we definitely have a potential for maybe some rotation with this. But overall, I think it's more of a hail and potentially quarter-sized hail threat. I think you cash for reporting that. Appreciate it. We're getting reports, by the way, 3 to 6 inch tree limbs broken or snapped, excuse me, over at the St. James Church and at National and Bridge. That's near downtown Grand Rapids. A site very common in downtown, many places with generator power as well. And Grand Rapids. And that, again, may have been a tornado from earlier. So, again, it's unconfirmed, but we may have had a brief tornado there earlier for reference. Again, unconfirmed, but we'll have to wait and see tomorrow, most likely, in terms of what to expect there. All right, let's go back over here. Indiana's not going to see much tonight, unless you're in northern Indiana, but it'll be mainly an overnight threat. Gusty winds may be a possibility, though. Again, Beaver Dam's going to hit again in Wisconsin. Again, I know a lot of people from this stream have been in this area or live kind of in Wisconsin right now, and this, again, it has a tornado possible label. We've had a little bit of rotation with this, so we will have to watch it still pretty closely across these areas. I know, Christian, yesterday was a wild day too. We've had a few wild severe weather days, and this is another one of them. Yesterday was supposed to, it should have been a higher risk, but it obviously wasn't. Today probably should have been, I mean, it was pretty close to what we probably were expecting. Tornado threat, though, I think overall, I didn't expect much, and there wasn't really much. We only had it back, at least at this point, we've had, I know we had one confirmed tornado in south. Oh, we actually have a tornado warning. Well, there we go. Well, they're talking about tornado talk. New tornado warning was issued in Wisconsin. This includes areas in Beaver Dam, Hartford, Mayville, Horicon. Again, brand new tornado warning was just issued. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. This is it again, Wisconsin. Brand new tornado warning. At times I jinx myself. This is crazy. So this is an ongoing rotation. It looks like near Beaver Dam. Now I'm trying to figure out where we might have this rotation kind of embedded here. Looks like the rotation is currently here near Highway 151. So again, a brand new tornado warning moving down to the southeast. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, ongoing rotation. It looks like it's probably embedded in this little inflow here. Possibility for a tornado there. Again, brand new tornado warning. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of that for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So again, tornado warning ongoing. Just got issued. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. I know a lot of people are still probably thinking the weather's done in Wisconsin. It's not, actually. We still have that potential for some isolated damaging winds and large hail, and now also obviously here an isolated tornado threat. Again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This tornado warning again in southeastern Wisconsin, and our latest here. And it looks like the rotation as of right now is near Beaver Dam. I'm trying to pause it here. So I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient on here. Not seeing a whole lot as of yet. But we definitely have a tornado warning, as I mentioned before, ongoing. I'm trying to look at the other radar site here on my phone. Yeah, the rotation is pretty strong, actually. There may be something that, what I'm kind of thinking here is this might be something here near 151. Possibility. But that's kind of way outside the warning, so that wouldn't make sense. Let me try to figure out where we're looking here. Because the warning is, again, there's a tornado warning ongoing, but just not seeing it where the rotation might be here. Not seeing any specific spot. From the other radar site, it looked to definitely be in this little notch here. We have a little inflow here. Again, maybe right here. Velocities weren't really showing anything. There may be something there. Again, this tornado warning just got issued. This doesn't include Beaver Dam, Hartford, Mayville, as well as Iron Ridge, Burnett, Rubicon, Fox Lake, Woodland, Atwater, all included. Again, tornado warning ongoing, just got issued. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. Again, this is actually, okay, this is why we have a funnel cloud report and a possible tornado that cannot be confirmed in Randolph. So this is kind of adds to the mix here. There's a reason why there's a tornado warning. Back in Randolph around 9:46, there was a report of a funnel cloud and a possible tornado. So that's what we have so far out of this. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows. Again, we have a confirmation of a funnel cloud and possibly a tornado already with this. The latest scans didn't seem to have much in terms of rotation, but that just came in. Apparently there was multiple funnel clouds, by the way. Apparently there was multiple, which is interesting. I'm gonna take a look at Twitter and see if we have any photos or anything right now. Take a look. All right, so as of what we know, again, a few, possibly multiple funnel clouds were reported up in Randolph with this tornado warning storm, and again, a possible tornado was associated with it, and that is kind of to be determined at this point. But again, the best thing you can do right now if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is ongoing for those near Beaver Dam, Iron Ridge, Mayville, Neosho, all included. Again, this is moving down to the southeast as of right now. Let me back over to the velocities. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I'm going to go back a few scans and see what we're looking at back near Randolph. Just to see what we were kind of looking at in terms of the velocities, what they looked like at the given time of where that funnel cloud was reported. Hard to tell. It looked like they might have been very similar to what we're looking at now, though. Maybe something here near Beaver Dam. Back over to the tornado warning here. Go and put to the latest scan. Yeah, this is near Beaver Dam, just off to the northeast, it looks like. Again, area of rotation, most likely embedded over here. Moving down to the southeast, again, 33 and 26, that little crossroad there, going to be likely in the track of this over the next several minutes. Horicon also in the track of this over the next several minutes. Again, this is an ongoing tornado warning. We've already had confirmation of funnel clouds from 9:46 with this cell. And we also had a possible tornado. It has not been confirmed, though, at this point. Yeah, I'm assuming the rotation's somewhere embedded in this. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but at least from the latest scans, it kind of looked like back there, it might have been kind of on the edge here, where we're looking. Rotation's near Atwater. That up here. Let's see Atwater on here. There's a little bit of rotation here, but I wouldn't say that's really what we're trying to look for here. That's clockwise rotation. I'm thinking it's down here somewhere. It's very hard to tell with this current radar that we're looking at. The overall rotation is just I don't know. We had a funnel cloud reported, and when I was just looking a second ago from previous scans, it did not seem to be that impressive. It didn't seem like we had anything impressive there either. But we have reports of multiple funnel clouds, so not just one, possibly multiple, and a possible tornado along with that. It's kind of interesting. Benny, I think we've at least had 5 today, maybe, or 4 or 5 tornado warnings today, maybe 6. We had a few in Minnesota earlier today. I'll look this up. Again, if you are in Dodge County, get into shelter. If you're in that pink box, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And there is a rotation ongoing with this right now. It seems like the rotation, from what I'm seeing now on radar, is currently, just looking at radar scope, it seems to be over here. I mean, I'm not seeing it that far north. I'm seeing it near Burnett as of right now. Let me go back over to base velocities. I'm seeing more over here near Burnett. Regardless, though, seek shelter. Again, I mean, this is a pretty dangerous storm that we're looking at. Again, it's nighttime, and the potential of this being, potentially rain covered or wrapped is definitely not out of the question. But it is, if there were to be a tornado, it's likely on this leading edge somewhere. So seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. During this warning, get to your safe place. Again, anywhere near Beaver Dam. This is in Dodge County, Dodge County, Wisconsin. Again, moving down to the southeast. Richard, that's just how I have it. Thank you, Stranger, for the report. So we have, obviously, tornado sirens going off. Let me go over to the, let's take a look. We said the correlation coefficient, not showing anything as of now. You can kind of see just a lot of red. That indicates a lot of rain at this given time. So we're looking at a lot of rain. Again, ongoing tornado warning. Mayville's going to be next in track of this. Theresa, Iron Ridge, all in the track of this over the next several minutes. Tyler had cashews. That's about it. We have a new funnel cloud report coming in. So we still have a funnel cloud with this. Located at Highway 151 and City Road. Okay, so again, for those that are in this area still staying shelter, there is a funnel cloud that's been reported very recently in Beaver Dam, a spotter located at Highway 151 and City Road looking north. Lightning eliminated the funnel cloud, so we do have a funnel cloud with this, potentially still right now. So again, stay in shelter, get away from windows. I know, again, a lot of people were zooming in from over near Beaver Dam earlier, so stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Iron Ridge again gonna be in the track of this over the next several minutes as well. Again, we have confirmation of a funnel cloud again now over near Beaver Dam. This is at least our second report of funnel clouds now. We had some back out in Randolph, and now we have some near Beaver Dam. So again, we now have confirmation that we still have funnel clouds ongoing with this. The storm is currently heading southeast, Anthony, yes. With the velocities as of right now. Only thing I'm thinking right now is that there might be some rotation up this direction. That just wouldn't make sense either. I'm very confused here because the velocities, as I mentioned before, just aren't. Let me go a little bit higher up. That might make it a little bit easier here. That will probably help a lot. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so where we have the funnel cloud right now is likely. Okay, so this makes a lot more sense. It's likely in this area here. And that is because when we go higher up, that's where the funnel cloud is. That makes more sense. I apologize for all the confusion here. So the ongoing area of rotation from what I'm seeing now is now near about 26. Again, it's moving down to the southeast. Horcon's gonna be in the track and Iron Ridge. That makes a lot more sense now. I was seeing it way over here. It made no sense. So again, that is over northeast of Beaver Dam, moving down to the southeast. Again, if you're anywhere in this pink box, though, stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Even if you're not where the storm is, even if you're back up here to the northwest, still stay in shelter just in case. It's definitely a very dangerous cell right now heading down to the southeast. And yeah, there might be 2 possible rotations with this too. This is a pretty dangerous cell right now heading down in the southeast. Eric, this is currently Wisconsin, by the way. Yeah, this is a very dangerous cell that we have right now going. Again, funnel clouds have just been reported recently with this as well. Midnight, no. I don't expect any. And also, we have high winds with this, so there might be as high as 70-mile-per-hour winds right now with this cell as well. Yeah, this is, again, a very dangerous situation here. If a tornado is able to, develop with this, we're definitely looking at that potential for, a nighttime sort of tornado situation. That's just not something that is very good, especially since I know probably a lot of these people are now sleeping, thinking they're done from the severe weather for tonight. Again, if you know anybody in this area, make sure you, notify them somehow. Just text them, whatever. Again, this is in southeast Wisconsin, near Beaver Dam, Mayville, Iron Ridge. And also, if you hit the like button, it might help get more people to be able to see this as well. I have no clue, but whatever you can do. You don't have to share the stream, by the way. Just, make sure that they're at least aware of this tornado warning. And there has been several funnel clouds reported with this at this point. I might be live tomorrow. We'll see. This live stream's been pretty long so far, but we'll see what happens. I will not have a live stream Monday, most likely. Or probably won't have much of any live streams next week, I don't think. We'll see. Kind of depending on the severe weather. All right, again, this is moving down to the southeast. Our next radar scan is just come in, and this is a look at the storm as of now. Again, if there were to be a tornado, it's likely going to be located somewhere around here near 26. Currently off now to the northwest of Iron Ridge. This is a fairly dangerous cell still. Moving down to the southeast. Also, we have pretty high winds. Looks like there's a little bit of rotation up here as well, near Mayville. So, go back to the correlation coefficient. Let's see if anything's on the ground as of right now. Not seeing anything defined that's on the ground. A little bit of something here. I'm going to take a little X to that. Might just be a little speck on the radar. Yeah, that's just a speck. So no concern there. But as of this given time, correlation coefficient not picking up on anything on the ground. Again, there might be a tornado in between scans as well. Just keep that in mind. Again, we've had several reports now of funnel clouds with this storm. And again, tornado warning is still ongoing for at least another 39 minutes. It probably won't go for that long, but we will definitely see this tornado warning still ongoing. Those out in front of it, like Hartford, definitely start to get ready. So is Jackson, West Bend even. I would definitely recommend that you are getting ready. Just make sure you're aware of the storm. You don't have to get shelter right now, but just make sure you're aware. Again, the storm is going down that direction. So definitely a dangerous storm right now heading down to the southeast. This is a very impressive looking supercell, by the way. This is a very, very impressive looking supercell that we're looking at right now in Wisconsin. What do you want me to look at here? You're talking about the report? Are you talking about the tree down over Lake Michigan Drive? Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about the radar. Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation. This is not, again, a confirmed tornado at this given time. It's radar indicated, but again, we've had several reports of funnel clouds with this. And again, it's nighttime. It's a very dangerous situation. It's going to be extremely hard to tell if there's a tornado on the ground. And we also had a possible tornado already confirmed. We might have had a tornado with this. It's a possibility. It's not confirmed yet. There may have been one over in Reynolds, just back off to the west of where this tornado warning is. So just kind of keep that in mind. This storm, by the way, is moving about 30 miles per hour. It will likely be going toward Hartford. Milwaukee is kind of in the dead center of the track of this, but obviously there's a lot of things happening between now and then. If you're in Milwaukee, don't panic by any means. Just make sure you're aware of it, because there is a storm going that direction. But again, a lot of things can change in between now and then, without a doubt. Yeah, it's a very serious looking supercell here. I mean, this really developed really quickly. And next radar update, by the way, is going to be coming in and actually right about now. So we'll get our next radar update, take a look at it as well. Take a look at what we have on radar. Here's the latest look at it. Again, very strong inflow. Here's a look at that hook as of right now, and that's a horrible looking picture. Here's a look at the hook. I can't drop. All right, but there's the hook. Again, this is where that tornado may be located. It's near Horicon right now. Let me go back over the velocities. Let's take a look at that. And let's look at the velocities. Again, there hasn't been a whole lot. There's been a rotation more up here. Again, the overall hook, though, is down here. Let's back up a little bit higher. And yeah, there's probably still a funnel cloud down here. There's probably a funnel cloud. The surface wind's not nearly that strong, but if you kind of look at it, there's probably more rotation down that direction more than anything. So, again, ongoing rotation currently with the storm near Horicon. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, this is an ongoing tornado warning. And Mayville, also Iron Ridge, you should be in shelter. And we've had several funnel clouds reported with this system. Wep, if you want to become a member, top link in the description. Yeah, but I mean, this is, again, pretty dangerous storm here that's heading down to the southeast. Again, Iron Ridge is also in the track of this. So, again, if you're in this warning, if you know anybody in this warning, make sure that they're aware of this. Just message them. Fairly dangerous cell that we're looking at here. Yeah, the rotations remain fairly strong at this point. And the radar update, did it just come in again? Just update. Here's a look at the radar as right now. Again, it is a fairly strong looking system. As you can see, it's a very, very potent supercell right now. And tornado warning's ongoing until 11 o'clock Central. We may get a new one along with it, depending on how the rotation holds up over the next several minutes. Oh, just a friendly reminder, if you are in this tornado warning, I'm going to post that tornado command in the chat. Yeah, this is a very dangerous looking supercell right now. This is currently heading southeast. That's the direction. It'll be going down probably towards areas like Cedarburg, maybe even Milwaukee. Milwaukee is possibly in the track of this, but it's, again, to be determined. It might just stay to the north of Milwaukee, but even then, again, a lot of things that can happen between now and then. Still a lot to watch, though, over the next several minutes. Again, ongoing, as of what we know, we've had 2 confirmations at this point of funnel clouds with this system, and we may have also had a tornado, but yeah, it's to be determined still. Yeah, this is the tornado warning over near Beaver Dam. Beaver Dam is basically out of the track now of that rotation. But Horicon, you should be already in shelter. If you're not already, really get there now. Mayville, you need to be there now as well. Iron Ridge, get there now. Yeah, I mean, anywhere in this warning. Again, this whole pink box, stay in shelter. Away from windows. Very dangerous storm, again, moving down to the southeast. We'll keep you updated with the latest. We'll keep you updated with any alerts that we get on this cell. Again, we haven't had any reports yet of anything, except the funnel clouds, as I mentioned before. So I'm getting a report from one person that said no tornado or damage at this point north of Highway CP and west of Beaver Dam Lake. Now, I'm not sure where that highway is, to be honest, but that's what we have so far from one person. But sirens have gone off in Beaver Lake, just for reference. Or, excuse me, Beaver Dam. I'm trying to look to see if we have any new reports on this. People live as well. I'm not seeing any reports yet. Again, no reports yet, other than the funnel clouds. We have no further reports yet on this ongoing tornado warning. But it is a pretty destructive supercell with damaging winds regardless. And it still has some rotation. We'll get our next radar update here in just a second. Again, this is currently heading down to the southeast. Very dangerous storm, without a doubt, right now. Moving that direction. This is a very, classic-looking supercell also. I mean, we have the very classic-looking supercell shape to it as well. So, pretty dangerous here. This is currently Wisconsin. All right, next radar update's coming in right now, so I'll have that here in a second. All right, next radar update. Let's take a look. Just came in. Here's a look at the cell as of right now. Again, it's currently going through, it just really basically went through Horcon now. It's also near Mayville. Let's take a look at the velocities on the latest scan. And on the latest velocities, it looks to be a lot of wind. It's going to be a little bit higher up, though. And we'll get our next radar update here in a second on the higher ups, but looks to be more wind now than anything. But we'll have to take a look. There might still be a funnel cloud with this. We've had several reports of it. We'll get an update on the higher levels here in just a second, along with that. That was from earlier today, KD. That was from like this morning. There was a confirmed funnel cloud or something like that, or even a tornado near Chicago this morning. Latest report, by the way, over near Elkhorn, a video from 8:53, which is over a couple hours ago. Quarter-sized hail was falling there. That was a couple hours ago, though, which said the report come in. And this is an ongoing tornado warning. Several reports of funnel clouds. I'm going to take a look at the velocities again, slightly higher up here on this cell. And it seems like we still have rotation higher up. Just at the surface, there's just not much. As I kind of mentioned before, we're having a lot of rotation higher up, but not a whole lot at the surface, which is good news, obviously, but hopefully it just doesn't get to the ground. Is kind of what I'm thinking right now. And Iron Ridge is going to be on the track of this. Mayville, you should already be in shelter. Iron Ridge, get to your safe place immediately. Again, very dangerous looking supercell right now, heading down to the southeast. Yeah, there was a tornado in Naperville. That's where it was, outside of Chicago this morning. Thanks, Diane. I appreciate it. Again, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the subscribe button. If you haven't already, again, we'll keep you updated the latest. We are on the way for 14,000 subscribers now. Hit the subscribe button down below. Would appreciate it. Like the live stream as well if you're enjoying the content, and obviously, I do appreciate that a lot as well. We're close to 2,000 likes. All right, let me go back over and take a look if we have any new reports coming in on this. I'm trying to see if we get any reports on it. Obviously, it is nighttime. It's going to be hard to see if there is a tornado, but having reports is obviously something that we really do need in this scenario. From at least trained weather spars is what I mean. Now, there hasn't been any correlation coefficient drop. There hasn't been one. What I know, at least. I haven't seen any. There may have been, though, a tornado. There was a possible tornado back up in Randolph. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. He's apparently going on the track to this tornado warning. I'm not seeing anything yet. Hey, Peter, how you doing? Stay safe, yeah, for sure. Everybody, anybody in this warning, again, make sure you're staying safe. Get away from windows. I don't know if we'll see a new tornado warning. It's going to depend on the next few scans here. But this cell really has a decent inflow. You can just see the inflow going to the storm right now. Very strong inflow overall. It has its hook shape, as I mentioned before. This is definitely, again, a very dangerous cell. We got our latest radar update. Take a look at the velocities again. I'm seeing more winds than anything at this given time. Again, slightly higher up, we have more rotation right now really off the ground, basically. A few hundred feet up in the atmosphere, have more of the rotation. You can just see it here. I mean, this is higher up here. That's where our ongoing potential, funnel cloud may be. It's just at the surface, we're just not seeing that. You can see it here on radar. Kind of just south of Mayville now. So, I mean, it's hard to determine if it will ever come down to the ground. That's kind of the big thing right now. Back to the radar as of right now. A source told me a touchdown Fox Lake. Was that back up here to the northwest? There was a report of a possible tornado, but it cannot be confirmed as of now near Randolph. That was from a little while ago. There's been several reports of rotation. Somebody just said there's weak rotation over here just south of 33. That's associated again with this ongoing rotation here. So there also may have been that. Yeah, this could very well recycle, so we'll keep a very close eye on it. As of now, again, this is radar indicated rotation. This is not a confirmed tornado, but there may have been one. We've had several reports of funnel clouds at this given time, and we also had a report of a possible tornado. Again, that has not been able to be confirmed at this point. So, just for reference. Trying to see if we have any other reports here coming in. Yeah, it is nighttime. It's going to be hard to see anything. Again, a lot of the storm chasers have already been done just purely because we already had, severe weather event earlier today. I know there's a couple of people in the area that are en route to the storm, though. But, I mean, who knows when they'll get there. Again, this tornado warning storm is still ongoing until 11 o'clock Central Time. It is going to be crossed. It's basically right now near 33 and 67. Again, it's going to be going probably towards 175, Highway 41. Jackson, maybe on the track a little bit later. Hartford, possibly as well. West Bend, by the way. West Bend's definitely an area to watch for this storm very closely. And this very well could recycle if it is kind of in a rotating stage. Again, it very well could recycle here in a few minutes. Thank you, Will, James, and Gregory for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. All right, next radar update is going to be coming in here in just a moment, so we'll give you an idea of where it's looking, what it looks like, I mean. Tornado warning is still ongoing. Very strong inflow, as I mentioned before. Brandon, yeah, Brandon was out there all day. He's been out there all day. I don't blame him for not, going after the storm, obviously. Been having a busy day. By the way, we are down to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, we are currently at 1 tornado warning. This is the 1 tornado warning we have ongoing. We may get a new one here pretty soon. We'll see. See what happens. Well, to be determined. No problem, Cindy. Appreciate you stopping by. Severe weather outbreak is what I'd put it, Bryce. All right, here's the latest radar update. We still got a pretty decent inflow here. Let's take a look at the velocities. And not a whole lot at the surface. I said a lot of times, so just not a whole lot of wind at the... In terms of at least rotation, there's not much at the surface. There's more up in the higher levels, so there very well may still be a funnel cloud of some sorts, but at this given time, I'm just not seeing anything at the surface. But again, stay in shelter. Very dangerous supercell overall. I mean, this is a very dangerous cell overall. I mean, we're just seeing a very classic supercell structure here, going all the way around here, and obviously your inflow going to storm, your hook. A very classic supercell here, and shockingly, it actually happened tonight in Wisconsin. And again, Wisconsin, this is... you guys already saw storms earlier, and this is just developed. It's pretty crazy to think how crazy the supercell looks at this time, especially. Storms just rolled through the area not too long ago, and we're seeing this. Crazy to think. And again, we just had reports of funnel clouds with this too, so see what happens. Have a great night, Paul. I appreciate you tuning in. Or not tonight. Probably, possibly tomorrow, though. Let me look at the temperatures real quick. Take a look. Look at the METAR data. By the way, the tornado warning has been condensed. It no longer includes Beaver Dam. Again, there was funnel clouds at least reported up that direction. Here's a look at the temperatures. It's currently 68 at this radar site. It's only 64 in West Bend. It's only in the low 70s up this direction too. So we haven't really seen, it's been pretty much, to say the least. The temperatures aren't really playing a whole lot of a play in this storm at this point. Thank you, Gamer, by the way, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. You see the line of severe storms, Wisconsin. Yes, I've been covering all the severe weather really for the last 5 hours. I've been live for 5 hours, so I've been here since the storms have been in Wisconsin. No problem, Allie. Appreciate you stopping by and tuning in. Again, if you have been enjoying this live stream so far and you're liking the content here, again, it's just something if you want to support the page. Again, you can always super chat. You can donate. Again, you can donate via Venmo or even the donation link down in the description below, or become a member as for as little as $2.99 per month to get benefits as well. Top link in the description if you want to support our page. Again, I've been live streaming for 5 hours, and I do plan to still stay with you guys for a while because, again, we still have this ongoing tornado warning. And we're going to be covering the severe weather again throughout the Midwest and across Arizona, Michigan, and other areas as well throughout the next couple of hours. And as well, I might go live tomorrow. So Another severe weather outbreak, excuse me, is expected tomorrow. I cannot talk. All right. By the way, thank you, William DD, as well as Jackie, for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. I'm in Northeast Ohio. Never saw a tornado here. I would take that. I would take that any day. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in, and then appreciate your $5 super chat. It means a lot. Yeah, but I mean, there will be a possibility tomorrow of severe weather over in Ohio, primarily across the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. So we will have to watch that pretty closely as well. And that will also have potential for a few tornadoes. Jelly, I'm not really that tired. It's just more my neck. I need to, like, I'm looking down slightly. I need to figure how to fix that issue. It's more when I look at chat. So I have to figure that out. Let me go back over to the velocities. Next radar scan's coming in a second, or actually just has. Let's take a look. The velocities. Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything that impressive, as I said before. It looks like there's some upper level of rotation. I wouldn't think we're getting a new tornado warning yet. Again, this storm may recycle, so we might see this develop a little bit later on. That's not out of the question at this point, because it is just such a decent looking supercell at this point. This may recycle and potentially produce a tornado threat down the road near maybe West Bend or Jackson. It might be in a recycling stage, though. That's kind of what I'm thinking at this point. Yeah, right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Thanks, Johnny. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Really, at McDonald's. At least you sought structure in a, or excuse me, shelter in a structure that is sturdy. All right. No problem, Stephen. Appreciate you stopping by and tuning in. Really do. Appreciate it. This is currently in Wisconsin, by the way. Thanks, Deanna. I appreciate you hitting the like button. Again, if you haven't hit the like button, hit down below. We are 200 likes, I think, away from 2,000. I might be able to hit that tonight. Also, subscribe if you're new here. Again, we'll keep you updated the latest. Again, this is the ongoing tornado warning northwest of Hartford. It's going towards Slinger, by the way. But again, this may become a situation where we're going to be potentially looking at a recycling of this storm. You know, we've had funnel clouds already reported with this. It's a very, very strong looking supercell. So we very well might see this recycle as it moves off to the east and east-southeast. By the way, there's apparently been non-stop lightning with this storm as well. From recent reports, there's a lot of lightning with this cell right now. And moving down to the southeast. All right, here's the latest radar update. We just got a new one. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of organization on the front end of the storm where the inflow would be. Here's a look at the velocities. As of the latest radar scan, I believe. Let me take a look. 1040. Yep, this is the latest one. So, again, not seeing a whole lot near the surface. It looks to be a lot more winds. I, again, would stay in shelter if you're still in the pink box, but I do think we're not going to probably get a new tornado warning with this. But it might recycle. That's what I'm kind of saying. We might see one down the road. So, again, we're going to keep you covered with the latest on this, just in case. In Central Michigan, no, Michigan. This won't happen there. Landon, not tonight. Nothing in Tennessee. If anything, it's very minimal. Thank you, Brandon. So yeah, there's a lot of flashing. Let me take a look at how many lightning strikes we have right now. I'm curious. Yeah, we currently have approximately... That sounds like a lot in Wisconsin. The radar estimate right now is 600 lightning strikes per minute. That sounds like a lot, though. But it looks that way. Wait, it's updating. Wait 1 second. We have about 600 strikes per minute from the Great Lake region all the way back out to the storm. So these are highly electrified storms that we're looking at. Or 100. Okay, this sounds more accurate. 150. That would make more sense. We're looking probably around 150 strikes per minute, I would say. Which, again, that's basically 3 flashes every second. That's, again, from the Great Lakes back to the storm. That's a lot of lightning, by the way. We have a lot of lightning in these storms. Let me put a timing guide on this, actually. I'll give you guys an idea of where it's heading. Pull this up. It's like the track as of right now. I'm going to put on the main area of the storm. Oh my lord, I just did horrible drawing. All right, let's do this again. There's a bit more to the east southeast, so I'm going to try and put it this direction. So here's your timing. I'm not including Milwaukee on here just in case it goes that far south. But as of right now, West Bend 1104, excuse me, Germantown 1123, Cedarburg 1127, Port Washington 1132, eventually going towards Brown Deer 1139, Glendale 1142, Whitefish Bay 1148, and Shorewood 1150, Milwaukee right around 1151 or so. Yeah, that's your new time. That's your timing on this line of storms going down, or excuse me, this one cell going down to the southeast and east southeast. Here's the latest radar scan, by the way. And ongoing tornado warning still goes for another at least 16 minutes. It might be let to cancel, but let me take a look. It's still in effect. It has not been canceled, by the way. This tornado warning is still ongoing in this area for at least another 16 minutes. And we might get a new one. We'll see what happens. But as of right now, again, the velocities have just not been that tight on the last few scans. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so update from the Grand Rapids tornado. According to one of our viewers, so there was a storm chaser that reported as a possible spin up, which possibly means, you know, a brief tornado over in Grand Rapids. Survey teams will be out in the morning to look at the damage. So if you're not on our Discord server already, sorry, I mean cashews. If you're not on our Discord server though, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I will be keeping you updated with the latest on the Grand Rapids possible tornado on there, as well as on our Twitter as well. So again, Discord's in the chat by Nightbot, or you can click the link in the description below for Twitter. I will be keeping you updated with the latest on that. There may have been a tornado earlier in Grand Rapids. That is going to be determined tomorrow. Whichever it may have been, I will again make sure you are aware of it. And I thought it was a tornado when it was on radar, so it might have been one. That was the Grand Rapids system. Raymond, no, not Naperville. Naperville already saw a tornado earlier, I think, this morning. So, no, this storm's not going your direction. Again, we've already had funnel clouds reported from about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. We might have had a possible tornado about an hour ago back up in Randolph. This tornado warning, though, is still ongoing. So, do you mean like the width of it? Yeah, this southern part of the storm is definitely suspect for development. I definitely agree, Zero. It's definitely gonna be something to watch. I'll have to watch this very closely. Again, this cell has a very good likelihood of recycling. That's why I'm not gonna end the live stream really anytime soon. We're gonna be watching this cell very closely. I want to keep you guys in the loop with this storm. It's definitely a dangerous cell, and I just spilled water all over me, so that's awesome. Alrighty. At least it's just water. It's also over my mouse pad. I don't have a napkin, which is also fantastic. Let me pack over to the here. Thank you, by the way, for everybody subscribing. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Tornado warning just got lifted, by the way, so we no longer have a tornado warning, but we may very well see this recycle. So I'm not gonna, you know, we're gonna stay here for at least a little bit. We'll see what happens. This storm very well may recycle, though, over the next several minutes. Oh, I'll keep you updated with the latest. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Again, we may have this recycle, so I'm going to keep you updated with the latest on that. Alrighty. How's everybody doing tonight, by the way? If you're just tuning in, hope you have a great night. How's everybody doing? And again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on this. I'm going to definitely watch this storm over the next several minutes. Again, Jackson, Germantown, Fox Point, Whitefish Bay, maybe even Milwaukee, maybe on the track of this. So I'll be keep you updated with the latest on this. Okay, I got water. It's overflowing, so I have to drink it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for those over in West Bend, Jackson, Cedarburg, Bayside. 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail are the main threats. Again, we may see this recycle, so we're going to watch it very closely for you here in Wisconsin. The cell, again, has that potential of maybe recycling if it's able to kind of organize itself before going over the Great Lakes. By the way, I just want to quickly remind everybody, hit the like button down below. We are 90 likes away from 2,000 likes. That'd be insane if we could hit it. Make sure to hit the like button down below. Would appreciate your support. And, yeah. Good to hear everybody. Glad everybody's doing well. Connie, I'm not gonna lie, Connie. You have really helped me with pronunciations tonight. Appreciate it. Don't thank me. I'll thank you, because the pronunciations are something that really are needed for some of these towns and cities, especially in Wisconsin. They are crazy. We're also 2 subscribers from 13,250. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Let's go over to, wait, did I change over my thing here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Why does my warning counter keep moving every time I move? Go. Thank you, Rob, for subscribing, by the way. Here's a look at the zoom out, by the way. Just kind of look at everything right now. Severe thunderstorm watch goes until 3 a.m. back out into Iowa, southeastern portions of Minnesota. We got 2 warnings ongoing here. One over in Michigan. We also got one in Tennessee and one in North Carolina. Those are our warnings as of right now. This one, again, has the most potential probably of having a tornado threat over the next several minutes, so we're going to watch it closely for you. No, it has helped, Connie, or Connie, I mean. It has really helped. You're not bugging me at all. Yeah, we've been live for 5.5 hours, so it's been a crazy live stream so far. And this is the best, I think this is the... Crazy enough, I would not expect this live stream to have so many viewers, but I mean, this has literally easily been the most viewed live stream I've ever had on this channel by double the amount of the last one that was the most popular, which was about a month ago. So yeah, I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Really do. Regardless if you're a subscriber, a member, just a viewer here, not even subscribed, I really do appreciate you stopping by. Again, I'm gonna be live here probably at least for the next, I would say 20 to 30 minutes. We'll see what happens with this cell, see what unfolds, and see if it just starts to rotate again. This cell again has that possibility, so keep you updated with the latest on that. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, we have a lot of lightning coming out of the storm. If you're in this area, again, a lot of lightning. We currently have at least 100 strikes per minute. Not second, per minute. 100 strikes per minute, though, ongoing here. So we have a lot of lightning. We'll have to still watch this very closely, because it does obviously pose that threat for a lot of lightning. We have a whole lot of winds out of this, too. The wind estimates right now are saying around 67. That seems pretty high. I would say at least 60, though. I mean, we're still looking at high downburst winds around 60 miles per hour with this system. So, again, the ongoing threat is damaging winds up to 60, maybe some nickel-sized hail along with that. What's hype for the cell? Let me take a look. Let's look. Echo tops. At the peak, it looks like about 51. It's probably around 48 to 49, though. At this point. It says around 50. Might be that high. That's just estimated by radar, but probably pretty accurate. And over in Hartford and Jackson, currently going to get some 60-mile-per-hour winds here pretty shortly, just for reference if you're in this area. Possible rotation north of Hartford and west of Cedar Lake. Where's Cedar Lake? Guessing it's somewhere over here. Is it rain wrapped? Are you talking about like in here? Not sure where Cedar Lake though is. Are you talking about like the back end? I'll see a whole lot there. There's actually a little bit of rotation though here near Slinger. Not much, but there's a little bit. Seemed that impressive though, if that's what you're talking about. Here's the latest radar update, by the way. A lot of rain, by the way, so definitely seeing that threat. Damaging winds. Thanks, Dion. I appreciate that. Yeah, so, by the way, the tornado that may have happened in Grand Rapids, it looks like it was at least a tornado. From what I'm seeing, at least in terms of photos and videos, trees are facing different ways, which typically means there was a tornado. So we probably had a tornado in Grand Rapids tonight. But again, I can't confirm it completely. But National Weather Service will be surveying that storm tomorrow. And we will have information again on our Discord server and as well on our Twitter. Again, follow those in the links in the description below. Also, we're 40 likes away from 2,000. That is my final like goal for tonight. So if you all can like the video real quick, we only need 40 more of you to do it. I would appreciate it. We will get to our like goal. That would be a record too. Thank you, Roxanne, as well as Roxanne, as well as Hugh and Isabel for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome. By Highway 144 near Slinger. 144 near Slinger. Okay, so you're talking about back here. Yeah, I looked at that. It didn't look like a whole lot. There was a little bit, but nothing too crazy. I got it, lovely. Thank you. I got it. Apparently, Evan's going to donate another $10 at 2,000 likes. We're only 12 away. 12 more people have to like for 2,000 likes, or actually 7 more now. Actually, Evan, what I recommend doing, are you on mobile? If you're on mobile, then maybe you can't do it. But if you are on desktop, you can gift I think you can gift 2 memberships if you really wanted to. Probably be better than super chatting. If you guys are ever members, by the way, and you ever want to donate, just gift members or do it through the donation link. Because honestly, gifting members is probably better for people anyways. Just the memberships. And benefits. Okay, you're on mobile. Okay, gotcha. That's fine. We actually did hit 2,000 likes, by the way. Appreciate everybody liking the live stream. That is a record, by the way. My highest liked live stream, I think, before this, I don't even think was 1,000. It's kind of crazy to think we got to 2,000. Yeah, this live stream's been crazy, though. I really do appreciate everybody stopping by. I don't know how so many people are seeing it either. Like, I think my best live stream ever, again, was 48,000 views, and I mean, it's just crazy to think. You're good, Evan. No problem at all. Yeah, if you're on desktop, you could actually do it, but yeah, if you ever want to gift memberships, if you have to be a member to do it. You can be as little as a $3 member, but you can gift memberships. Again, it's better for the community overall, but thank you, Evan, for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I really do appreciate everybody's support tonight. It's crazy how many... Oh, that's just crazy to me. Crazy. Rumpus, that actually might have been me. I did 10 gifted members at, what was it? When we hit 100, wait, was it 100,000 views? No, it wasn't. It was the, it's when we hit 13,000 subs. So, I might have, if not, it was Dozy Drew. Thanks, CR, I appreciate that. Thanks, Evan, I appreciate it. Appreciate that a lot. I know, bro. There's people that have been here for a long time, it feels like. I mean, it's only been 2 months for a lot of you guys, but... Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate your report. Yeah, it's crazy to think how many milestones we've hit. It really is. No, I never... And I've kind of said this before. Since we're at a little bit of downtime, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story if you're new here. Again, when we first started this... When I first started doing YouTube, you know... back in probably 2020, I think it was somewhere around that time frame. I didn't upload a whole lot of videos. I actually started uploading videos back in like late 2019. I don't have any of those videos on this channel anymore, other than our bloopers video, which is only available to members. But other than that, all the videos are privated that are from really before 2020. But I only had like 100 subscribers the most back then. Now, back in this May of this year, though, that's when things really started to change. We had about 2,000 subscribers. Most of those were from Facebook, which Facebook, I think, have 33,000 followers. But the page is just taken off. I mean, everybody that just watches these live streams, I mean, it's crazy to think how we've gone literally from 2,000 subscribers. We went from 2,000 to 5,000 in about like 2 weeks. We went from 5,000 to 10,000 within about a month. And now we're almost to 15,000. It's just crazy to think. And how many viewers we've had in this entire stream is just mind-boggling to me. So, I really do appreciate everybody's support. And, yeah, it's just crazy. It really is. And Shelly, by the way, the one in chat, Shelly was actually the person that suggested Max Velocity as our new name. So I kind of mentioned that last stream, but yeah, it is crazy. Northern Indiana is not going to see much tonight, Miguel. Thank you, Stephen, for the report. Yeah, a lot of lightning with these storms. Still seeing about 100 150 strikes per minute with this area of storms here. But our next member goal for now is going to be 100 members, and that would be crazy if we could hit it. I think we're at 87 right now. That number might be off, but I think it's 87. If not, it's like right around there. But Texas, no. There's really nobody chasing right now. The main event was actually earlier today. We saw some, obviously, we've seen a lot of action after that, but the overall, most storm chasers were really just chasing for earlier today. So I don't think there's really anybody out there right now. Yeah, maybe playing. I don't know. I don't know how the whole YouTube algorithm works or whatever, but thank you for the report. Yeah, we have a lot of rain over in Hartford. Potentially some heavy rain as well. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for subscribing. I appreciate it. I know, Virginia. I know. Prove me wrong. I got you, Kristen. Yeah, okay, so Brandon just ended his stream. I'll probably get a little influx of people. Again, the severe weather overall is going to be winding down over the next couple of hours anyways, but we still have ongoing storms back out here to the west. Got some in Michigan. We're watching the storms really near West Bend right now because these had a little bit of rotation before. But overall, I'm not seeing anything that's too crazy in this yet. We'll watch it before it exits the coast. This complex of storms may actually go down possibly toward Milwaukee. So those over Milwaukee, definitely make sure you're starting to be prepared for these storms. Might come down your direction. We'll see. Anthony, it's going to be something to watch. But overall, I think the threat is still going to be pretty low tonight. But we'll see what happens. It's going down that direction. I would expect this hits Milwaukee, especially the northern portion of Milwaukee, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, Milwaukee. Got a McChicken in my belly. Nice. Karen, it's crazy to think. I mean, most live streams I've ever done, the first ones I ever did, I only had I had about 100 concurrent viewers, with my peak back in May. And, last month they were around 300. Earlier this month they were around maybe 500, peaking. Now, this live stream alone peaked at around 1,500 views, which is crazy because I've never been anywhere close to that high. The highest I ever peaked was 1,100, and it was because nobody at all was live streaming. And there was a big outbreak in Nebraska last month. I think it was June 11th. So we've had 113,000 total views on this live stream too. So that's over double my top live stream. That live stream's 8 hours. This one's only not even been 6. Have a great night, Texas, by the way. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, these storms, Jordan, kind of came out of nowhere. This little area of storms. Again, this was tornado warning before. If you guys are just tuning in, we had a little tornado warning with this one earlier. Still a little bit of rotation, but for the most part, it's been pretty broad. Let me go over to this. Let's go and take a look at the radar. This is a look at the track of this area of storms. Again, it should be going off the coast, I would assume, but here's a look at the track as of now. It's kind of my forecast, depending on if it grows at all. It might grow a little bit more to the left, but a little bit more west, I should say. Here's the track, though. So, again, Germantown possibly right around 1104. Well, Brown Deer, 1112. Glendale, 1114. Whitefish Bay, 1118. Shorewood, 1120. Brookfield, 1123. Milwaukee, maybe around 1125. West Allis, right around 1127. Caddathi, 1135, maybe. That's moving out of the southeast. That's the timing. Again, it may go a bit more to the south than what it's projected as of right now, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, there might be a few water spouts too, but overall, the water spouts, I mean, there's probably no boaters out there, hopefully, and there's hopefully not a whole lot of, buoys out there, stuff like that. Anthony, yes, I did. I did a brief stream, and then I did a late night stream, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. I did a stream because of the PDS tornado warning. I had stuff going on, but I was able to kind of move it around. Today, actually, I was supposed to go live earlier today, but I had stuff going around. I probably would at least be at a 12-hour live stream right now if I went live earlier. Kadahe, thank you. Or Kadahe? Kadahe? It's like a song. Isaiah, probably not right now, maybe overnight, but I think the main threat, again, I don't think you'll see a whole lot in terms of damaging winds in Chicago tonight. Balin, I don't have really any ETA on that, but there might be something next week. We have a little cold front maybe come through. I'm not sure about rain at this point, at least in the short term. I'm hoping that there's like a little tropical depression that just brings a bunch of rain to the south, but it's very hard for that to happen. With it only being a tropical depression as well, especially this time of the year, we're starting to get closer to the peak of hurricane season. We're going to start seeing a lot of action next month. I can say that right now. It's been a very, very limited hurricane season so far, but I do think we're going to start seeing more action going into next month. Let me go over here. Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, again, I do live streams all the time. I have a pretty big commitment to this. Thanks, Angel. I appreciate it. I'm glad I make your day. It's a grind, though. You know, honestly, a lot of you guys might not know this already, but I'm in college, so, you know, having doing this and college is going to be pretty, not stressful, but it's going to be a lot to work into next, you know, going to the semester. So it's still another month until then, but I'm hoping I don't have too many issues with that. Yeah, the Atlantic Ocean water temperatures are extremely hot. They're not extremely hot, but they're hot right now. So overall, this hair and dust has limited most of our action. But obviously, that's probably prompted to change at some point. We have no warnings, by the way, over in Michigan anymore. No severe thunderstorm warnings, which is good news. This is, I think, our last one. We're at 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. I think there might be one in Tennessee or something like that. Thank you, John, Chris, Spain, and Z4, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Terrible at school? Don't say that. Not that bad. There's probably worse people, honestly. I mean, there's some pretty, no offense, but there are people that have really failed in school, and they've actually become very successful, by the way, but there are, obviously, that's pretty known for a lot of those people, but trust me, you're probably not that bad. Thank you, Katie, by the way, for the report. I got you. So the sailboat race been put on hold. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, Evan, it's definitely warm in Florida. Florida's the warmest state to have water. I'm pretty sure Florida water is always the warmest. Yeah, Angel, I think I am at least a nice person. Almost 1 million views coming. I don't know about that. Tomorrow's forecast, though, I would expect that to be a kind of a YouTube statistic. I bet it's gonna be a 1 out of 10 just because of how many people watch today. Probably gonna be that video might get to 5,000 views. Never know, though. I have no clue. It's been a crazy day, though. I mean, it's crazy to think. Again, if you're just tuning in or if you've been here for a while, again, we're now up to 115,000 total views on this live stream, which is, I've never seen a video for me personally ever over 50,000. So it's just crazy to think even 100,000 is just crazy. Volcanic activity in Florida. There's no volcanoes around Florida. What do you mean? Look at velocities again real quick. Curious. Yeah, we got some pretty high. The winds are still estimated around 50 to 60. We're still looking at maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds in here. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation though anymore, which is good news on this. There's a lot of rain that's kind of filled into the storm now. No problem, Zachary. Appreciate you stopping by and tuning in, by the way. Again, if you have enjoyed this live stream, I'm not going to force you by any means, but if you want to support our page above and beyond, again, it is really appreciated. Again, college is really expensive. But if you want to become a member, I would really appreciate it. Again, we're 13 members away from 100. Again, top link in the description if you're interested in that. Gets you some benefits. Also, you can super chat, you can Venmo, and you can donate with the donation link down below if you're interested. Again, no reason to if you're not able to or whatnot. But yeah, it's the last time I'm even going to say that. I usually don't ask for donations, but a long stream. I have a lot of stuff to get to too. I was gonna, for those that might be have watched it before, but you know, the new live PD, I was gonna watch it again tonight. The last 2 nights I've been live and I have not been able to watch that show, and I don't have any way to record it, so I have to watch the reruns, excuse me, of it. I'll have to do that. A tsunami is forming in Michigan. No way. Imagine. Is that even possible on the Great Lakes? Is that possible that we could see a tsunami there? Like, is that actually a possibility if we had an earthquake? Yeah, it's been a 5.5 hour live stream. This is not the longest live stream I've ever had, but I've only had 2 breaks in this live stream. I usually have more than that. This is currently southeast Michigan, or excuse me, southeastern portions of Wisconsin, Res. Hey, I appreciate that, Merlin. Appreciate that a lot. Do appreciate it. So I'll again, we're gonna see what happens, but I'll probably be going live tomorrow afternoon. We'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling. So again, I've been doing a lot of live streams recently. I had a 5 hour one yesterday, having another 5 hour one today, so. I've had an 8 hour live stream before, yeah. So that was actually my most viewed live stream of all time, 48,000 views total. That was also when I peaked 1,100 concurrent viewers. Tonight hit around 1,500, so. Just, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's really crazy. Oh, sorry, Lansing being affected by the tsunami. Oh, by the tsunami? No, I don't even think it could reach Lansing ever. Even if there were to be a tsunami in the Great Lakes. Does anybody actually know if that's possible, though? I'm not sure if Great Lakes are possible to actually have a tsunami if there were to be an earthquake. But I don't know if it's possible. Hey, DFW, how you doing? Welcome back. I saw you on Brandon's stream earlier. Thank you, Kimberly, as well as Jackie for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Welcome. Special weather statement for Detroit, or near Detroit. Gusty winds, I'm assuming. Yeah, we got 30-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing too crazy. Kind of like a cold front coming through, basically, over that direction. Like the storm's back down this way, by the way. Row 115,000 total. Sierra, probably not. I'm not expecting any more tornadoes tonight. If there were to be one, it's a low-end threat. Okay, so my thoughts right now, I'm probably not going to go live on Monday. Kind of already made that known. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday are up in the air, as I mentioned before. Thursday and Friday, or excuse me, no, Tuesday's up in the air. Wednesday, Thursday, for those that are regulars here, Wednesday and Thursday, I am not going to have any live streams regardless of what happens. I'm taking a little mini vacation, so I need to get away for a little bit. Take a little break, and then we'll be back probably on Friday if there's any severe weather. And I don't expect much next week, to be honest, so I don't think we'll see much on Wednesday or Thursday. I think next week will be a little bit less of an active week. We will have a cold front, but I don't think severe weather will be too much of a play. At least it looks like as of right now. Thank you, Martin, by the way, for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Maybe tsunami would be quite possible. I have no clue. Appreciate the super chat, though, again. By the way, just real quickly, go through some alerts real quick from earlier. Again, I know a lot of you guys have been here tonight. Have supported the page. J-Dog, again, for becoming a Storm Chaser if you're still here. Cody, for becoming a member as well. John, Granny, for both renewing memberships. Major as well from the tip earlier, as well as Brad from the super chat. Skylark, if you're still here, super chat from earlier. Elisa for becoming a Storm Chaser member. Again, Dozy Drew with the 5 gifted members earlier. And then Katie from the $10 super chat earlier. Nick with a $1 super chat. Bart and Jason both with super chats. Also, by the way, big announcement. I became a member of my own channel today. That's kind of funny, though. Tyler, $20 super chat, and as well as Evan for the $20 super chat from earlier. Again, I also gifted 10 memberships. I have to thank myself again. Heidi, $5 super chat, $10 super chat from Evan. Martin, again, for the $7 in super chats, as well as Evan, again, with another $10 super chat, and Gamer with $2 super chat. I appreciate you guys all a lot. And again, all the new subscribers. I cannot go through all the subscriber names, by the way. We had about at least... I don't know how many we had. We at least had like 1,000 though today. I couldn't even say 1,000. So. We do have a new Severe Thunderstorm warning that just got issued, by the way. This is for Milwaukee. Damaging winds up to 60 are possible here. So brand new Severe Thunderstorm warning. This is a brand new Severe Thunderstorm warning. So yeah, Milwaukee possibly going to see these severe storms. Greenfield, Oak Creek, Franklin. I know somebody's in chat asking about it. So this area again is going to be under the gun for some severe weather for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Hey, Moxie, you've been here a while. You've been talking a lot. Again, those that, if we ever get gifted memberships again, anybody that talks a lot or even just watches the streams for a long amount of time and whatnot, they have the best chance of getting members. And you obviously, you're here all the time. You definitely fit in that category. Where's the list of gifted memberships? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like the list of people that got gifted members today? Is that what you're asking? Or who has gifted memberships? Who has gotten gifted memberships? Let me take a look. Brady, probably in about 2 to 3 weeks is my estimate. I remember you, lovely. Let's see who got the gifted memberships today. If you recognize any names, let's see. Antonio, King Cheese, Moxie, Dylan, Lee, Kyler, Paul, Sarah, Ropos, Luke for the first 10, and then Evan, Sniper, Evan, another Evan Gamer, and Evan Fry. Actually, no, Evan Fry was actually a new one. That was not part of the gifted. Sniper, Evan Gamer, Anthony, Team Kenny, and Gene were all gifted memberships as well. Those are our 15 gifted members today. Thanks, 13. I appreciate it. I completely agree with that, Gabe. I really like the YouTube system, especially with the gifted memberships. It's a very good system, very fair as well. I know Twitch, over on Twitch, you just get, it's completely random. This at least, gives the people that really, want to watch the stream memberships, Hey, lovely, take time and go on your vacation. You don't have to watch this. Enjoy your vacation. I don't think any rotation is going to develop with this. If anything, it's going to be probably pretty minimal. I'm not seeing a whole lot, though. A lot of wind. The only rotation that I even see maybe is kind of back up in here, but that's probably more the hail than anything. There's probably at least some nickel to quarter size tail in Hartford right now. Have a good night, Rob, by the way. Have a great rest of your night. It has been a crazy day today. Hartford, actually, we just had a report from somebody literally in our chat, literally just sending a photo of pea-sized hail in Hartford. So I don't know where they are in Hartford, but the hail core as of right now looks to be in the downtown area. See the hail core there. Definitely some hail there. Possibly large. It's possibly large. I mean, it might be quarter size. So definitely something to keep in mind. Hey, have a great night, Ruben, by the way. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. You don't have to clap for me. You don't have to clap for me. You guys deserve the credit. Again, this wouldn't have been done without you guys. I mean, this is just insane. Which Sarah got gifted a membership? Let's see. Sarah Shusta? I don't know which one that is. Oh, Sarah, are you talking about Sarah Hughes is actually already a member, so they wouldn't have been gifted one. Sounds good, DFW. Yeah, I'm gonna go for another 15 minutes or so, and we'll see what happens, and then after that, I'm trying to get an exact 6-hour live stream or so. Christian, apparently you can buy a membership to your own channel, so I bought a membership to my channel. I'll have to make sure to cancel it. Well, actually, I might not even cancel it, because I have to give, if I ever do more gifted membership giveaways or whatever, I'll still have to have a way to gift them. Thanks, Lofty. I appreciate it. Eric, I mean, you're just asking to be banned. I mean, are you really? Or no? Like, oh, jeez, whatever. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate that a lot. By the way, if you are a member and you're on our Discord server, make sure to go to the member help page. Okay, the member help chat. Go to that chat room and look on how to link your YouTube to Discord, because if you do that, you get actually a role on our Discord server, and that includes access to priority questions and our own members only chat. I know some of you guys have actually done that today, which is awesome. So make sure to link your membership or your YouTube account over to our Discord server. And also, I'll link Discord and chat. Nightball posted, excuse me, if you haven't already. But also, you get access to bloopers and whatnot. So if you want to check out our first bloopers episode, you can go into the playlist, and there's a members only bloopers as well. For those that are actually members, that might be something you want to watch. So make sure to check that out. And there's actually, I think, a couple of them now. DFW, it's a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. It might get upgraded, but I think it's going to stay slight. That's going to be the Northeast and Ohio Valley. Actually, let me show you guys real quick. Might as well. Here's a look at the threat for tomorrow. The slight risk of severe weather is across the Ohio Valley, portions of the southern Midwest, kind of over into the Illinois, Missouri area, all the way over through the Northeast. So this is a look at tomorrow. And tornado threat is going to be there tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Again, there is going to be a potential for a few tornadoes. They will likely not be that strong, but that's going to be mainly in this area here. And there also may be a chance for some damaging winds. Damaging winds is definitely going to be the main threat. Hey, Clay, you're totally fine with that. No problem at all. No problem at all. I will show the computer models and all that tomorrow morning when I have my forecast coming out. I'll have all the details for timing and stuff. Awesome, lovely. That's awesome. Hey, figured it out. There you go, Shelly. Just looking at something real quick. Yeah, we've officially gained 1,200 subscribers in today's live stream. 1,200. Oh my god. I mean, I remember back in the day when it took, you know, a year to get from, 0 to 1,000, honestly. It's just mind-boggling to me. Thank you, Robert, for the $10 super chat, by the way. I really do appreciate that, Robert. No comment, but I really do appreciate that, Robert, a lot. Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate your super chat a lot. Thank you very much. Hey, have a great night, Shelly. Appreciate you stopping by. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, Brian, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Again, Robert, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Let's get claps in the chat, by the way, for everybody today that's become a member, a subscriber, even in general. Everybody should give some claps in the chat. Use clapping emojis for everybody today. Even just you being here, just give yourself a clap, because honestly, it's crazy to me that we've ever come this far still. It's kind of hard to explain everything, but yeah, I appreciate everybody stopping by tonight. We have over 2,100 likes too. That's just mind-boggling to me too. Over 117,000 views on the live stream too. It's just incredible. Hey, Skylark's still here. How you doing? This cell's going to be going through Milwaukee. It's probably going to produce that 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind potential. Other than that, though, it'll probably go toward wind point. I don't think this is going to go toward Chicago. It may. It is going pretty much south-southeast right now, but I don't think, unless it grows further off to the west, I don't think this is going to impact Chicago by much. I know Christian. By the way, for those that I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna give Christian in chat MVP. He's been here, I think, at every single live stream ever since the beginning of really ever since I started doing YouTube live streams. I think he's at least been at every single one. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, lovely. I know. We peaked around 1,500 viewers today concurrently, but yeah, it's crazy. Thanks, Ellie. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the streams. I'm glad everybody enjoys the streams. Obviously, if you're watching right now, I would assume you enjoy the stream, but thank you, Corey, by the way, in general chat. I don't know if I'll ever have to pronounce that name. Hopefully I won't. That's a crazy name to pronounce. No new mesoscale discussions, by the way. We're really only looking at one severe thunderstorm watch out in Iowa, and that's primarily going to be a lot more of a flash flooding threat, I think, overall than severe weather. I haven't missed a stream in a week. There you go. I don't know how many streams have I done this week? I don't even know. We have a picture of what in the world is going on here. Wait, what is this? What in the world am I looking at here? A trampoline. What is this going? Man, what in the world are we looking at? All right, I want to show you guys real quick. What is this? It's like a trampoline inside of a hoop or behind a hoop. What is going on? What? How does that even happen? It almost looks photoshopped, to be honest. I was sent in by Joma, by the way, on Twitter. What in the world is that? I'm so confused. I mean, man, that's like, I'll retweet it on Twitter if you guys want to take a look too. Post it on Twitter. All right, retweeted. If you guys want to check out the tweet, I'll link it in chat too if you didn't get enough of a look at it. Kind of funny. It's not funny, but I mean, it's like, what? How does that even happen? All right, let me link you guys on the chat. If you guys want to see it again, post it on Twitter. Where was that? Let me take a look. I don't know, on another universe maybe. West suburb of Hudsonville near Port Sheldon and Chicago Drive. So, oh, Grand Rapids. That's where it was. That would make sense. It might have been from that tornado, but that was in Grand Rapids. That is just crazy. By the way, thank you, Tanelli, Sandra, Emily, Mark, and Ash for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Yeah, that was a wacky photo. I've never. That was crazy. Kind of looked photoshopped, honestly, but like, not funny. But it's very crazy to see that trampoline kind of inside of like a basketball hoop or something. The trampoline said no to gravity, literally. No, I wouldn't be concerned about Chicago tonight. Again, low end chance for anything. Isolated damaging winds around 60. That's about it. I wouldn't expect too much for your location though. Pulling in Michigan? Yeah, literally. Alrighty. Okay, this is the 2 warnings we have ongoing, I believe. I don't think we have any more. We actually have 3. Where's the 3rd one? Oh, it's actually, we just got a new one. 60-mile-per-hour winds back over in northeastern portions, excuse me, of Iowa. 60-mile-per-hour winds going through this location. Interesting looking storm here. We have a little bit of rotation here. That is the crazy looking thing here. Let's take a look at the circle of this. That's a little bit of rotation maybe, but that might be outside of the storm. Might be just damaging winds. Yeah, it looks more damaging winds. It's a decent looking storm though. Moving off to the east again. That's northeastern portions of Iowa. Also have a special weather statement down east of Waterloo for 50-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll also have that ongoing. Just like the warning, by the way. Gives a whole new meaning to flying saucer, literally. Hey Sam, how you doing? Yeah, it's been a crazy stream, man. It's been a crazy one. It's been easily the, I don't even know. It's been a bit of a crazy live stream. Alrighty. Our storms in Iowa weakening. Yeah, they've been weakening for a while. There still might be some damaging winds around the areas around 60 miles per hour, maybe up to 65. I think though the threat overall tonight should stay low, so you shouldn't be too concerned. But again, isolated severe weather possible throughout the evening. And we're looking at this point. Trampoline wanted to be friends with the fence, literally. Sam, a lot. We actually, this stream has hit almost 120,000 views total. We had concurrently almost 150, excuse me, 1,500. And it's been a very busy night too. So we've had a few tornado warnings. We may have already had a couple tornadoes tonight in this live stream. We had a lot of damaging winds as well. So thank you, Martin, for the $2 super chat, by the way. That's where my trampoline went. Yes, I remember that. That was your trampoline from your yard. It flew into that guy's yards. Thank you again for the super chat today, Martin. I appreciate it. Appreciate your support. Any more tornadoes? Tornado threat's very low tonight. If there is any, it's going to be brief and weak. Nothing long-term expected. I know, Sam, it's crazy. Michigan's pretty much just anything from here on out. It's just gonna be isolated strong storms. I don't think you'll see much beyond that, though. Not too much more beyond that for that area. Hey, have a great night, Zero. Appreciate you stopping by again. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. Alrighty. I can't believe 800 of you guys are still watching. I don't know why. I really don't. Yeah. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the subscribe button down below. Like the video if you haven't already. We've already hit our like goal, but yeah, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Would appreciate it. It has been a fantastic evening, as I mentioned before. This is our longest live stream, by the way, in over a month. So we had a 5.5 hour one yesterday. This one's obviously gonna be 6 hours. Entertainment, I guess. Sleep is for the weak. There you go. Basically, just turned into a discussion. This always seems to happen at the end of our live streams. We just turn it into random discussions. The first ever topic that was introduced when we had random discussions was barbecue food. Barbecue food, especially in Texas. But we always seem to have random conversations at the end. Yeah, I got you, Brandon. I totally understand that. In Milwaukee, yeah. Overall 60 mile per hour winds are expected. Cheese curds, yes. We had a conversation about cheese curds too. Yeah, the highest wind speeds right now currently near Menominee Falls. On another episode of how I don't know how to pronounce a lot of these names. I should make a montage of how many names I mispronounced over the years. Or not over the years, but like over the months. Texas has the best barbecue food. Nobody else can change my mind. Mina Moni, thank you. Mina Moni. Have a great night, Stephen. Appreciate you stopping by as well. Have a great rest of your night. Midnight. That was only like a week ago. Newcastle, Pennsylvania. Where's that, Sam? Is that west, north, east, southeast? If it's east or south, you don't really have to worry much. But if you're in north or west portions of, or even central portions of Pennsylvania, you do have to be a little bit concerned. There might be a few, again, possibility for maybe an isolated tornado or two, and also some damaging winds. Christian, no, the memberships cost $2.99 per month for the bare minimum. We have 3 membership tiers. I'm considering adding a 4th membership tier, but I don't think I will. I've been considering it. If I were to, it'd be like way above and beyond. I don't know what benefits to even give if I were to make another membership tier. Okay, sorry, I was looking at a tweet. Here comes the rain in North Detroit. Is it raining over in North Detroit right now? Take a look. Yeah, a little weakening complex of storms. That's what was coming out that direction. It's not severe, luckily. Just maybe a little bit of 22 mile per hour gusty winds, maybe. Thank you, Jason, as well as Pell and 55, by the way, for subscribing. Appreciate you guys. This storm probably has 100 strikes per minute. I don't think it's 600. I think 600 was an overestimate. Thank you, Evan. Hey, there you go. Traversa. There you go. Benefits mod for $1,000. I would never sell a member. I will never sell mod on this channel. It's just not a thing I'm ever gonna do. I don't think anybody ever really does that either. It's kind of like it's really bad if you do that. I know, Sam, it's crazy. Where's my favorite food? That's interesting. Carbohydrates, there you go. So I'm trying to stay comfortable. My neck hurts. Checking on Minnesota. Most of the storm activities exiting Minnesota now. Let's look at it as of right now. Actually, a new warning for east of Waterloo, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. New warning. Overall storm activity in southeastern portions of Minnesota. We have actually a flash flood warning for Austin. So a couple inches of rain have already fallen. More rain may fall as well. So fortunate news as well there. What's the most strikes I've ever seen in a minute? I think at least 400. Maybe more than that. I'm trying to think. I've at least seen 500 in instances. I don't think we got this event. I don't think was at peaking at 500. At least like when I've been live. Yes. I would not sell mod for $1,000. I wouldn't sell it at all. It's not. Who sells mod? Like, it's just so bad if you do that. There's so many people out there. I mean, like, oh, I don't even know if that's even allowed. Deborah, Iowa, you say there's rotation. Let me take a look. Not a whole lot of rotation. It's very broad. It's more just winds than anything. I know why you would think that. I don't see a whole lot of rotation though there. All right. Again, if you haven't already, join our Discord server. I'm gonna post that again in chat. Also, by the way, we're on TikTok, we're on like Twitter, we're on a bunch of platforms. I'm gonna link as well in the chat our social medias and stuff like that. It's going to be posted by Nightbot, so if you want to click those links, again, make sure to join our Discord server. Join our community off the stream. We have a lot of stuff over on there. Make sure to join our Discord server. It's very easy to make an account as well. Also, you can find our social medias, the latest link posted by Nightbot in the chat there. That's going to do it for this live stream, though. This has been a 6-hour live stream. I really do appreciate everybody's support tonight. Again, if you want to become a member, it helps our page out tremendously. Click the top link in the description. If you want to donate off the stream, by the way, I will get to it the next stream. So if you want to donate off the stream and help our page out again, you can click the links. They're kind of below the top link. So that's all about it for this live stream. I do appreciate it, guys. Really do appreciate everybody's support. This has been an amazing live stream, to say the least. Obviously, we have a bot when I'm kind of closing out this whole thing. That's just fantastic. I appreciate everybody stopping by. I would talk more, but honestly, I'm just very tired right now. I might go live again tomorrow. We'll see. Again, I'll keep you updated on our Discord server with the latest on that. And we'll have our normal outro like usual. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe if you're in any of these warnings. And we will see you all again soon. And thank you guys all again all so much for the support. I really do appreciate it.